Welcome. Today is Tuesday, November the 1st, 2022. I hope everyone had a safe and happy Halloween. We had a great time at the Smuggler Trailer Court. For the first time, we had rows and rows and rows of trick-or-treaters and parents and dogs and everybody in costume. It was great fun, and everybody was safe. So today we are starting our agenda with, there's Sam, with Veteran Service Officer position update and discussion. And before we start, just to let everyone know, I have in the room with me Commissioner Greg Postman, Commissioner Kelly McNicholas-Curry, Francie Jacober's online, and we don't know where Steve is, but he'll pop up one place or the other. What's that?
I'll shoot him a text real quick.
Okay, so Sam, the floor is yours, sir.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for taking the time to speak with us today about the Veteran Services Officer for Pitkin County. I think before we get started, I'd just like to introduce all the folks we've got on the line here from Human Services, as well as we've got a visitor from Eagle County to help speak to this issue. So I'm Sam Lander-Kasper. I'm the Assistant Director of Strategy and Operations for Pitkin County Human Services. We also have Lindsay Maish, who's the Director of Human Services. We have Matt McGaugh, who's the Assistant Director of Programs and Services. And we have Pat Hammond, who is the VSO for Eagle County. And Pat and her team have been helping us out while we've been working on figuring out hiring for this position. So we're really happy to have Pat here. And so I think just to preface this, a while back we had come to the board to talk about the Veteran Services Officer position because we've had significant turnover in this position over the last 6 years, and we really wanted to look at ways we could possibly make adjustments to make this a more stable position to serve our veteran population. And when we had come to the board back, I believe it was in May, we had received direction that the board would like to hear more information from the public and a little bit more around different opportunities, how we could use that position within Human Services if it were expanded to more hours. So in that interim, we have had discussions with Veteran Services officers on the northwest slope, and we've also did a community survey, and we'll present those results here. And I think, let me see if I can share my screen. We have a presentation that we can go through here. Let's see, is everybody seeing that?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So we wanted to start out really talking about what the Pitkin County veteran population is. I know that's a question that had popped up when we first brought this, and we had some estimates, but we were able to go out and I spoke with the State Veteran Services Officer about this, and the information that he provided me is that in most counties, we don't know the exact number of veterans that we have, but they have a database called the GDX, which is able to tell based on when folks register with the VA, they provide their address of residence, and that will tell you where folks are currently living. So if you see here, Pitkin County has 729 veterans registered through the GDX, and his best bet, his name's Dominic Eddington, he said that typically what he sees is about 75% of the veteran population around there is registered. So if you take that information and adjust it for the unregistered 25%, we're looking at approximately 1,000 veterans living in Pickens County. And over the past 6 years, the Veteran Services Officer has been able to connect with around 60 per year, and that includes a variety of services, is filling out paperwork, things like that, up to more in-depth casework. It really varies on a case-by-case basis. The real engagement that we had with the Veteran Services Officer for most of the time that I've been working here was limited to a monthly coffee and donut session, which was held at the library. That was discontinued at the onset of the pandemic for obvious reasons. But typically the attendance at those events was really only about 5 people. And the Veteran Services Officer, the VSO, has attended Memorial Day and Veterans Day events, but hasn't really had the opportunity or the bandwidth with the 21 hours a week they're working to get too involved in the planning, preparation of those events, which is something that we did hear from the public that they'd like to see. Does anyone have any questions about kind of the current status of that role right now?
Yeah, Sam, I do. So out of the approximately 60 veterans per year that have been assisted, are those veterans all registered in Pickens County, or do we know? Were some from Eagle or Garfield that just happened to come up here and have contact with the Veteran Service Officer up here?
It varies. Most of the folks that we see are living in Pickens County. We do obviously have some of the veterans are homeless and kind of move between the counties. There's also a lot of work that gets done with the West Slope Veterans Coalition in Garfield County. So there is some overlap there, but the majority of the veterans we're seeing, especially folks who are filing claims or looking for paperwork, do live here in Pickens County.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a question.
Yeah,
Any
Kelly
other
has a
questions?
question too.
Yeah, this
Great.
feels a little silly, but do we, beyond numbers, do we know who each of those people are? Like, can we know who each of those 1,000 veterans are? Is that information that the Veterans Administration helps us with?
I see Pat shaking her head, and I would defer to Pat. No, as far as I know, really, I don't think we'd be able to request that information. And no, we don't have a list. We're just able to get those basic kind of aggregate stats
That
from
makes
the
this a
state
lot
Veteran
trickier.
Service Officer.
Okay,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
thank you.
Any other questions?
no problem.
Just,
Go ahead, Greg.
I don't know, I'm trying to figure out how to frame a question. When I first saw this, I remember, every year we talk about this, and I haven't really seen hard evidence that we could justify hiring another, a full-time employee to work with this, because I don't see hard evidence that these veterans need or want to be involved. We could certainly hire a full-time employee to be busy doing things, but I'm not convinced it's necessary right now, and I don't want to be talking people out of it yet. But I'm trying to find data that shows this is something we absolutely need to do. But I also want to find out from our neighboring counties that do have VSOs and they're active, what is the burden on them if we work with them instead of creating our own position, as we've done in the past.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not gonna take words out of Pat's mouth. I think we've got one more slide, and then we'll get to Pat, and I think she can speak to that, because Eagle County grew their VSO position substantially. I used to work with Pat actually, and over those past 10 years, their engagement has increased a lot. And like I said, I'll leave that to Pat. So I just really wanted to point out where we currently stand with the Veteran Service Officer here. So we're currently funded at 21 hours per week. We receive $9,584 annually from the state, and Pat is going to speak to how that funding works to some extent. And then Pickens County funds the rest of that FTE at $31,416 per year. When we had our VSO prior to them resigning, they were in the office 2 days a week, 4 hours per day, where people could come and know that the VSO would be here in the building. A lot of their time was also spent meeting with folks out in the community, going and meeting folks at the West Slope Veterans Coalition in Glenwood, which is a real meeting place for veterans. And the VSO provides a lot of services. The ones we've included here really are kind of the mandated services around claim management, requesting paperwork, headstone burial request, memorial services, and then in addition to connecting folks with resources. And we have had 3 veteran services officers over the last 6 years, and so that turnover has been pretty regular and significant. Before we hand it over to Pat, were there any questions about the current status of the VSO?
If I could,
Go ahead.
Sam, did you just wanted to drill down a little bit if you did exit interviews with the 3 who've left in the last 6 years? I guess you've been here about that long, right? So you knew them all. Explain to us the reason they left.
Yeah, so 2 of them for sure I can speak. It was because of the commute, but really what they voiced was that it wasn't the commute as much as it was the commute for the pay. I had one person who, they had to provide for their family. They could make better income with their regular job. We had another VSO who indicated that if there were benefits, they would stay here. It was really a matter of that part-time factor seemed to be the main reason why they were leaving. And it's understandable with the cost of living. You'd have to find someone who could really be supported by the half-time hours to really be able to stay long-term.
Great, thank you.
Is there any flexibility about this position having to be a veteran who fills it?
No, that is one of pretty much the main requirement for the position is that and that also complicates it as well.
And is that state or federally mandated?
Sorry, Pat, could you jump in on that? I believe it's...
I'll be happy to. Good morning, everybody. And I'm happy to help out with this. We all try to work together with the counties. I work with all the surrounding counties here, and we help each other and support each other. This is all mandated in state regulations and statute, and the Department of Military and Veteran Affairs is run by our Adjutant General, and she's absolutely marvelous. And under her comes the Civil Air Patrol, the entire Colorado National Guard, and the Division of Veteran Affairs. And under the Division of Veteran Affairs, there's a director, and that director oversees the whole veterans program for the state, which is set by statute. And I serve on the advisory committee for that on a state basis. So what statute says is that there shall be a veteran service officer in every county, and that they are employees of the county. And so it's interesting, our jobs as a veteran service officer in Eagle County, we report to our county commissioners and directly to whoever department we work in, and we report to the Adjutant General and to the Division of Veteran Affairs. So it gets a little complicated at times. As an advisory board, we are working, we just had an audit of the Division of Veteran Affairs, and we're working on some issues statewide, which I'll get to in a moment, affecting this program. Just so you know, there are other veteran service officers out there, the VFW, the DAV, Disabled American Vets, Paralyzed American Vets, American Legion, they all have VSOs as well. But they don't come under the county system, so they don't come under state statute, so they work differently. I'm very proud to say that our program is very, very high quality, and we keep very high standards. Our VSOs across the state are all trained twice a year at a 4-day training, and we have a training that's a pretty casual training every week on Wednesday mornings just to keep us up to date. The information that you have to work with as a VSO is kind of like a fire hose. It's just a huge amount of information because it covers so many areas. And the VA being the VA, it changes on a regular basis, so you have to be kept abreast of exactly what's happening. Also, in order to submit your claims to the VA, you have to be certified, and the VA requires that the VSO be working 1,000 hours a year, which comes out to 20 hours a week, and that you have to take a major test, a course with a test called TRIP training. And those two things combined then make you eligible to be an accredited VSO where you can submit things directly to the VA, which is how we need to do things to make it timely. So I've been on this job for 13 years. I started out as a contract employee at 4 hours a week, and it has grown, as Sam said, over these years with the amazing support of our commissioners and our Department of Economic Services, such that I was working 40 hours a week. I've cut it down a little bit now, and I have an assistant VSO who is full-time as well. So we're both working 30 hours a week right now. The growth here in Eagle County has a reflection of the growth of the whole program across the state. The program has become much more unified. We really care about every veteran in every county, and much more concerned with quality of care, quality of services by the veteran service officers. So when I started at 4 hours a week, I thought maybe I had 50 veterans in the county, because we really didn't know. And basically what it amounts to is doing outreach. And there are many, many veterans out there that don't think they're veterans, number one, that don't think they're eligible for benefits, number two. I get so many in this office, oh, I had no idea I was eligible to get a hearing aid, or I had no idea that I could enter my wife into healthcare. I had no idea that I could get a headstone. And so unless the outreach is done and the information is spread, people don't know what they're eligible for. Especially when you get working with widows, they have no idea that they might be eligible for some very, very nice benefits. So I do a newsletter. My assistant VSO and I do a newsletter every month, and that's an incredible way to reach the veterans. We're doing more Facebook, and in order to reach some of the younger vets. My IT department, communications department helps a lot with those things, so it's not my bailiwick. But the outreach is important, and the outreach, to me, the most important thing is that the veterans know that you live and work in your county, and you know the issues in your county. And so, for me, I have 18 school programs the week of Veterans Day that I'll be working with the local VFW and with the veterans on my list. I go to VFW meetings, we go to American Legion meetings, we work on Memorial Day, we do Veterans Day programs, we do Wreaths Over America, we put flags in all the cemeteries, and then whenever we're asked, I had a school ask me to come a couple weeks ago, could you come speak to our alternative high school about your military service and how that affected you and the community service that you do now? So, and then I had a history teacher, could you have some Korean War vets that you could bring in and talk to the students? So it's that kind of outreach. My mission is that our people here in Eagle County know that they have veterans living down the street. We're all just normal people. We don't all have a ponytail and live under a bridge. And we don't all have horrendous problems. Some of us have problems that are handleable, and they're nice to have people understand what some of our problems are, but we're just normal neighbors. Actually, it's known that veterans, the veteran population, is more philanthropic and more generous with their volunteer time than the average population. And indeed, the veterans I work with do a lot of volunteer work in our food banks and things like that. So I think there's a number of things. Establishing a veterans program is outreach is huge, and establishing some stability and some trust so that the veterans and the families know who you are and that you represent the county and that the county is there to serve you, and please trust us. And so I will leave you with that. I think it's a wonderful program, and it's a statewide program. And the county VSOs feel well served and feel like they belong to the state program. And that's a wonderful support for what we do. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Francie has had her hand up. Francie, do you still have a question?
I did until Pat talked, and I learned a lot from her. So thank you so much, Pat.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
have a question. What's the number of veterans that you know of that are registered in Eagle County?
We have similar numbers to you. I think it's 800 and something. And I know that I have easily 1,200 that are not registered. We have, because of our mountain communities, which are many different, that's the cool thing about Colorado, the demographics are so diverse. So I work with groups along the I-25 corridor, and that's totally different than the mountain communities, and then I work with people in Rio Blanco County and Weld County, and the rural communities are even more different. We have a fair number of people in our counties who live in very, very, very nice homes up in their mountain communities, their resorts, and they're veterans, and they rarely tell anybody about it, and they don't need benefits. They're
Okay.
very comfortable.
So you're saying
So,
you know of about 800, but you think you have 1,200 more that aren't registered, but Sam just told us it's about a 25% increase, so.
Sorry, a total of 1,200, including the registered.
Oh, okay, okay. And then how
So
many do
I
you serve? Like we only serve 60. How many out of your 1,200 or your 800 do you actually serve and have contact with in Eagle County?
About 450 a year.
Wow. Okay, and you have two.
contact-
You have two full-time. You and another. So you have two full-time veteran service officers. And how
Yes,
much
ma'am.
do you get reimbursed from the state? We get what, 9,000
that's-
something, Sam?
So that's a whole nother issue. What we get reimbursed a little bit more than that. You get more for a full-time, which now counted 30 hours, a full-time VSO. However, I do need to tell you that that's all going to change next year. What the division is looking at is creating even more of a qualified, uniform cadre of veteran service officers through the state. And so they are working on having the statute be more specific about how the money is spent. So right now, the state gives the Division of Veteran Affairs a pot of money, and it's divided up amongst the counties. So that system of how it's going to be divided up will probably change. El Paso, for instance, El Paso County has 45,000 veterans that are in with the VA system, and they probably have close to 70,000 that are not. And they have 6 veteran service officers. And right now, every county can only be paid for 1 VSO. So that's not quite fair that they've got 6 serving maybe 70,000 veterans, and all they get is a state reimbursement for 1.
Okay,
So
and
the amount is going to change next year, where it'll be more equitable, and it will be based on that the county VSO is working at least 20 hours a week, because that's what the VA requires for certification, and that they are certified.
But
That
you
means
you
have to go
you
through
s-
training.
you said you get a little more money because your VSO is full-time. So Sam, if we did a full-time position, would we get more money from the state?
You will this year, but next year all the amounts are going to change. But
Okay.
so whether you get more than you're getting right now, I don't know.
Okay, and
Because we have some counties that are very, 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 very part-time, and they won't be able to get up to that 20 hours, so they won't get any pay. And then we have counties like El Paso and Larimer and Teller who have thousands of veterans, and they'll be getting more
Yeah,
pay. So it's all going to
okay,
shuffle out.
and Sam, and how many hours a week did you say our VSO the last time was working? Was it 2 days a week, 4 hours a day? That's only
Well, in the office, the
Okay.
FTE is at 0.525, so 21 hours a week currently.
But technically, he was only in the office or had office hours, eight hours a week.
In-person office hours, they were available, and that's one thing with the the VSO position is there's a lot of on-call going on outside of normal office hours. Our VSOs would meet people, after work. It really, and I have to say, our VSOs, with the amount of time they were on the clock, technically, most of them went above and beyond that. They were taking calls at all hours of the night, and I think I think we see that in VSOs, is they're willing to go above and beyond just
Okay.
because of
I just
their
want to make sure we can
connection with their
document that
community.
20-something hours a week, because that's required. The last question, Steve, I see your hands up, but let me just finish here. The other question is, if we were to bring a VSO on to, say, for benefits, 2 hours a week?
30.
Yeah,
30.
30?
Mhm.
Could some of that time be spent at the homeless shelters, where I think there's a lot of contact with veterans? But I mean, like in the building, not on the phone, but I think that face-to-face contact creates better relationships. Is that
Absolutely,
possible?
yeah. I think we've got a lot of flexibility in how this position looks. I think if we look at expanding it to where it's 30 hours a week plus benefits, we might have a better chance of drawing someone in who lives right here in Snowmass or Aspen, who would really be able to have it'd be less stressful for them to spend more time in the office, more time at yes, the day center, and other areas where folks are congregating. So that's one thing we hope would be a positive outcome of possibly increasing this role.
Okay, thanks, Sam. Steve had his hand up. I'm
That's
gonna,
what, I'll just add to that if you don't mind. That's what my assistant and I do. We spend hours with coffee and donuts over at Colorado Mountain College, which opens up their arms to our veteran events. We spend time at the VFW meetings. We go to the food banks and visit. And then we have a number of charitable organizations here who hold coffee and donuts and who have meetings, and we spend time with them as well. So it's that you're absolutely right. The time out in the community face to face and building that trust is most important.
okay.
I had a call this weekend, Saturday morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, a young lady sleeping in her car, and she was having COVID symptoms and wanted to know where there was a drive-in COVID and why isn't the Glenwood Clinic, VA Clinic, open on Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock and da-da-da-da-da. And that's, I have probably 12 veterans right now living in Connex boxes or their cars, and we get calls regularly on that kind of thing. So all hours of day and night.
Right, thanks, you, Pat. Steve, you have a question?
Yeah, a couple of questions. One to Pat. In Eagle County, how many veterans in the Roaring Fork Valley do you serve? Do they come over to Eagle for services, or do you regularly come over to, say, El Jebel to do work with veterans over here?
So we do have a number of veterans in El Jebel and that area, and we have, of course, a county office in El Jebel. So when we get calls, we go to the El Jebel office and meet with them there. I've also gone to homes of people that are homebound in El Jebel. And so we do meet with veterans there. Sometimes it's just easier for them, especially if the pass is closed, the canyon, for them to meet with the Garfield County Veteran Service Officer or the Pitkin Veteran Service Officer. The Garfield Veteran Service Officer and I work very, very closely together, as well as, for instance, I see veterans from Grand County who are easier access to me because they live way up in north, near the border of the northern part of Eagle. And some people that live up on the Trough Road, it's easier for them to go to Grand County. So we help each other a lot. I'll add right now, we are all slammed. I've been working on getting the PACT Act passed through Congress for the last 10 years. We now have the PACT Act passed, thanks to our wonderful senators. And we are just slammed with new applications for benefits. So David in Garfield County helps people from Rio Blanco County and from Eagle and vice versa. So we all help each other. And I have been helping Pitkin now for quite a while. And David and I are very much looking forward to you getting a veteran service officer.
Thank you. Steve, you have more
Okay.
questions?
Yeah, and then a question for Sam. If we created the increased services with the expanded role, with the person filling out their rest of their FTE with working in, doing other duties, do you have the need for that now, or would you be like stretching it, trying to make up work for someone, or do you actually really need another half-time person or quarter-time person or something right now?
I think the best way to say that is we would be able to take on some, expand the quality with which we do some services. So a 0.25 FTE for us could possibly expand the role of quality assurance reviews within the Economic Services Department. It could also possibly focus some time on program integrity, making sure that our programs are all being utilized the way they're supposed to be utilized. And I think with the expanded outreach role that this VSO would really be taking on, I think that has the opportunity to connect more people not only to veteran services, but also to the services that the Economic Assistance Department offers, such as food assistance, Medicaid, child care assistance. I think cross-training that position it would also help our veterans who are not just in need of the veteran services, but maybe family services. And with our restructure, this person's going to be working in a maybe a little less siloed role, so they would have interaction with the adult and family services team as well as senior services. So I think that there's plenty of room to get that person cross-trained in all of these different areas so that they're really providing kind of full scope connection services to the veterans who they're meeting with, and could also incorporate that in with other members of the community who they're contacting while they're doing this outreach.
Well, yeah, and Sam, I appreciate that for not having to make up work for somebody just because we hired him. But that may also, by expanding that role, may also make it difficult to find somebody to fill that role. Somebody who has the veterans and all that interest and doesn't really know anything about the other services and doesn't really care to. So that we need to keep that in mind if we do this position and how we're going to fill it. So. And Steve, I think you have more questions, but thanks, Sam.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay.
I'll just add, if it's okay. Initially, when you hire this person, it's going to be a huge time commitment for training. It's amazing how much training is needed. And it's kind of like a foreign language. It's information you have to use and use and use to get it under your belt. So your new person would be working with the State Veteran Service Officer and with Garfield and with me, just to get on board with the whole thing. And then hours and hours and hours getting out into the community and creating that program, creating that knowledge that Pitkin County has this program available. So the outreach initially would be huge. I'm going to the senior center tomorrow over in Minturn and talking about hydration and how important that is, but then I get to talk about veterans benefits. And so and there'll be some wives, spouses that come because sometimes they collect the information a little bit better. So there'll be a very major time commitment to learn also all of what your county has to offer. I every week send people over to Economic Services for food stamps and adult funding and Medicaid. I have a widow I'm working with right now to get long-term care insurance. So that's a huge learning curve as well.
Great.
It all ties together.
Right, thank you, Pat. Sam, I'm going to try and bring it back to the board here so we can actually get to the nitty-gritty here as far as the funding of this position, how many hours, because I don't want us to get too far off on that track. So I'm going to bring it back to the board to see where people might have suggestions or thoughts as to the creation of a broader spectrum position and funding. Greg.
Steve's hands up.
Well,
Let him
Steve,
go
your
first.
hand's up again? Thanks.
Yeah. So one thought I had in terms of locating veterans, Hugh Roberts, who organizes the 4th of July Veterans Parade, has a whole list of names. I don't know if that list has been tapped into for reaching out to the veterans here. And I don't know how big his list is, but I think that's a good resource that we could use for trying to reach veterans in the county.
Yeah, and I'm not sure.
I think also in Redstone, there's quite a group of veterans in Redstone. They hold their own parade up there, and that would be another place that maybe we don't have those people plugged into our list.
Yeah,
But that would be a good place to look.
I think that's a great
Thinking
idea.
about
Yeah, I think
thinking
that's-
about our way forward.
Go ahead.
The one thing that we haven't tried, I mean, we've tried different things. The one thing we haven't tried is the expanded role of the Veteran Service Officer, having them working full time for the county. We've tried everything else unsuccessfully, and I guess the only thing that maybe worked well was when Eagle and Garfield County were covering our bases for them with us, providing our $9,000 a year to them to help cover our services here. I don't know if we were giving that money to Pat, and I don't think even that was very successful at the time, because I think Pat was working alone and was stretched pretty thin.
And I was doing absolutely no outreach in Pitkin County because I didn't have the bandwidth to do that. So your services were not complete by any means because you weren't reaching out to the veterans that needed the help. And the money was not coming to me. The money wasn't going anywhere.
Okay. So to me, I think that we should try the full-time person for Pitkin County first before. That's the one thing we haven't done, and I would like to try that personally before, see how that works. If it doesn't work, then go on to the, Plan D in another year.
Well, Steve, are you talking 40 hours a week or the 30? Wait, Francie,
Well, yeah,
wait, let me get Francie to mute. Francie, you need to mute.
And which is against fitness.
Sorry.
Thank
Steve,
you.
when you say full-time, how many hours are you talking?
well, I would favor doing the full-time with the expanded role for the veteran service officer to
So you're
work.
talking 40 hours a week?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, if for me, I think we need to bump this up and so we can have an active program. But it's a budget cost to the county, and we've had multiple requests for more employees in this department. So we need to be weighing that out. So, how many FTEs increase are we looking at within this department? And so we might, that's another thought I think we need to take into consideration. But Greg, did you have?
Yeah, I rather than just starting and hiring a new position now with the information we have, I think I would rather stay at the level we've been at for a year and try to determine if we really have a market, if so to speak, if we have that audience. I appreciate what I'm hearing from Pat, but I've also heard from a professional in the Valley who wrote me, doesn't think we need to expand this. I've never felt there was a great need up there. Younger, more transitory veterans seem to come through Pitkin who don't use this service as much. And those seem like really low numbers for encounters and people using the service. We've 60 contacts a year, maybe 5 people showing up for donuts monthly. If there's a huge unserved market, I'd like to determine that market exists, a demand exists before we fund a position, because a full-time position is going to be $100,000+ per year. Looking at the requests for full-time employees in our county, it actually makes me very nervous because we're talking about growing the budget. It seems like 18 to 25%, and we're talking about raising our employees in the midst of a housing crisis. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a way we can take care of the veterans we have who need this service locally without having to bring on another full-time. And that would mean spending more money in the adjoining counties where they may seem to have a greater demand. It might benefit them to have more money coming from us than from us to start a part-time position, which once again won't be able to feed themselves part-time and end up leaving. And so either we go full-time, full benefits and all that, or we find a more economical solution. And the only way forward I can see on this would be to determine the need. And I'm not convinced. I know Eagle County and Garfield are different. They have different populations. I'm not convinced that our community has this. And so I'd like to find out how many veterans would come forward and take advantage of this service before we hire a full-time employee to take this on. That's my feeling. Thanks.
I think one of the problems we have, though, is we can't find anybody to take the position at that part-time level.
Right.
So,
But I think part of that, though, is because they have to be a veteran. I mean, I'm sort of like, let's just hire someone who's not a veteran who can provide better service here. And I recognize that that's not what the statute says, but right now we don't have anybody in this role at all. So, it just to me, like, there's plenty of people who care about the veterans in our community that can act as a case manager that may not be able to fill that qualification. Like, I would rather, I think, kind of see if perhaps there is the right person out there to do this work at the level that we think is appropriate for the demand, and whether hire that person and take the risk rather than not have a program at all, or seek some sort of waiver or adjustment to that criteria.
yeah, that would be a good question, but if we fail to follow the state statute, we're in violation of the state statute.
Yeah, but we already are anyway. We don't have anyone
Well,
filling
no,
the
that's
role.
different than purposely hiring somebody who violates the state statute. It's one thing when you can't fill the position, but when you're filling it against the state statute, it's a whole nother ballgame.
Well, if we've been doing the minimal mandated service, I'm not sure that I see that that's a problem to continue doing that, at least until we understand.
But we're not even doing that right now because we can't hire anybody who will work that minimum amount of hours. If anything, we should go to the next level, the 30, 30 hours for a year, and see if we generate more enrollment, more involvement of local veterans. And if not, then we have to reconsider. I mean, I think that's something we need to try, because we need to get somebody out there for outreach to see if we can bring in more than 60 people.
Well, we don't need a veteran to do the outreach if we want to advertise and put the word out.
But we can't
that we're
take any
looking.
money from the state. The state mandates every county have a veteran service officer.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the person has to be a veteran in order for you to receive funds from the state, number one. In order for that VSO to receive training from the state, number two. Without training, this person won't know what they're doing. And number three, they won't be able to submit any applications to the Veterans Administration. They won't be able to do their job
Unless they've had the
unless
training.
they fit those categories. So I totally agree with whoever that was speaking. I can't see all the faces, but a 30 hours would give someone the benefits of the training, the state money, the support from the other veteran service officers, and they would then have the time to do the outreach that someone was mentioning. How many veterans do we have and how many would may benefit from it? You won't know that unless you do some actual outreach. Veterans speak with veterans. They need to tell their story. The young ones, the old ones, they need to speak with another veteran.
Okay, thanks. We're getting close on our time here because we do have a busy agenda today. I'm going to go to Lindsay. You, I thought, had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for you the increase in FTE, Patty. I heard you say that we were requesting a lot of FTE change. So if this changed to the increased services to a 30-hour per week position, our department would be growing by 0.45 FTEs because we asked for the grant analyst and that was approved. And with this change, it would grow so with both combined, that'd be 0.45 FTE change. If we did the full increased expanded role, it would be a 0.7 increase in FTE to our division.
Okay, thanks for
And I
that
just wanted to
clarification.
clarify that for
Thanks
you.
for the clarification, but
Thank you.
we're looking at the whole picture of pretty much all the FTE requests in the county, and so I didn't mean to pick on you guys. So, sorry, Lindsay. Francie?
Yeah, so I don't see us being able to hire somebody part-time, even at 30 hours. I mean, we have so many full-time positions that we can't fill. So I think if this is something that we have to have, we're mandated to have this, and then we can combine it with other responsibilities to make it a full-time job, I think that's the only way we're going to get anybody into that position. It's just the hiring is not where we wish it were. And especially if we have to find a veteran to do this, I just don't see anybody taking a part-time job and having to commute up to Aspen unless they happen to live in Aspen, which would be unlikely. And so I'm uncertain about the need as well, Greg. Certainly Pat feels a big need in her office, but I do think if we filled it in with places where Human Services needs help in other arenas, that we could justify a full-time, which would only translate to 0.7. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks, Francie. I still have concerns over about finding somebody who's willing to expand the role out of veterans to all the other human health services benefits and stuff, but that's a good thought. Kelly?
Yeah. I think I'm still not prepared to endorse any of these options in front of us. I'm just wondering if, if there's a way to contract with the necessary services that implicate the VA or the state, department on one hand, and then you have another person who can do outreach and community organizing on the other hand. I need to kind of consider this, I think, in the larger role of all the positions of the county as we're thinking about the budget and see if there's some crossover there. Yeah. That's where I'm at.
Well,
And so what happens if we simply don't fill it? What are the consequences of not doing what is mandated by the state?
I don't believe in the statute there's any consequences except that you won't receive any funds and your veterans will all end up having
9,000
to
a year.
go to Garfield and Eagle County and you'll probably get some kickback from the other commissioners.
Yeah, I'll
I am
bet.
totally overwhelmed, and David Pruitt is overwhelmed right now. So is Montrose and Delta and Lake. We're all overwhelmed.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. We're getting really close
Thank
here
you.
on time, and I know there's a lot more I'm hearing that needs to be discussed. I would be comfortable with that 30 hours for a year and see how we can expand the program and how many more veterans we can contact and bring in for services. I'm not comfortable. I think the outreach is key, and I don't think that we've really had that, even at the 21 hours or whatever it's been a week. And I think that's been the loss for us. Kelly wants to bring it back for a broader discussion when we're looking at the full budget. And I don't know what other information anybody needs at this point. So we know that the state's not gonna come after us. It's $9,000 a year. I don't think we're gonna cry over not getting that. Versus having to fund it 41,000 or what is the other one, 53,000? Almost 54,000. Big difference. So I'm seeing a standstill, I think a standoff, I should say, here at the OK Corral. So
I don't think it's
More
quite that.
information needed.
what information would you like staff to bring back?
I would like to, we can do outreach to the community without it having to be a veteran who does it. We can reach out and advertise and put the word out among the veterans community we have to see what we think is absolutely needed, and I'd like to hear from them. Our situation is different from Eagle and Garfield and Delta and others. I also think that there may be other ways to do this. You mentioned there are other agencies who do veterans work, and I don't know enough about if they're in our community at all and doing anything. And if they're not, there may be a reason for that. So I think we need to learn more before we hire somebody to look for, and this has come up before, where it just didn't make sense because it didn't seem like there were enough people to serve. If I'm wrong, I'd be happy to come back and reconsider it and look for someone who can fill this position. And if the position needs to grow, I understand that. But I don't think we have the demand in our county at this time to justify it. So let's do the outreach with advertisements.
Who do you think should be in charge of that? Because I think that this department is pretty overworked and barely staffed.
So we can't run advertisements in the paper.
But
from our
somebody,
community
then
comms
who does it
department?
go back to? There has to be a person, contact person.
I think that.
I'm just asking if you have any suggestions.
Well, I'm just trying to think, if citizens need something, often they'll come and they'll be active and they'll say, we want this. I haven't seen that from a single veteran yet. And I know several, I'm going to reach out to them, but I'd like to understand that before we decide to commit a new position.
Steve? And then we're going to have to wrap, guys, because we've got, the next issue is going to be probably longer than the time we've allotted, so.
Since we're kind of at a standstill with varying opinions on this, I have a suggestion that maybe we could have discussions with Garfield County and Eagle County. Maybe they would provide the veteran, the official, listen, hear me out, Pat, before you shake your head, that they would provide the official veteran who is the veteran service officer for Pickens County. Pickens County would have a person who would work with them, and I don't know if Lindsay and Sam, if there's anyone there who has some free time who could work with Pat or with the Garfield County to provide some of the local outreach to veterans, something along that line, and maybe we should negotiate on that or have discussions with the other counties before we make a decision about something else. If they don't have the bandwidth to do it, they just need to say so, and then we need to look within our own resources and solve it. But maybe we should have those discussions first.
I think Pat, and then I've really got to wrap this, guys, because we're really cutting into our time for our next item.
So Sam has, thank you for your creative thinking, Steve, and Sam has already approached both Garfield County and Eagle County, and neither one of us have permission from our managers, nor the bandwidth to do that. We really, really care, and I try not to get too emotional here, we really, really care about your veterans, and you have some very desperate veterans over there, and you have some veterans who just are not aware of what their benefits could be. And I just plead with you to please look at a 30-hour job that would do a great job doing outreach to gather in your veterans and get the information that you're wanting. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pat. All right, Sam, any suggestions where we go from here?
Well, I think I am leaving it to the board, but I would indicate we are in the process of hiring because that position is open. We have 4 applicants. We've been interviewing. So we're going to continue with that unless we receive direction otherwise, because we do need to fill the position that's in our budget. So if y'all have information you'd like us to gather, we did do a survey. I can share those results. They're in the presentation. We didn't get to them. We did do a community survey like was asked. We didn't have huge engagement, but we did get some response. I can share that with y'all, and we could come back to this if you like. We can find more information. But I think for now, as our department has to move forward with the hiring process with the current FTE at a minimum. So I would leave it up to you. If you'd like us to gather more information and come back, we can certainly do that. Yeah.
Okay, Sam, why don't you send the survey stuff on to the board so that we can, because I think that's what I think that's kind of what we're all looking for. I would recommend, and see if the board will agree to the direction of having you move forward with hiring the position. If you got 4 people that you're interviewing, one of them may be possible for the 21 hours. And then, we'll bring it back to the board, but it'll probably be after budget, unless we have a great day when we don't have a lot of things scheduled for further discussion. Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping to sort of consider this when we review all the new FTE requests.
We can do that
time.
unless Sam has some specific information that, 'cause I don't know. So Sam, can you send that info on, and then I'll talk to Connie about bringing it in with FTE discussion.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'll share the presentation with you all. It's got most of the info, and I can create a report from the survey to include the feedback, the free-form feedback. I didn't want to include that in the public presentation, so no. Hopefully that'll be helpful.
That would be great. And Pat, thank you so much for joining us. You're a wealth of information, and we truly appreciate all the work and the passion you have for what you do.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for taking the time. This is a very, very important part of your community. Okay. And it doesn't involve just the veterans, but their families, their children, their wives, and their widows. Thank you.
Great, thanks. All right, Sam, and thank you guys. And we're going to move on to, unless the board has anything else they want to add, we're going to move on to airport.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks guys.
Everyone.
Thank you.
All right. We have Dan Bartholomew on the line with us about the annual airport rates and charges review.
Yes, good morning. Dan Bartholomew, the airport director at the Aspen-Pittston County Airport. Here to talk about the annual rates and charges update. I am also joined by Brian Elliott and Jason Apt. They're from Recondo Associates. They're our financial consultants, and I'll take you through the presentation, but they can definitely offer information of what happens sort of under the hood with our finances.
So Dan, before you start, I have a quick question.
Sure. Yeah.
I see that you're not meeting with the airlines until the 8th, but we're bringing this item back for the first reading and possible approval to move to second read tomorrow. How are the airlines going to view that if we're already moving forward and they haven't even seen it yet?
Typically, it's not an issue with the airline because we're a compensatory airport, so it's a break-even issue.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
And
Hi, this is Brian Elliott from Recondo. I just footnote that by saying that these rates have already been shared with the airline representatives last month, so they have them in their possession.
Great, thank you.
Okay, well, can everybody see my screen, or is that being shared okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So just some background and some of the assumptions that go into rates and charges. So our rates and charges at the airport are on a compensatory rate basis, which really means that it's at a break even. So the airlines and other aeronautical operators, the general aviation, pay for the actual cost of operating in the airfield, and the airlines then, in addition, pay for the actual cost of operating in the terminal. Anything else that the airport makes from, let's say, parking fees, rental cars, things like that, and any sort of any other revenue generating opportunities that the airport makes, then can stay with the airport as opposed to having being shared back to other airport operators such as the airlines. From an activity standpoint, and this goes into how the numbers came about, we have definitely reached our 2019 levels now, back in 2022. There are some small cases where we've actually slightly exceeded those, but that's more of a monthly bump that we see occasionally. General aviation activity is so far exceeding the fiscal year 2019 levels. So that has continued to grow, although not at the rate it was growing during the pandemic. We also are looking at the operation expenses. Those are based on a projected or forecasted 2023 level. So we have some things that we're doing in 2023 that are estimates that we have to factor into this. So we are working with those in our budget numbers as well, and those are the things that Brian and Jason can explain a little bit better. COVID relief funding. Previously, we applied some of the airport's COVID relief funding back to help the airlines a bit. However, we're not doing that any longer. They're making record profits right now. We don't see the need to do that, so we're using it to cover other airport costs, such as some of our security costs and parking costs and things such as that. So we're keeping it more internal at this point. And then all costs and administrative costs is probably a good example. Those are more indirect costs for the airport to operate. So those are divided into cost centers, if you will, and they're applied. So there's an airfield cost center or an airport operations cost center. There's an aircraft rescue and firefighting cost center. There's administrative or terminal cost center. There's other cost centers. So these costs to operate are divided into those cost centers, and they're separated out and charged appropriately, whether it's an airfield cost or administration cost or something else, or a landside cost. Those wouldn't be brought forward into the rates and charges necessarily. So this just gives you sort of an overview of the terminal cost. For the most part, we are being very conscious about not putting additional capital cost into that terminal building. Okay, in the 2023 budget, we have put money in for a new terminal design, hoping to get some momentum on that and bring it into not only design, but eventual construction. It's an aged facility, so it does cost us more to operate, but we are not making capital improvement because it's not something we want to put money into and then knock down in the next several years, hopefully. So you can see that those costs are pretty minimal as far as how they've changed from a cost standpoint, especially the small capital project costs. We're just not putting money into the facility. And then just to maintain it, is costing us more because it's an aged facility. So you'll see some of these rental rates that have gone up slightly. Okay. From a average year-over-year costs this year, because we haven't put many capital costs into it, you'll see in the latest budget forecast they've actually come down a tad. The airfield cost center, which is really more the expensive cost center, if you will, for aeronautical users such as general aviation and the airlines. Things are costing more from a capital perspective. We do have aging pavement out there, which is probably the number one cost of operating an airfield. But not only is the pavement aging, requiring more and more repairs for maintenance, but then the cost of doing that maintenance and repairs, just due to inflation, is gone up precipitously. whether it be labor or it be cost of materials. So that has gone up a bit. So that causes our airfield costs to go up a bit. We are also doing something a little different this year. Based on the number of incidents we've had over the last couple of years, they've been attributed solely to general aviation aircraft. In the past, our aircraft rescue and firefighting was charged slightly differently. It was 80% to the airlines, 20% to general aviation. And the logic behind that is at what's called a Part 139 commercial service airport, those types of airports are required to have aircraft rescue and firefighting services. General aviation operations do not require that. However, because they serve both in the past, we've applied an 80-20 split to that. Because of the incidents that we're starting to see and the proliferation of those incidents, we're making a change in that. So this coming year, we're going to charge 60% to the airlines and 40% back to general aviation. It only seems fair to be more equitable that way, since that is where some majority, not the majority, but a significant additional portion of our firefighting services or incident recovery services are going towards the general aviation aircraft. Other than that, everything else pretty much is the same. You can see here that we've not applying COVID funds anymore to the airfield as we were doing to help out with some of the cost of the airfield to some of our airfield users. But that's the primary changes to this next year.
I think we might, let me see if we have any questions so far.
Sure.
Kelly
sure.
and then Greg.
Okay. Greg and I might have the same
I think
question.
we're all
we have
three
the
have the
same
same
question.
question.
So your conversation related to the ARF split prompts a bigger question for me, which
Sure.
is why don't we allocate the cost sharing for all items, which implicate both general aviation and the airlines based on the percentage of operations. So we would be looking at 80% to GA and 20% to the airlines. And I
Sure,
recognize
that
that there's
gets-
terminal fees and all that are not relative for general aviation, but for fees that are for both, why wouldn't we split them based on their proportion of use?
No, that's a good question, but that gets a little difficult regulatory wise because again, the commercial service aspect of our airport, the airlines require by federal regulation to have those aircraft rescue and firefighting services, where if we were solely a general aviation airport, we would not be required to have those on site. So
But we would
part of
provide
is-
it.
We could provide it. We wouldn't have to provide it. So
since
that's kind of where the split comes
So
in.
since we do have that service available, it would be, I mean, does it have to respond to general aviation or can it just respond to commercial?
You know, I guess technically it could just respond to commercial, but that would probably be,
I know that's not acceptable, but the fact
Yeah,
is
okay.
that we're responding more to GA incidents
Yes.
than commercial, than the airlines. So it only makes sense that the GA side of it carries the greater cost. Because
And-
that's where
True.
responses were
And
documented.
the feds don't mandate it, but we can. Is that correct?
the Fed, yes, that's correct. Yes, we could have at our own cost, the aircraft rescue and firefighting and charge it back to general aviation in that case. Another thing we're doing more proactively now, or I guess proactively, retroactively, is we are definitely going after all the costs to respond to a general aviation incident back to the respective insurance carriers. Something we weren't doing in the past quite as much.
And it's my
So there's
understanding
a-
that that's not as easy as we thought it was gonna be. That we're getting
It's
some
not.
kickback from the insurance companies.
It's not, but we seem to be making progress on that. And it may be a case where we're gonna have to press a little harder, but, we are costing those out and keeping track of all the costs that go into those instances.
If they're anything like health insurance companies, they'll be paying us back in pennies on the dollar.
True. And the difference in that is what we charge to operate then on the airfield and back to the aircraft rescue and firefighting.
Yeah, but the bonus to the insurance companies is that in the long run, because we do have response to the incidents, we're probably saving them a lot of money because the planes aren't just sitting out there and burning to the ground. You know, I mean, there's,
True.
there's
I mean,
a,
there
yeah,
is
there's
an
a
aspect to
definite
that, sure.
benefit to GA on this side. Greg, did you
It
have?
is.
Yeah, I would, if I could, I wanted to bring up that same question. It seems like, for the number of passengers coming in, the number of planes landing, there may be a more equitable allocation of the ARF and other services as well. The other question I had was, at some point, we're going to need to start having the conversation about embedded carbon, and I don't know if if it's something that's on the airport. Can we start calculating embedded carbon costs and charging for that? And it's just a new idea for me, so I haven't explored it. But I'm also looking at our fuel flowage fee per gallon. That's not changing. Just wanted to have you discuss that a little bit with us. Thanks.
Sure. Now, the carbon charge, that gets a little difficult from a regulatory standpoint. As far as I know, and Brian and Jason can correct me or add to this as they wish, airports have not been able to do that as of yet, regulatory-wise.
That's correct.
Okay. For a couple of reasons. Well, for the primary reason is if we did that, any charges would have to be for carbon reduction on the airport only. We couldn't push that revenue off to capture credits elsewhere.
That seems
so
pretty
that always
doable.
makes it a little difficult.
Yeah, I want us to continue having that conversation, but I do want to just go back to my initial question, which is, I think, more of a policy-related question. Based on the condition of actual service provision, I would like us to allocate that equitably based on use. Again, terminal fees aren't really going to implicate GA. I get that. But these other fees where they are universally applicable for all users on the airport, we've taken a policy. We're not going to charge our sort of locally based FBO users some of these fees. I also think we could take a policy of we're going to allocate 80% of it to GA because they're the ones generating the use. So is there a reason we can't do that?
And Brian I see Brian with a hand up there. He may have a better answer than I do.
I don't think we see him on our screen.
I see him on the
thanks.
screen. Sorry, Brian. No, I don't.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm in a terminal building, making a flight connection. On this screen, so I just wanted to jump back to the allocation. So when you look at this screen, and at the top you see the airfield requirement, and there are about 4 items that feed that based on budgeted expenses, and that's what this is built off of. Both the anticipated budgeted expenses the county anticipates for the airport for FY23, both operating and maintenance and capital. Then below that you see some credits, and you get to a bolded line that says net airfield requirement. So the net airfield requirement after those credits is around $7.4 million. So if you scroll a little bit further down and you see the total air carrier requirement, it does not add up to that 7.4 million. It's 3.76 million. That means that the other 3.6 or so million dollars is being allocated to the general aviation. And what happens is that in calculating the rates, this requirement for the air carrier amount you can see below gets divided by the anticipated or projected landed weight that those aircraft are anticipated to land. The weight of those aircraft are anticipated to land during FY23. The same is done for the general aviation community that gets charged a landing fee. So you'll see when you get over to the rate sheet, recommended rate sheet, that the general aviation has a different landing fee than what your signatory landing fees to you are. They're a little bit higher, but again, it's all based on landed weight and the anticipated landed weight that those aircraft are expected to provide to the airport during FY23. So it does get allocated, the overall expense between GA and the air carriers, and it gets allocated based on their anticipated landed weight for the next year.
Yeah, I see it going down for GA on landing fees per 1,000 pounds. And I don't see it ever being higher than, for GA, than airline signatory, except for the seasonal.
Again, that's a function of the calculation.
Okay.
Again, it's splitting out the air carrier requirement and splitting it out based on their use and the allocation methodology here, and then the remaining amount goes to general aviation.
So can I understand the philosophy behind that calculation? Because if I hear it correctly, I'm drawing the assumption that the allocation is based on weight as a weighted factor. So the heavier commercial planes are having a bigger impact, so they're paying a larger proportion than the, say, 20% that I'm requesting. Am I interpreting that accurately?
Yes, under the FAA rates and charges policy, as well as your grant assurances, you cannot charge an entity using your airport any greater than the cost, the allocated cost, or their cost of that they impose on the airport. So a generally accepted means of doing that is through the calculation of landed weight. And in your case, you're asking Pitkin County's case, because you have a high preponderance of general aviation aircraft, you are already a great deal of your costs, as you said, almost half of that is being allocated to GA based on their use.
Well, it's not a cumulative weight factor. In other words, you've got, how many more GA landing, and how many pounds is that cumulative versus the commercial that's only 20%.
So then let me ask another clarifying question. In the line item here where we're looking at the O&M expenses airfield and the O&M expenses ARF, so are those proportions differently? So we've been asked, I'm assuming the calculation for ARF is now based on the 60% allocation
Yes.
rather than the 80% what is the percent for the airfield line item?
I believe Jason Apt may be on. He may have the model open, but back in 2018, we worked with the county and the airport to establish some baseline allocations of your various line item costs that went into the airfield. But Jason, I don't know if you have that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Hi, everyone. It looks like it's 55% general aviation, 45% air carrier.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so that 55% is the cumulative landing weight proportion that's calculated and anticipated for GA.
Well, that's the expenses.
Mm-hmm.
So the allocation of airfield expenses. You're looking for the percentage of landed weight.
Well, because that's how you're
GA
getting down to the per unit calculation, right?
Well, yeah, landed weight is the divisor, but yeah,
Mm-hmm.
So the airfield expenses are being allocated 55% to GA, and if you want to know what the percentage of general aviation landed weight of, well, I can look that up for you.
Yeah, that would be good, but those are two separate things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. This is a good conversation. Thank you. I think it's important to drill down on this.
Okay. So explain why the 55% is what the allocation of expenses are for GA and the airfield.
Okay, I'm looking at the landed weight here, and it is coming out to 55% of the landed weight for GA. So that's probably what's driving that O&M allocation for general aviation.
Okay, that's what I would expect.
So why doesn't ARF reflect that?
Well, why doesn't, to me, ARF reflect the 80%? Because if that's...
ARF does.
Yeah.
Jason, I think ARF does reflect the 80% general aviation, 20%, I'm sorry, 60% general aviation, 40% to air carriers.
Not what we have here. Actually, it's the other way around. 60 to cost to airlines, 40 to GA is what we
I'm
have.
sorry. Yeah.
So that's where we think it should be 60 to GA, 40 to airlines, correct?
Yeah, we think the weight should be heavier on GA for the percentage.
Or 80, as
I
Kelly
think
says.
80, 20, just based on the number of operations.
Well,
Can you guys look into that and because I know we have a hearing tomorrow. I don't know if you have the answers to that, how we can do that and what that would look like.
I think you go back to the question of ARF to begin with. And aircraft rescue firefighting is like Dan indicated, primarily, no, not primarily, it is required for an airport to have air carrier operations. So it is typical for an airline or the airlines to bear the burden of those costs. Yes, there is some cost share where there's a high preponderance of general aviation, but statutorily and from a regulatory standpoint, the only reason that ARF is there for that regulatory piece is because you have scheduled air carrier service.
I think we understand that. What we don't understand is the percentage of responses are going to GA.
And does that preclude us from changing those percentages ourselves? We're not required to, but can we?
Rich has it.
Yeah, I'm just going
Francie, Francie, I saw your hand up, but Rich has a comment.
Yeah, just real quickly, Brian and Dan. I mean, this is really a policy conversation, correct? I mean, this isn't something that we would get ourselves in violation with the FAA on if the board is requesting us to adjust those percentages differently based on actual usage, because I think this is what this is all built around, is it have to be a break-even actual cost. So is there any issue from a regulatory FAA standpoint in making a policy shift like this?
The county could, if a general aviation customer finds the landing fee unreasonable, unfair, unjustly discriminatory, they could file a Part 13 or a Part 16 complaint against the county. Now, whether they would prevail, don't know. But the other factor in this too is that the airlines fly aircraft with seating capacities of 55 to 70 seats in and out of your airports. And if you look at usage, then you begin to break that down even further and say, how many lives are on these aircraft at one particular point in time? And so the general aviation community may say, wait, you're unfairly charging us because you're looking at, maybe you're looking at the wrong metric. Isn't the metric the number of seats on these aircraft and how many people are on them at one particular point in time? And that's why you have
They don't tell us that.
the number of ARF pieces of equipment that you have, and that's the reason that you have staff there, and that's why you have a mutual aid agreement. It's because of the capacity of the aircraft and the seats. And
Well, the
lives
problem,
on those aircraft.
yeah, the problem with that is we don't know how many people are flying GA because they don't tell us.
Right.
And we would love to have that number.
And-
So if they wanted us
But
to file a complaint against us, then we will ask for that information. But right now, I think we can justify it just based on the usage of how many GA planes flying in and out of here versus how many commercial. And if they say, well, because of the numbers of people in seats, well, then give us your numbers of people in seats.
Also, I think GA has had, what, 95% of the crashes, or if not more. The service is definitely benefiting them.
Right, and I think that's, Brian and Dan, I think that's where the board's headed, is just seeing if we can pull up that usage, because it's not so much the amount of people, it's the times that ARF's been activated. And I do know that they'll respond to different calls on the airlines if they have a smell. I mean, I think we can break those down. And there may be just a different percentage that I believe would be justified and could be
Yeah. Especially if we're
certainly.
changing it to 60/40, we had to have justification for that.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. So I think that's all they're asking is just a step back. If we can just take a quick look at that usage, Dan, over the years?
Sure, I think we can do that. One other area where it gets a little tricky is the fact that we get federal grants because of this requirement for commercial service for our equipment. So the ARF trucks, that building over there when we originally built it, those kind of things, that is only because of the commercial service airline requirement. So, I mean, that's another vector that goes into that calculation that we have to be cognizant of legally.
Sure.
Well, I think we're fulfilling that because we're still responding. We're still there to respond to commercial. It's just responding more to GA.
It seems to me that the policy is designed for an airfield that has an awful lot higher percentage of commercial service than general aviation. We're not your typical airport, and that's my guess. So maybe there is an adjustment is necessary and justifiable.
And I think that we do need to look at the repercussions and what we might be up against. We don't want to lose federal funding for our response equipment because it's not cheap. And so I think if you can bring that back to us, what are the pros and the cons of increasing that percentage?
Sure.
I mean, if anything, we really do want to know how many people are flying in on those private planes.
Sure.
And dogs don't count. All right, so we have some more time here. So I'm pretty comfortable with the rest of the increases or decreases. Greg, you had one more about the fuel.
Just wanted to drill down on that so I understand it better.
Like, why
Just
does
the
it
fuel
only
flow.
cost 12 cents a gallon to cover the full expenses?
Right. Is it costing any more? As we're looking at various, it seems that it gets more expensive to do everything. And I'm just wondering where we stand on the fuel flowage, and is that a reasonable number?
No, that's an excellent question. And actually, that was something I was going to ask. That's something we can reevaluate. Knowing that we'll have to apply that both to the airlines who are going to pass it on to their customers and general aviation as well. But that's definitely something we can look at. I even did some checking around to see what some of the fuel flowage fees were at other airports around the country. And it really ranges anywhere from roughly 18 cents per gallon to about 8 cents a gallon. So it's all over the map. But yeah, we can definitely look into adjusting that if you'd like, since it hasn't been adjusted in years.
Yeah, I think that it's a really good point. That was one of my points to the question.
And
Again, clarification, just to make sure, we're in the middle of our RFP for our FBO. By adjusting those fuel flowage fees now, does that create any issues with that RFP? Just a process question.
I don't believe so. I think from the RFP standpoint, that's just stating this is what it currently is. But I think we also have a clause in there that says all this is subject to change.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to verify there.
And we just didn't tell them how much it's subject to change.
I'm a little confused because does this fee not have to directly correlate to the expenses related to it?
Yeah, how much does it really cost to flow the fuel?
Right.
That's good. That's going to be Brian or Jason question.
Yes, the establishment of fuel flowage fees are typically aligned with recovering an airport's cost of monitoring fuel farm, its cost to provide a portion of its operations staff that has to do inspections on the trucks and also on the fueling area. Some airports build their own fuel farm and they recover the cost of that construction or replacement of those fuel farms through fuel flowage fees. So, and Dan is correct. You increase because the airfield is based on actual budgeted direct and indirect expenses. Increasing this rate will increase overall airfield revenues, which means there would need to be a corresponding change in the landing fee, because those are, as you can see here, those are the two fees, the landing fees and fuel flowage fees that are attributable to the airfield.
Well,
So it does.
It's our understanding, or it's my understanding, that we have more and more GA who doesn't fuel here, who goes off they go to Leadville and land over there because the fuel is so much cheaper, or they go to Rifle. because of our costs associated with fuel here at our airport. So whether or not that's going to change if we increase this amount from 12 cents a gallon to 15 cents a gallon, I don't know. So that's another thing I think we'd like to have looked at and brought back.
While we're looking at I understand that with new things coming along down the line like unleaded piston fuel, whatever, just your unleaded avgas and sustainable aviation fuels, that might require separate tanks going forward down the road. And I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know how that will affect this calculation because physical things haven't happened yet, but the cost of distributing fuel and could become more complicated as these new fuels come online.
Well, the sustainable aviation fuel and jet fuel are mixed. That's okay. But there are two different types of avgas out there now. There's what's called a no lead avgas and typical 100 low lead avgas. Whether the no lead avgas would work up at our density altitude up here at Aspen is still kind of being evaluated. But yes, those two would require separate tanks. Since that isn't currently an FBO function, that may or not impact the fuel flowage fee for us because the cost is more administrative rather than actual infrastructure.
Thanks for that.
Kelly?
Sure.
And then finally, so when we see these reductions in fees, does that translate to the reduction in the fee line item for passenger tickets?
That's actual capital cost. That depends. The airlines may just take that as profit, or they could pass along to their customers. That's a completely capital market thing that we have no control
But the
over.
actual line item should reflect our fee set.
Yes, but not necessarily what the passenger pays for a ticket.
Right.
So did you really say that the airlines might reduce the fees to their customers?
Yeah, I say might, but I'm using air quotes.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. All right, Francie or Steve, do you have any questions?
I'm good, thank you. You guys have asked great questions, and I had to leave for just a minute because my HVAC guy is still working on my heater, but I'm good.
All right, Steve?
Yeah, I'm good also. I've looked at this a bunch of different years and I'm familiar with these calculations, so I understand it all.
So I know that we're not giving a lot of time since we're going to be seeing this in about 24 hours when it comes back to us. But we do have a second reading scheduled the following regular meeting. So, and I know you're meeting with the airlines in between the two meetings. So is there any other questions you have for the board?
Nothing that I have. We will try to turn those questions around. The couple you had about the adjusting the ARF costs and also fuel flowage fee and how that impacts landing fees. We'll try to turn that back around to you, and hopefully we can discuss it tomorrow.
And for me, the concern about, and it's not that I disagree that GA shouldn't be paying a little more of the percentage for the, I don't think 60-40 is, I think it should be the 80-20, not 80 going to the commercial. But I want to make sure it's not going to, come back and bite us with federal grants, et cetera, and provision of the great ARF services that we're able to do now.
Sure. No, there is that possibility, so we want to evaluate that as well. Plus, we're basing this 60-40 split off what has happened in the past several years. Doesn't mean, from an incident standpoint, doesn't mean that's going to continue to hold true in 2023 and onward. So we're kind of doing this as small moves a little bit. We're making the adjustment, and we'll see how things are, and then we're going to make the adjustment again. But we can look at allocating a greater percentage
and
over
Dan,
to our.
I don't think we would be upset if we had less GA incidents in 2023. So I don't think it would be a problem for us to reevaluate, and we do it on an annual basis anyway. But we would actually like to see GA have less incidents at our airport, and we're going to be working on that too.
If I could,
go ahead.
This might actually, there may be some way to estimate if there's a reduction in GA traffic due to something like this. That might be something we've kind of been looking for so that the commercial airlines can actually land. Just wondering if there may be benefits or consequences to doing this that we could anticipate and estimate in advance. Thanks.
Well, we're doing some
Sure.
wishful thinking here, aren't we?
Oddly enough, the costs to operate at this airport tend to be incredibly elastic from the standpoint of it. Raising a fee just does not seem to impact the general aviation side very much at all.
Right.
I wonder why
Sure.
that is.
If they can, if they have to ask what it costs, they can't afford it, right?
Yes.
All right. So I think we can wrap, and we will see you all tomorrow, I believe.
Yes. Yes, you
Okay.
will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having all that information at your fingertips. This is
Yeah, we
pretty
appreciate it. Good
dense.
work.
Thank you.
Our pleasure.
And I don't think our
Thank you.
questions surprised any of you, so. All right, we are gonna go to our next
Thanks,
item.
Pam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Which is a River Board Fall Grant Request Discussion. So do we have Lisa Tasker calling in, or we just have Lisa
I
McDonald?
think it's just me today. Yep, I'm able to attend, so.
Were you down in the river yesterday? I feel like I drove by. I was like, I wonder if that's Lisa.
Oh, no, it
At
wasn't
the
me
construction.
yesterday. So anyway, well, good morning, everybody. I'm Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program, and joining me today are Leah and Amanda with EcoFlight. EcoFlight presented a grant request to the Healthy Rivers Board in September, and anything over $5,000 needs to be authorized by the BOCC, so that's why we are here today. The request was for $35,000 for continued work. Let's see, how do we want to say it? It's the strategic oversight programs that will engage stakeholders and decision makers in an effort to protect the Crystal River as wild and scenic. So Leah and Amanda are going to do a quick presentation with, I think, some cool photos and everything for you guys, and we'll go from there.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Awesome,
If you
thank
just give your names for the public record, then the floor is yours.
My name's Leah Lindsay. I'm the Conservation Programs Manager at EcoFlight.
And I'm Amanda Grimstead, the Communications Technician at EcoFlight.
So we do have a few photos. Oh,
It is? Or is it? Okay, thanks.
we do have a few photos here. Let's see if I can get these to. Okay. Let's see here. In no particular order. What do I need to switch on the screen? Great.
And I'll just share, I'll share the entire screen. There you are.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. Can folks see that? Did I mess up anyone's
No, it's very
Zoom
cool.
call? Perfect. Awesome. Off to a good start. Awesome. Well, thank you all for the opportunity to be here. Really appreciate this grant program that you all offer and the opportunity to present this and talk to you in person. It's really exciting for us as a small organization here in the Valley, and we're really looking forward to continuing this work. So I think many of you probably do know EcoFlight in some capacity or another. I'll just give a quick overview of kind of who we are and a bit of the work we've done in this past grant period on the Crystal River, and then talk about what we're proposing for this upcoming year. So EcoFlight is a small nonprofit based here in Aspen. Our mission is to educate and advocate for the conservation of remaining wildlands and wildlife habitat, and we fly all across the West. We take a bit more of a leadership role in some of the local projects here in the Valley, like the Crystal River. In the past, we've also flown a lot on the Thompson Divide and past Crystal River threats as well. So something that our organization has been doing for a long time, and a lot of you, of course, know our executive director, Jane Pargeter, and our founder, Bruce Gordon, who's also still our chief pilot. And they, of course, wish they could be here today. They're unfortunately out of the country at the moment. on some family travels. But they're very involved in this and very excited about this project moving forward. So EcoFlight just celebrated its 20th anniversary flying for conservation aviation. We operate 2 small airplanes. We're probably one of your smaller, in many ways, general aviation tenants.
And you're locally based.
Get those discounts.
And our mission, our goal really is to provide a platform for conversations to happen and to share the aerial perspective with stakeholders on all sides of conservation issues to help them better understand the landscape and the issues involved and all the people and perspectives involved. So it's as much about getting people in the airplane to talk to each other, build relationships, and really it's a great place to learn and clarify misconceptions and really have those conversations while looking at the landscape and while simultaneously letting the landscape speak for itself through the aerial perspective. So that is what we do. We personally, I've actually grown up here in the Roaring Fork Valley as well. I've lived in Carbondale for much of that time, and the Crystal River is near and dear to me, although I'm one of the newer members here on the EcoFlight team, so I'm really excited to be working on this issue. Amanda, do you want to introduce yourself or your role here a little bit before I get into the grant stuff?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you all. We're really glad to be here and presenting, and good to meet a few new faces. Yeah, I've been a part of the EcoFlight team for about 1.5 years now, and we've been working on the Crystal quite a bit, and it's been a really great opportunity to just see how connected EcoFlight is to the community and to the valley here, and this has been a great project to work on as well. Just being here for a bit, I mean, clearly this is an incredibly gorgeous area, and really is something that needs to be preserved for the aesthetic value of it, and for the wild value of it, and for the water security that this valley needs. So it's been really great to work on this project and to get to engage press and students and just different people in the valley. And my role in that is similar to Leah's in organizing the flights and making sure we have the most strategic passengers there, and then extends to ensuring that EcoFlight's media that we capture, aerial footage and aerial photography, is distributed to the press, is distributed to our coalition partners, and is distributed to the general public.
So over the past 20 years, EcoFlight has been conducting countless overflights of the Crystal River with all sorts of stakeholders, including residents, students, local representatives, policymakers, business owners, other nonprofit partners, just about anyone you could imagine who would have a stake in our local rivers, which is, of course, a great variety of people. We've flown the previous dam proposals, like the Placida Dam proposal. I was just digging back through some photos and found our photos of that from, 2013. Am I quoting that date right?
It's about right.
Yeah, 13, 14.
So something we've been involved in for a long time. I did want to just share in particular a few highlights of flights we've done in the past year focused on this iteration of the wild and scenic process. In the past grant period, we conducted 18 overflights, not counting the flights just getting to the plane to, like if we're going to fly Gunnison County, we'll probably fly the plane to Gunnison to make it more accessible for them, fit into their busy schedule. So not counting those ferry flights. And a total of 85 passengers. So for the most part, filling the plane, which is always our goal, and getting a pretty diverse group up. We did have several positive earned media pieces. I brought a few here. I'm sure you've all seen these headlines. There's an Aspen journalism piece here in the Post-Independent. I don't know if we want to pass these around.
I think we followed this and you quite closely.
You've probably read these in detail, so they're here if you would like to look at them. I also do have a list of the passengers we've flown in the last year if anyone is interested to see that.
I think we're on that list. I think all of us.
Great.
So far.
I wasn't sure. No?
No, Greg, you haven't flown it? Oh, it's very cool.
Yeah, there are a few names on this list who are seated in this room, so that's awesome. We conducted flights with Senator Hickenlooper's office, Gunnison County, obviously Pickens County commissioners, thank you all, and Carbondale trustees, Marble trustees, several different 10 different media organizations in the valley, and countless other nonprofit partners who are also working on this issue, including Wilderness Workshop, American Whitewater, Colorado River Water Conservation District, Crystal Valley Caucus, local schools and youth programs, and of course the Crystal River Wild and Scenic Coalition. So we would like to continue doing this work going forward in the next year. We have a couple other, well, I guess Amanda can talk a little bit about some of the other events we've done and some of the other things we'd like to continue with.
Yeah, thanks, Leah. And thank you all. It was really thanks to you and your decision to provide this grant to us that we were able to fly those 85 passengers and get, all these various media and students and press up in the air to see the landscape and to hear from the expert sitting next to them or the local fishing guide or somebody about the true value of the crystal and why they think it does need to be protected. So in addition to flying all those people, EcoFlight during this grant period has been key in organizing and being present at multiple events to educate the public, to educate Pitkin County community members about what a wild and scenic designation on the crystal means for them, means for their neighbor, and means for their friends. EcoFlight organized an event at the Redstone General Store alongside with Wilderness Workshop back in August, and this was a super fun event. We kind of heard that the people at Redstone and Marble like to go hang out at the Redstone General Store on Friday nights, and so we decided that this would be a good time to go engage those communities that are right alongside the Crystal River, and this protection is so critical to them. There was about 40 plus people that were at that event coming and going, and we had it as a little ice cream social. We put out some social media, and I think did some other things to get people involved, sent out some emails so that people would know that we were having this, offered up free ice cream, and tried to get people who were at the Redstone General Store and others to come stop by. And we had our EcoFlight photos like this one and others printed there that kind of helped people to engage and to be interested in why we were there, along with other wild and scenic information and different media and sunglasses and various things that people could get engaged with and want to learn more about this designation. That was a really positive event. We also did some interviews there for EcoFlight's film that you know about, and that was just designed to allow local voices who care about the crystal and who want to see it protected to be elevated. And then we are working on creating shorter little informative videos of people's testimonies about why they care about the crystal. But that was mainly the interviews there were to hear from local residents about why they care and to have that included in our film, the kind of personal ties to the river. EcoFlight was also then present at the Wild and Scenic Film Festival that just happened. We premiered our new film about the Crystal River, and that was a huge success. The Wild and Scenic Film Festival sold out incredibly quickly, had a giant wait list, and many people were really stoked to be there and to see the film about the Crystal River. It's a national tour, and so to be able to get a local film in was really great, and it helped that we knew the people at American Rivers who were coordinating the event. We were able to talk to them, get our film in there, and our film is actually going, most likely, it's not set in stone yet, but most likely is going to be on the rest of the national film tour, which is really exciting. So people around the nation will hear about the Crystal River, their efforts to have it protected, and hear from these local voices. In the film, we had Kelly featured, we had different community members who care about the crystal, and in terms of recreation, in terms of art, in terms of a peaceful solitude, and in terms of their livelihood as well, fishing guides and others. So that was a great event, and before that event, we were at Marble Distilling. EcoFlight was there and probably had around 30 to 40 people stop by, and we did some one-on-one education tabling. Once again, our images were a huge draw to get people in and involved. We've been at other tabling events as well, at different community events, Dandelion Days and other things. EcoFlight's always been present, and our coalition members, Wilderness Workshop, has really been grateful for the imagery that we provide, because it's a great way to get people saying, wow, this is a gorgeous place, or if it's their backyard landscape, they're kind of wondering where the shot was taken and what river they're looking at and all that kind of stuff. And lastly, during this grant period, EcoFlight has been really involved in the Wild and Scenic Coalition. We've been present at every meeting and really driving efforts to identify key stakeholders and get them connected with this campaign and these efforts to protect the Crystal River. EcoFlight has great relations with media, and like Leah mentioned, all the people that we've flown, we have really strong relationships. We know these people. So we've been working in unison with the coalition to identify the key people that are on board or might not be on board and need to get up in the plane to see the landscape, to hear from the person sitting next to them about why they care about the crystal being protected, and also members of the media we've been able to identify, and to ensure that our messaging is consistent with the coalition's campaign. And also in terms of the coalition, we've been ensuring that they have media, images, footage to put out and to educate the larger public and to use for their efforts in educational media about the crystal. We've been providing all of that for free, of course, to them.
And then on to a few of the nuts and bolts of what we are looking at for the next year, which is, of course, what we're mostly here to talk about. And a lot of this is in the proposal that we've already written, so I'll skim through it a bit quickly. But we're really working to build on what we've learned and what we've done in this last year and take the experience we've had working with the other members of the Crystal Wild and Scenic Coalition. And I think in the last year, everyone's spent a bit of time kind of finding their footing, where they can have the most impact in this campaign and how we can best collaborate with the other organizations working on this from all sides. And what we're really focused on in this next grant period would be engaging those key target stakeholders, especially electeds and community leaders who are maybe more difficult to engage in on-the-ground activities. The airplane is a really great way, just beginning with the simple act of extending an invitation to fly. That's an opportunity for building a relationship with those people. Coming from EcoFlight's perspective, we provide effectively a neutral platform, so someone doesn't need to have already stated support or a position in particular on the crystal in order to be included in our flights, in order to get an invitation, and in order for us to have a chance to talk to them. So it's a really effective platform in that way, and for that reason, that's one of our big focus areas in this next year. And of course, engaging other stakeholders in the public and using the plane as a platform to get the word out about Wild and Scenic and educate people in an effective way that clarifies misconceptions, that promotes accurate information and information that inspires people to care and to be involved. And we do that through, as Amanda was saying, use of photos and video, and I will share more than just this one photo at some point. I'll scroll through them and we can play that. Which river is that? Which road is that game? And also by getting press in the plane. We make an effort to include media on just about all of our flights as long as it's appropriate with the other passengers there. And in that way, while the plane only has 6 seats in it, we are able to share that experience with a much broader audience through our media passengers' reports and photos and articles. I will also share, you may have seen this, we have a document that we have started for this period, kind of taking the feedback we got in the last round that y'all want to be involved in our flight planning, and we also really want to work closely with Pickens County and with all the other partners to identify who needs to be on the plane, who is appropriate to pair them with, like which is the best expert voice if we have Gunnison County versus if we have Town of Marble versus if we have just friendly press who are already excited about protecting the crystal as wild and scenic. So we have a shared document. We're calling it, this might be a little bit cheesy, but we're calling it our passenger pipeline. It's basically just kind of people that we have stacked up that we know we want to get on board, and then also a list of those people we can pair them with to have those effective conversations. So I can pass this around. This is also, I have a Google Doc link to this. I've sent it to Lisa Tasker. I'm not sure if you've all seen it. If you have access to it, I'm happy to send it again. But this will be actively updated. This is a working document. This is in no way exhaustive of all the people that we would like to have in the plane this year. This is merely a brainstorming sheet, an opportunity for you to see kind of what's on our minds and to provide input on that. And just to clarify, in the table here, we're really just looking at the columns. There's not like the rows don't necessarily mark, you know, that would be a set of passengers in the flight. It's more of a mix and match. Like, you know, if we're flying an elected flight, we'll probably have several of the electeds on the plane at the same time and maybe one expert. It's not necessarily going to be a tabular format like this. So anyway, if you have input on this, feel free to, if you have a link to this document, you can comment on it. If you have, well, you can always just send us an email or phone call. That works as well. So would love to hear your thoughts throughout this grant period, not just today, but moving forward and really making sure that we are getting those effective people on the plane at the effective and strategic times and using our platform to the fullest capability.
There's one correction on this
Yes, please.
passenger pipeline. Under Senator Bennett, it should be when reelected.
When reelected, yes. Oh, I can't believe I missed that.
This is great.
Yeah, thank you. And major goals of this grant period, of course, I don't really need to reiterate to this group the importance of a wild and scenic designation. And it would mean so much for this river to have this permanent designation, especially as the water crisis in the West grows and free-flowing, undammed rivers become more and more in demand for water developers. So we've really got our fingers crossed this time around. I don't know what time this is, but this one will be the charm. And that's really our main goal is, you know, how do we support the community? How do we support the community in protecting its local river? Of course, involved with that, we are working to improve and maintain water quality and quantity in the Crystal River, be a benefit of the wild and scenic designation. Of course, maintain the existing uses and economic benefits of the river. These are all things that we would like the community to know about and that we would, of course, like to see in the future of the Crystal River, preserving all the recreational, ecological, wildlife benefits of the river, and keeping Crystal River water in the Crystal River Basin. Of course, these are all goals of the wild and scenic designation. A couple notes on the components of this project, which are also listed in our proposal and in the budget. I just wanted to point out, we have our budget here broken down into basically staff time and flight expenses, which is accurate. If you look at the numbers here, the vast majority of our resources in our work across the board is really spent on just getting the airplane in the air. It's airplane expenses, fixed expenses, airplane fuel, ferry flights, and pilot time, and then that time spent just planning the flights, engaging with the stakeholders, sending out flight invites, flight logistics. That is the bulk of our work, and I think that's really where the magic happens in a lot of ways, is just being involved in the policy, being knowledgeable about the issue, and being able to engage those key folks in an informed way. Of course, a significant portion of this project is also messaging and getting the word out to the general public about wild and scenic and about the value of this, and making sure that the messaging that's going out is, like Amanda said, consistent with the campaign goals, consistent with wild and scenic goals, and also that it's positive and well informed, and that we're also providing an opportunity for people to ask questions, ask honest questions, connect with experts on the issue who they might not really have a chance to just have a casual conversation with on the ground, and that we're sending out accurate information instead of misconceptions, and the plane is a really great tool for doing that. I also wanted to touch on just EcoFlight's history in doing this. As I mentioned a bit before, we have been doing this for 20 years. EcoFlight is very experienced flying the Crystal River, flying the Roaring Fork Valley, and a big part of that is just knowing the parties involved and knowing how to navigate being a neutral platform and using that sort of privilege as a tool that we can use to educate and build relationships with key stakeholders. Of course, preserving the Crystal River, there's a big need for protection of the Crystal River, and there's a big need for EcoFlight services in doing that, because like I said, we do provide a unique platform. We're really the only organization, we're one of the only organizations in the nation doing this kind of conservation aviation. We're certainly the only ones here in the Roaring Fork Valley. And like I said, it's a different kind of way to engage with people. You don't get that experience in an office meeting. It's certainly not as much fun as you all know for a busy elected official to set up a meeting in an office with someone to look at some papers versus getting a call from one of us at EcoFlight that says, hey, you want to come out early and just go fly around the Crystal River before work?
Well, it's kind of like having a captive audience up there.
We're stuck.
Yeah, you can't really go anywhere. We've got you, but it's really cool in that way because everyone's captive. You know, it's it's a shared experience, and as those of you who've flown with us know, you're really shoulder to shoulder with the person you're flying with, and you know, whether or not you're on the same side of the issue, you are definitely sharing an experience in the plane and learning from each other. And boy, when you see, you know, I can go through a couple pictures here. When you see our valley from the air, it's just, there's nothing like it. And there's nothing like, to say that the Crystal is a free-flowing river that is worthy of a wild and scenic designation. You can say that and you can stand next to the river, and of course it's beautiful, and you can tell how clear the water is, and you can tell that it is a special river, and you can see kids playing in the river, you can see people fly fishing. But from the air, when you really see just the scale of our valley, and like, wow, like, can you imagine a dam here? Can you imagine if there was any less water in this river? You know, there's so many people that rely on it. The headwaters up here are some of the part of the most iconic mountain range. You can see the Maroon Bells there in the background just a little bit. This would be the far upper headwaters of the Crystal, which is, of course, spectacular wildlife habitat, spectacular for hunting and recreation, hiking, trail running, all of the above. It's wilderness area. And, of course, I like this picture. Of course, Sopris dominates, but you also see that little green pasture right below it. That's Nettle Creek. That's where Carbondale gets its drinking water. And that's also another super important benefit that the Crystal provides to this community. So this is what EcoFlight does. This is the experience that we provide to guests on the plane. And we're really excited to just continue sharing this experience with the many other folks who need to be on the plane. I know Amanda had a few other notes on communications, and then I can end with just a bit of info on kind of how we track and measure progress.
Let me just see if the board has any questions at this point.
One just for Lisa, I remember last year was the first year I think EcoFlight came and we extended a $30,000 grant through Healthy Rivers.
Right.
And so this is the next year you're back and you want a little more. I did remember last year asking if you would ask them to provide financials for the organization. Have they done that?
Oh, you know,
It'd just be nice to know
recall.
how,
Yep.
how solvent is it?
Oh,
Who
yeah,
gets
we
paid
can, of
what?
course.
You know, that sort of thing. I
Yeah.
think that's an
Yeah.
important thing that we should ask for.
Let us know what you need.
And then also, and as a great supporter of Bruce and Janie and EcoFlight and Lighthawk at where Bruce was before, you know, I definitely see the value of the service, but I think that it sounds like we're going to be getting an annual asks to Healthy Rivers, and I did want to bring up is it, if it's not always about rivers, is this the appropriate place to make the ask? And are there other mechanisms for grants? I guess community fund, we can't do it through the Healthy Community Fund, can we?
I don't
So,
know, but the thing for
yeah.
me is, you're right about, you know, the next year, whatever, but as I think was mentioned, this is the X year is the charm. So maybe we won't have that many years down the road where we'll be needing this because we'll be where we plan to be.
And I do think we fund some environmental work through the Healthy Community Fund, because we did have that conversation related
We were
to
expanding
different
it.
ways that organizations were approaching the county and making sure we had a
mechanism for that.
Yeah.
Another
Yeah.
option, but, yeah,
Um,
and, so
And then
let's.
also, just
Yeah, I
last thing
think I've
was
got questions
the
for
PR
my-
list.
Yeah.
Just the list of contacts, media contacts you've made, a one-pager that said, you know, here's who we reached and how many people we've reached, the sort of thing PR agencies do.
Yeah, we do have a passenger list here from last grant period. We'll plan to provide that again in this grant
Passenger
period.
list, and then also outreach via, you know, if you've got a New York Times, you want to make sure it's on there, right? Or,
Yes.
yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and we do track earned media and articles that use our images in them as well. So I believe that we provided that in our past grant report. I didn't go into all of them today, but again, that'll be certainly part of our reporting, and we'll put a little star next to it after this conversation as well.
Got it. And then just lastly on that, I think these are the questions I think Healthy Rivers Board should be asking. And I don't know if they do. I haven't been to a Healthy Rivers meeting in a while, but just wondering if they're asking those questions. Thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Francie and then Steve.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys. My flight was really great, and it was nice to be with the Gunnison County Commissioners on that flight, and I really appreciate the support work you're doing, the flights, as well as showing up at table events, and it's really great to have you guys' help, so thank you so much.
Thanks, Francie. Steve? Hello, Steve.
He's trying to.
Okay, there, my cursor was not going to my unmute. I am excited about this, what EcoFlight can do for us here. I do have a question about the Healthy Rivers Board meeting where this was presented. I noticed that there were only 4 people out of the 7 who were at the meeting, and only 3 of them actually scored the presentation, which I'm disappointed in that turnout by the Healthy Rivers Board in not being present, and then one didn't even submit scores on this one. So, but those who did submit the scores submitted very high scores, and I think that's why all of us are supportive of this. But I just wanted to express my disappointment in the board for not showing up for that meeting.
Was there any good excuse?
We're struggling a little bit, I think, with folks on vacation and showing up and work. So
If I could, I just wanted to say I agree with Steve. I noticed that, and I guess if you're going to come in and present, it'd be great to have a letter from them to us to say, hey, I'm assuming they're all supportive. I'm going to assume that, but I don't know.
yeah, they absolutely the vote was unanimous according to. I was not at the meeting, so.
No, but then Chuck didn't vote, so.
Right. Yeah, we tried to get the score sheets from the board members, and it was a struggle, so that's all we could.
Is there anything we can do to help?
Yeah, I think we'll be coming back to you guys for some
encouragement. Okay. And, I took the flight. It's amazing, just the experience. I think it's great. We reached out to Senator Hickenlooper's office. His staff was with me on my flight. I think it'd be great when we can reach out and bring in Senator Bennett and hopefully the governor. And, I think we need to move it forward. I think the benefit so far outweighs the cost because it's not just the picking people up, it's the outreach you've done, it's the expansion of education from word of mouth. People who go up, I know they tell their friends because it's such an amazing experience. So you may have only taken up 85 people, but I think those people talk to their friends, their neighbors, and their families. So you can quadruple, if not more, the amount of people who are touched by the experience. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think Greg's request is something that we can, ask for and get in the future. And I am really in no need of more information to support this. And then we need to possibly look at some options for future funding.
Thank you.
I've been quiet because I'm a little biased, I think, in this whole effort. So I wanted you all to get your concerns and everything on the table. But EcoFlight has really been a glue, I think, to the coalition effort and strategy over the last year, and even with our fits and starts, that, they've continued to just build groundswell and plod along very thoughtfully and methodically. And I think it's been very successful. I know I had a great flight where I got to meet people I didn't know, who, represented artists and school community, and to talk about this, which was really cool. So
that's what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
It seems as if the EcoFlight's carrying some weight here.
Yes.
Other than flying people.
Yes.
on the wild and scenic. So
Definitely.
and that's your
Yeah, I mean, they are in the strategy efforts. They're really, I think, keeping the coalition excited and, and bridging, I think, some harder conversations between coalition members related to tensions about how quickly we're moving or how effectively we're moving, and so they've been really savvy in that regard.
great. That's the
Yeah.
great testimonial right there. Thank you.
And they produced a beautiful film that is awesome to be on tour for the rest of the film festival. So, yeah.
A quick note on that film too, we will also be producing a slightly longer version, as we had so much awesome information from all our interviewees and a lot more history on Rudai and a lot more information on how to really get involved in this, so stay tuned.
Both of my children lived on the Crystal River for a couple of years across from the high school in Carbondale, so it's been a great deal of time hanging out, not just on the shore, but in the water. So yeah, it's amazing, and watching the ebb and flow of the water quantity. It has so much value for so many people and for so many reasons. So,
Thank you.
so do you have more to present, or?
We could say a few more things. The only thing I would say is to address what you said, Greg. We can get you those press lists and, be really thorough in our reporting to you of who we'll reach out to and the connections we have, and just give you some more information about the outreach we're doing via different platforms and specifically to the press.
Yeah, and some information about the financials.
Yes, and the financials.
That would be great. And more pictures are always welcome. You can send them to us anytime.
Could have more, but
It kind of makes your
time.
day.
Flick through them
And I'm
fast.
like, okay, now where am I? And it's just so cool. I mean, it was, I wasn't sure. I was going to be a little nervous. You just get so in awe that
And the
then you're like, where? Oh, I'm in a little airplane. No, I'm like here. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
That was great.
Let's
That was
talk
with
more
Bruce.
about it over lunch.
Yeah. Are you saying you're rushing us? Well, we started late because we talked too much before lunch. So if there's not anything else, I think you have direction from the board.
Yeah, great. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thanks for
cheers.
coming.
Good to
Thank
see
you
you.
for your
all.
time.
Thank
Come
you
back
for
in
the
any formal manner
presentation.
for approval?
No, it's already been appropriated in the.
So it's just because it's over 5?
Yep.
Yeah, and let's start thinking about some other funding opportunities in 2023, helping you with reaching out for private donations or whatever we can do. It's invaluable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
We
thank
greatly
you.
appreciate it.
The thanks goes to you
And tell
guys.
those Healthy Rivers people to stay in touch.
And tell Bruce the next time he wants to leave the country or go away during a presentation to us, he needs to check in and get permission.
I will tell him.
Either that or
Left him
take
in
us
good
with him.
hands.
Does he
You
know
did a
you're
nice
here?
job.
All right.
We do apologize. They're visiting
yeah,
James.
Well,
elderly
we'll
mother,
give him
but-
some time off.
Yes.
We all deserve some time off.
And
So
it's
thank
good
you.
for you
It's
guys
actually
to have
Janie, it's not
FaceTime.
Bruce, it's Jane.
Yeah.
I think that's
James.
good.
Jane's the boss. Right?
Yeah.
Yep, ED, new ED.
Okay, now when I'm in Carbondale, I'll be looking for you. All right, grassroots, thank you. We'll be back at, I believe, are we coming back at 1? 1 o'clock. We'll be back for future agendas, and then we'll start doing budget somewhere along the line. I was elected. Yeah. I'd have 6, or 5, was why does Pickens County always have to do everything and then some? interesting time then. Well, I think Andrew Duremus is probably cognizant too. He's working for. No, the other one. Signature. He's working for them solely related to LFP. Welcome back. Today is Tuesday, believe it or not, November the 1st, 2022. This is a work session of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners, and we are starting our after lunch session. And we're starting with future agendas and work session issues. Rich, do you have anything?
I was just looking, it doesn't look like it, Patty.
I have two things I want to just drop in really quick. I want everybody to know that I have talked with Connie about a future budget work sessions, and Connie's going to be bringing back the discussion on the $5 million from fund balances for housing. She's bringing that back as part of the discussion on the 15th of November. The second issue is on December 6th work session. Time has been reserved or set aside for the BOCC to discuss the Redstone short-term rental meeting. It's just for us to discuss what we might have brought back from that meeting and how we want to move forward with it, and just so we can give staff some direction. So I gave us some work session time just to discuss that. It's not like we're going to be talking about ordinance changes, but we're just going to be figuring out what the next step is for follow-up on that meeting. So I just wanted to give you a heads up.
And then Patty, I heard today also that the board wanted Connie to bring back as part of the personnel conversation, the veterans position.
Yeah, that'll be
Correct.
added to our, and I don't know when that discussion is, when
Yeah.
we're discussing.
It's at the last, it's towards the end of our budget process here, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I'll make sure I'll follow up with
Yeah,
Connie on that.
and I need to know how much, it could be a lengthy discussion when it comes to
Could be.
requests for new positions, so. Okay, great. So does the board have, any other members of the board have any, Francie, please?
Yes, I was just hoping we could have a discussion before the end of the year about limiting demolition permits. And I didn't find it in there. I thought you and I had seen it the other day, but I was looking through.
No,
and I
we had a
didn't-
discussion and you weren't here for it about,
Oh, last week?
yeah. But it was mostly about construction, demolition, construction, waste. Yeah, we need to, talk with ComDev and see when they might be prepared to bring that back, so.
Well, when I spoke with John Ely about it, he said it is a building permit issue and not a ComDev issue. And so I think if we could just spend some time coming up with what we think, how we'd like the building permit to change so that it's not allowing huge demolitions, and I have some statistics and stuff, so I don't know.
Well,
if we
I think
could
it'd be
figure out how to-
ComDev and building, because there might be something in the code somewhere, so we need to clarify that. So Rich, did you just make a note of that?
Yeah, I have.
Oh,
I talked to Jeff in the building.
okay, oh, I've got Kara right here, so.
And two other updates too is I know that Jeff is coming on November 15th with an overview of what their building code changes are the building code adoption, as well as, and maybe this is something that is being discussed in the growth committee as part of their recommendations too. So I think it'd be helpful to understand kind of the board's direction moving forward versus what the growth committee would be discussing.
Okay.
So we need to
So,
clarify
maybe
what kind of
15th.
meeting the BOCC wants to and should have about that issue. And
Okay.
when, okay, so can you remind, we can talk about, okay, I'm gonna discuss it further with Kara and ComDev and the building department to see how you might wanna bring that issue forward and when. Okay, Francie?
Sure.
Okay. And if there's some issues that tie in with the, the Community Growth Management Committee, we'll have to think about that too. If it's just direction, or if we're gonna go ahead and make up our minds and we're gonna ask them for input later, which comes first. So let's see what we can do about that. Thanks for bringing it up, Francie. Steve?
Thank you.
Yeah, a couple questions. One, do we have a date for the county holiday party? And second question would be, what is our schedule looking like for sort of the week before Christmas? When is our last meeting going to be? Is that known yet?
Well, it's on our future schedules of meetings, which we got.
It goes up through the 13th.
Well, if you got your schedule of meetings in January, it has all our meeting dates laid out on it. And I usually have a copy in my hot little hand.
What?
Yeah, we get a full schedule at the beginning of every year of what our meeting dates are.
Patty, I can, the holiday party is set for December 10th.
Okay.
From 6 to 10, Steve?
Okay.
6 to 10.
Yeah, I was gonna report it later on that. And then I do have the holiday schedule that I was gonna hand out as part of open discussion as well.
Okay.
But that's not to be confused with the BOCC calendaring that we
Yeah,
sit
it's
down
a
with you all and
different
work
issue.
through.
I
Yep.
thought I had a copy of
So-
the. So December 10th is our holiday party that I didn't even know we were having.
Yeah, it's back on Saturday, December 10th.
So that,
Okay.
let's see.
Okay, here's our meeting schedule. For those of you who, this is it, we get it every year at the beginning of the year, and it says December, our last meeting date is, it looks like a work session, looks like a regular meeting on the 7th and the 21st. And that's the regular meetings, and work sessions are the 6th, 13th, and 20th. Those are Tuesdays of December.
And then nothing after Christmas?
No, we usually have the week off because that until the first of the next year, and I don't have next year here yet. So Steve, are you thinking about heading to Alaska?
Well, that's a possibility, but I could zoom in. It would be that meeting, the 21st would be the one. And that could very likely be a short meeting too, but I could always zoom in for that if we haven't decided yet for sure on our travel plans.
Yeah, we
Okay,
don't
thank
want
you.
you to miss that first Christmas with that first grandbaby. Okay, any other any other discussion of future agendas? We do have open discussion at the end of today's meeting too, so if you guys remember anything, we can bring it up later. All right? Everybody good to go? Are you good to go? All right, floor is yours. Please introduce everyone for this next discussion.
Hi everyone. So I am excited. I get the privilege to introduce Dallas Blaney and Rylan French, the Executive Director, and I don't actually know your title.
Senior Director of Regional Climate Strategy.
Yeah, that. Of CORE, which I think you all are familiar, but I think this is their first time before the BOCC, and so they're before all of you to share a report out of what they've been working on and the 2023 budget request. I will share that staff has been working with CORE in their budget request as well as with Connie, the keeper of the budget. And so after their presentation, I can kind of give an overview of how staff has been putting this in and what key discussion points would be for the board to give direction.
Okay.
So with that, it's all yours.
Thanks, Kara.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great to be here. It's great to meet everybody. So I think everybody knows that CORE's been going through some pretty significant transitions over the last, really it's about the last 18 months. That started with hiring an interim executive director who led a bunch of significant changes in our governance structure and also put into place some significant changes in our operational kind of day-to-day stuff as well. And then more recently, in July, the organization hired Ryland, which was an amazing get for us. And then I came on board on August 1st. And really what we've been working on since we've come on board is trying to really amplify a lot of the work that had taken place before, and we've added a new direction. I've tried to put that up here on this slide about really trying to transform the customer journey. So one of the things that we found when we first arrived was that there was a real focus within the organization on trying to automate interactions with client leads. So a client lead would come in, an email would go out, an individual would respond to an email, another email would go out, people would fill out forms, another email would go out, and people wouldn't have any direct human interaction. And so we analyzed this, and within the first couple of days said, well, that dog doesn't hunt. So we got to work and we restructured our customer journey to really build in more human touch points, because the work we're doing, the stuff we're asking people to do to transform their homes and businesses to, adopt heat pumps or solar panels or weatherize or, even just changing out their light bulbs. Sometimes the stuff is very complicated and people just really need to talk to someone. And we've had a really significant impact doing that. We had some quotes up there, and so that was an example of some of the feedback we've been getting since we started this new journey. But here are some of the numbers. And so if you look at these numbers, this kind of bar chart, it breaks out our performance on a per month basis. So we averaged out our numbers per month looking at our performance prior to August 1 and then what we've been able to accomplish after August 1. And so I really want to draw your attention to the number of grants issued. So we've significantly increased the amount of money that we're pushing out for projects. So for grants, for commercial rebates, and when we're talking about grants, those are residential grants, commercial rebates, commercial grants. If you look at assessments, we've had a huge impact. We partnered with APSHA about 4 months ago. We've done close to 100 APSHA assessments.
Yeah, correct.
Energy assessments, which is amazing to do in such a short period of time. And if you look at residential rebates, that's kind of a lagging indicator. And those numbers, Rylan told me yesterday, are actually a little bit old in the chart. We're actually starting to get more of those rebates rolling out now. But because we've done so many APSHA rebates, it takes a while for people to make their decisions and then we start pushing out the rebates as they push forward with projects. So we've had a lot of success in really transforming the volume of work that we do, pushing out more money to really move forward electrification of residential units as well as commercial units. So this real focus on, there you go, moving fast and going big. This real focus on transforming the customer journey has really seemed to pay some good dividends. Beyond that, we've been quite busy, as you all know, working on Coal Basin. We've made a lot of progress on that front. We'll be coming back and reporting to you. I think we're looking at doing that sometime around January, and giving you a more thorough update of where we stand on that. But I'm really encouraged and quite confident that we're really on track to do an in-depth study, a flow test up there as soon as the snow melts this coming spring, and that'll push us much closer to a project date. We've also been working, Ryland has been leading it up on the core side with the microgrid, serving as the owner's rep, and doing an incredible job on that front. One of the other reasons that we have tried to restructure, in addition to kind of these accountability and transparency pieces that I just sort of touched on, is really trying to diversify our funding and our program offerings. And that work is already underway, but really in a lot of ways we're really starting at ground zero on that work, specifically when it comes to diversifying our funding. But we've already had some initial success. We had one significant donor step up in the last month with a 3-year commitment of a substantial sum. So we're really thrilled about that and the progress we're making, and we're starting to get some momentum there, having more meetings with folks. So I'm very encouraged by that. We're finding lots of grant opportunities. We're working with a part-time grant writer to chase down those opportunities and try to bring dollars in from outside the community to put those dollars to work here in Pickens County to do good work. We've also kind of diversified our staff a little bit, so we brought on board a new role. That's the energy concierge role, and this is really trying to anticipate the changes that are coming in 2023 with the Inflation Reduction Act. I expect there's going to be a lot of news about that rolling into January as some of those tax credits become available for people to take advantage of. And we want to position CORE in a place so that it can answer questions for people as these kinds of news stories pop up and really be of service in that respect. So we created this new position just to focus on that kind of public-facing role and providing that expert level knowledge to our community. We're also really thrilled about the relationship with APSHA. That's going very well. We're looking at expanding on that in the future. There's a lot of opportunity there to do good work in APSHA housing. And one of the big visions I'm looking forward to trying to implement going forward is trying to do more work with community serving organizations. So these are, you know, the nonprofits that Challenge Aspens, the Aspen Camp for the Deaf, those kinds of, you know, child care facilities, those kinds of organizations where we can go in and help them upgrade their heating systems, maybe put in solar, weatherize, help them to increase their bottom line a little bit and provide a healthier space for their clients. So I think that's kind of a win-win opportunity that I'm really excited to pursue. And the last thing that I'm really excited to take on, I know we'll talk about this a little more in the next slide, is really pursuing these funding opportunities through the federal government and the state government. And they're substantial, and I can talk to you in a little more detail about that if anyone's interested in learning more. But there are huge opportunities, and there's a huge sense of urgency around this to go after those dollars, and not just, you know, writing grants. It's really about establishing relationships with these agencies so they come to know and trust CORE as a valued regional partner to help implement high value energy efficiency projects in Pickens County and across the region. So there's a really great opportunity for us to make a play there. So then the last slide. So this is the nuts and bolts of our request. So we're asking for $430 from the REMP fund to continue our work.
Oh, don't let them take you up on that.
Yeah, $430.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jeez. There you go. Yeah, please don't agree to that one. Let's add a few zeros. So $430,000 from the REMP fund to continue our work next year in 2023. We're also asking for a $30,000 membership fee because the county interpretation of the rent fund strictly limits the amount of rent dollars we can apply towards administrative costs. This membership fee helps us offset those costs to do the work that we do, and as we know, inflation's impacting everybody, and that includes us as well. So we're asking for $30,000 from the general fund to help underwrite our administrative costs to carry out these projects. And then this is a new request, and I'm happy to talk over this and answer any questions you all may have about it. I'm asking for a one-time capacity building, what I'm calling a capacity building grant or fund from the general fund to help underwrite a new position at CORE. And this is really a grant writing position to go after those opportunities I talked about at the state and federal level, to establish relationships with those state and federal agencies and chase down these dollars. One thing I can say about it right up front is that the opportunities are enormous. I just 2 weeks ago went down to Golden to NREL, the National Renewable Energy Lab, and the Department of Energy had a conference down there to talk about a new program they're rolling out for rural electrification. And this is from the bipartisan infrastructure bill. That's where this money's coming from. They're throwing $1 billion at this. And they're calling rural communities, they're defining it as a community of 10,000 or less. So I feel like there's a really incredible opportunity for us at CORE, with our unique position and our incredible history, to chase down that money representing our entire region and try to bring those dollars in for our whole region, certainly including Pickens County, to try to put that money to work. The other exciting thing about this is that 40% of those dollars are really geared toward serving disadvantaged communities and affordable housing. So I think there's a really exciting opportunity here to chase money from the federal government to bring that money in to help retrofit some of our affordable housing units. And what I have in mind are multifamily affordable housing units. I was just talking to Matthew at APSHA yesterday. He said there are over 70 HOAs in the APSHA stockpile. And so that's over, as I interpret it, over 70 multifamily buildings in the APSHA portfolio. So I think, and many of those buildings are aging. There are strong disincentives for the HOAs and for the residents to make these kinds of large-scale investments to upgrade their units. So I think there's a real opportunity here for us to bring in outside money from the federal government and put it to work retrofitting APSHA multifamily units to reduce the energy burden for the residents, and also help contribute towards Holy Cross's goal of trying to get us closer to 100% renewable energy by 2030. So,
question on that?
Yeah.
In the packet, you mentioned something about how will that. Oh, thank you, my mic. In the packet, there was something about how that money, the $100,000 request, would be managed or overseen by Kara's department, or there's some way that I don't have the language in front of me. Maybe Kara could talk about it, but I just wanted to say this: you're not asking for a blank check. There's a way that this will be handled, and I want if you could articulate that.
Yeah, and so we as staff, we've had lots of conversations with CORE about this request, and so if the board is supportive of this request, our recommendation, because the CORE is going to a couple other jurisdictions as well with a similar ask, and so our recommendation is, if the board supported this, that then CORE would come back with a full plan of how those dollars would be allocated before anything was spent. So working with staff, myself, and our department of how those dollars would be spent, where it would be chased, would be the plan that CORE would be coming back for.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
So my question to tag on to that is, you know, we've been very supportive of hiring people to help us with grant writing and administering grants. Northwest COG is creating a regional position for grant writing.
Yes.
So, I mean, I don't want us to miss any opportunities, but I don't want us to have 45 people out there that we're paying to write grants when we could maybe consolidate that and use some joint grant writers. So I think that we need to keep that in mind. And the other question I have is, looking at the two different budget pages, the rent budget is for $400,000. It says rent fees, revenues, $400,000, 2023 budget. And you're asking for $430,000.
Earlier printout?
It should be $430,000 if it's.
Yeah, the revenue is, I believe, is 400, but the
Oh, here's contributions down
the
here.
contribution is 430.
So, how do we, explain that to me.
And explain the
We have
membership
revenues of rent
as well.
fees of 400,000, then we have contribution to core of 430.
Yes,
So-
the contribution is a little more than what we're anticipating in the revenue.
Okay.
But there is fund balance.
Okay. Because that looks like, now it looks like $830,000. So I want to make sure we got the numbers right, because this is new. Usually it's just the rent fees, and we don't have an additional request for $130,000 out of our general fund.
So, and I can jump in. I think it's fair to say it's 3 new faces sitting up here talking about core, so we're all learning together. And I know that we're going to talk more about REMP later this afternoon, but one thing that, as we were working with core about what their budget request would be, is what we believe can actually is unobligated funds and REMP is going down, and that REMP is very focused versus what the trajectory of core is and where it's headed. And so the thought is that the 430 is what we feel comfortable with the REMP fees as best of our projections to this point in time. And then working with core, being able to better understand what does that membership model provide, understanding the restrictions of the REMP funds. So that membership model, which I think it would be helpful to maybe dive in a little bit more and clarify, is currently budgeted as general fund dollars, and it is put into the budget right now under the BOCC budget of membership dues and kind of where your other ones are. So those 2 items are both currently in the budget. The $100,000 is not in the budget right now, but if the board wanted to pursue it, it's my understanding that we could use some fund balance if that was a place that the BOCC wanted to go.
Kelly?
Do you also charge us fees for like the owner's rep services? Okay.
We do, and
That, I mean, that's makes
I'd be
sense
happy
to
to,
me.
because
Yeah.
we've been working together. Our staff is making the distinctions between membership versus fee for service. So I'm prepared to speak to that if you'd like me to.
Okay, and I just wanted to understand that as like a revenue generator for you guys, so it makes sense to me that you would charge us for that.
Craig, you wanna tag
I realize this is the first time you've been in here. I am interacting with the core guys a lot, all the time as our designee to the core board. I realize that it's possible that the rest of my BOCC board doesn't understand all that's happened. You know, the amazing metamorphosis of core in the last year. You know, Dallas has been here for 3 months now, maybe almost.
Yep.
Ryland about the same, but core reformed its entire board. It redid the board governance, and then it went reformed admin, staffing turnover. Quite honestly, we've improved the caliber, I'm going to say, of the staff. Without, if I can be bold enough to say that. It was time for some changes, and those have been made. It's been really tough work. So core has done, I'm going to say, a remarkable thing in the last year, and then has been demonstrating that we can't rely on the trust fund, as I call it, from REMP, which is really what it was. It was like, get the money every year. That's not a guarantee. We know it's going down and it's going to go away. So there has been a strong philanthropic press to raise money philanthropically and to go after grants, and then there's fee for service. So when an actual service is done by core, they can charge for it to some extent, depending on whoever the entity is. And if I've got something wrong, if I've left something out, let me know. But I just wanted to say this has been an exciting change at the pace of a startup. I think that is already showing incredible success, not just with the microgrid project, which is for, notice I'm a cheerleader for core. You know, the microgrid for the county, but then also the APSHA work that they're doing, and you know, all the other things, not to mention Coal Basin. And along the way, they're gaining the confidence of the philanthropic donors who've come in a huge way. But those donors are looking at us to see if we're still committed.
Well, and, you know,
So-
I totally understand that because we
Yeah.
had a long discussion with Mona, and we were very involved with Cindy Hubin and what we're gonna do with REMP. I mean, I was
involved
with this when REMP was just getting kicked off, pretty much.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in the in the late,
There through the life of REMP.
pretty much, and chairman of CORE for years. And we knew that this was coming. That was the goal of REMP, was so people would do the right thing rather than just write a check. But my concern is, and I know we're just kicking off this new phase of how you're gonna fund the programs with CORE if REMP really drops off. But I don't want it to be a guarantee that it's gonna come from the county's general fund. I mean, that's not the answer. And that was not part of the discussion. And I don't necessarily have a problem with helping it move along, but I don't want it to be, well, we can always go to the county for more money.
It's not a
because-
regular ask. I understand
Yeah.
that.
So, and I think having a grant writer is key to kicking this off. And I think Greg's right, it shows the community, but I, again, want to be clear, it's not going to be on the back of the county taxpayers to fund it out of general fund in the future. We want to help get it self-sustaining. And if we need to nurse it along a little bit with some general fund money, I think I can support that. But I'm here for another 4 years. I'll be keeping an eye on it.
Okay. No, I hear that message loud and clear, and that's my goal too. I want us to diversify and develop a business model that's sustainable.
And I think
and
we're
not
on
be
the way,
dependent.
but it just
Yep.
needs a little assistance to get there.
Exactly. And then the other thing I would just add to that is, again, I want to reiterate the sense of urgency I feel. There are really significant funding opportunities with a narrow window to chase these things down, and that's why I'm making this special request.
Kelly, and then I've got Steve after Kelly.
Thanks. Dallas, you're speaking all my love language here, you know, leveraging funds that are other pots of money for
Yep.
affordable housing and climate change. Like I'm totally on board with this. I get needing to put in seed money in order to have that be a multiplier. And I want Pickens County to do better at it than anyone else and bring as much of it here as we can, because I do think we're better poised and we're better planned to deploy, I think, some of the funding that is out there waiting in the wings to be spent. And I have other colleagues around the state asking what our rent program is, and I have to explain that we're like, oh, we're on the mature side of the rent program, but it's still exciting that others are considering this. So I will be sending some random strangers in your direction.
Well, you're already
all
getting those,
wonderful
right?
people, but
Sorry?
You're already hearing from other communities, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned
We actually, in my first month here, we got a call from the Fraser Valley, Winter Park, all that, asking, if we could have conversations with them about adopting the core model in their valley, because they're at ground zero on this
It's
stuff.
interesting because I was talking to them, because Fraser was part of Northwest COG
Oh, okay.
from the get-go, and I'm also was chairman of Northwest COG for years.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I've been involved with COG for 20 years, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm glad they finally came around and made the
Yeah,
call.
yeah,
Good to
they're-
hear.
They're making progress.
Okay, Steve, sorry, I thought you knew. You could follow Kelly.
Thank you. I'm wondering about the other partners, like the city of Aspen. What do they have in their budget for core support? And are there any of the other entities who are on the core board who provide financial support?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Steve. I can speak to that a little bit. So right now we're working on the final budget proposal for the city of Aspen. So we haven't been in front of the council yet to make that pitch, but we're looking at doing $850,000 from REMP, and then we're looking at doing a $400,000 in addition to that, a $400,000 fee for service kind of plan that would really focus more on the commercial side, on the BIQ, that's the business IQ program we're doing to benchmark the energy consumption of large commercial buildings in Aspen. So that's one of the big buckets of money as well. And then we'll be making a similar request of Aspen for additional support to do capacity building work.
And I could speak to the membership fee. Our other members of CORE are the city of Aspen, so we have, as Dallas said, we haven't been in front of council yet, but we have the $30,000 membership fee in that ask, as well as Town of Sun West Village, Town of Basalt, and Eagle County. for that membership fee.
So every year we pay a membership fee?
So we have, CORE historically has had membership fee for several years. The funding history has been different from organization to organization. My understanding is Pickens County did pay that at some point in the past, but at least not in 2022. We've had different levels, so part of the effort of the interim director that we've now taken over is standardizing and asking for equitable contributions for the membership fee across our members. So Town of Snowmass and Basalt and the city have funded membership fees in the past. It's a new ask to Eagle County. This was the first year we had a fee-for-service type model with them, and then going into 2023, we've asked for a membership fee to have that equitable contribution, and it is in their budget, which will be go to their commissioners for approval in December, and then we're asking Pickens County to once again provide a membership fee.
So we're gonna pay you $430,000 and then pay to be a member.
Yes, and the differences are of what that funding goes towards, as well as the funding sources,
Because
right?
rep fees have to use for certain things. And you
Exactly.
need a budget where you have a little more flexibility.
Exactly. So the membership fee allows us to really sustain our basic organizational infrastructure, and the REMP funding allows us to do the programming, right? And then we've talked about the other funding requests and funding sources that.
Yeah, because there was a percentage of rent that could be used for administration, but it's obviously not enough to cover.
Right. Correct.
So.
And I think I would add as to our support for the membership model is also in this, CORE 2.0 is the membership versus the fee for service is really working more on that regional climate coordination across all of them, which obviously is not part of a 5% REMP administrative cost. And so recognizing how interrelated all of our climate and having CORE being a partner with CORE on more of that regional climate efforts.
What's the CORE organization over in Gunnison? It's got there's another name over there.
I don't know the name of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very
Gunnison
catchy.
Valley has
Can't
worked
remember.
with Alantha over there, but yeah, I can't. The name
Yeah,
just
it was
escaped
very,
me
it was
as
very,
well.
it was like a CORE tweaked.
Yeah, they are under, I believe, Energy Smart Colorado, which we are a member of. CORE is a member of as well. Energy Smart Colorado is a nonprofit that helps organizations like CORE do what they do, and Gunnison County does have.
I'm gonna have to remember that.
Similar
If you
office,
remember,
yeah.
call me. Okay, so we need to get moving because we've got other people coming in for next budget discussions, which I think we're gonna be talking about REMP.
Oh, okay, great.
But not for a while. Okay,
So
we
just to
good?
clarify, so
What?
is the board direction to move forward with so the 30,000 and the 430,000 are in the budget. To clarify, is their board direction to move with the 100,000 in the 2023 budget?
we don't have a decision point on that in our, I'm following the rules, believe it or
This
not.
is a budget.
I never.
She's just getting set up. Just kidding.
Do we have a decision point on that here?
Not today.
Oh, we don't? Yes or no?
The direction
Would be good.
It
So we're giving
would
a
be good to
decision,
give
we're giving a direction
so that I
point.
can add it in and then come back with a decision point.
I think I'm seeing support for, yeah, it's, we just need to keep in mind that we need to figure this long-term. So I think we
another
have direction from board.
discussion,
Steve and Francie, yes? Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for coming.
I do have one final request that's not funding based. But
Just
Karen
pushing
and I
it.
have been working on programmatic changes at CORE, and I think this
Love
can be
this.
brief, hopefully. So Dallas spoke to our internal changes to break down barriers and up participation. We also want to make programmatic changes, and we've been working together of understanding what the protocol is for CORE to make those in terms of how it impacts how we use the REMP funding. So what we're looking for today is direction from BOCC that you support county staff working with CORE staff to make those
'Cause we'll need
programmatic
legal.
changes.
Yeah, well,
Definitely.
if we're gonna do it, we gotta do it right.
Yeah, exactly. So very high level, it's eliminating other barriers.
We love high level.
Right. So reprioritizing the groups of participants we really want to work even more with, reprioritizing the types of energy projects we're guiding them through and incentivizing, increasing our rebates and grants where it makes sense to break down those barriers, working with contractors and engineers to overcome workforce challenges. So that's the high level.
All right.
Great.
Forward to it.
So when anybody asks me about what our climate action plan is, I'm just going to point them to you guys. You know, the county's doing great work with CORE as a
No, we're giving it to
significant-
Kara along with program.
Well, Kara's part of this, yeah.
reprogram-
She gets points on us, and I think
And
that
you
works
guys are,
for us.
yeah,
Yeah.
you guys are like crossing each other. Okay, and I'm
This is-
running out
this
of
is
batteries,
walking the
so can
talk.
Cora help me with that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for
All right,
coming in.
thank you. It was really nice to meet both of you and see you
Likewise.
again.
Thank you.
Good to see you twice in 2 days.
Yes. Halloween.
Ryland and I were heckling
You
trick-or-treaters
ready
Yeah,
last
it was
night. It was
great.
quite fun.
Yes,
Yes.
I was Marv from Home Alone. Most adults knew, but just some of the trick-or-treaters did. Thanks, everyone.
All right, moving right along. It's budget. Hi, Connie.
Hello, good afternoon.
And thank you for my cheat sheet. I love it when she gives me the time frame. It's a challenge. She does that just to challenge my skills. All right, first we have, oh, Healthy Rivers. Hi.
Hi, I'm back.
Okay, Connie's gonna kick us off.
Okay. Good afternoon. We're back again this week with a continuation of our budget presentation on the flourishing natural and built environment. We're looking at county funds and departments that emphasize goals and programs in the areas of natural resources and environment, county assets, transportation systems, and the county's built environment. You saw these charts last week. This section of our budget, last week and this week combined, the proposed budget is $118.7 million. And this is the largest section of the county's budget. That's because there are a lot of capital projects within this section of the budget.
Now this ramp one says 440,000. You are just messing with me. 400, 430, 440.
That's because there are overhead charges added.
Okay.
So the total increase in this section of the budget for the general fund is 17.5%, and all of the other funds put together 15.2%. Again, that's because there are many capital projects included, and we'll get into some of those in the funds that you'll be seeing today. We're going to start off with Healthy Rivers and Streams, then Translator and Public Safety Radio funds, Community Development and REMP, and then we'll finish up the day with Open Space and Trails.
Okay, can I start off with a very important question, though?
Yeah.
That looks like a Black Panther.
It's Black Bear.
Doesn't it, though? It looks
Isn't
like
he?
a Black
Yeah,
Panther.
I wasn't sure what he was when I first
Yeah,
saw him.
that's
Yeah.
pretty cool. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry, I just had to
great.
ask.
Yeah. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program. Lisa Tasker is not able to join us today, which I'm bummed about because she has worked on a lot of these projects for us that we're anticipating with the Forest Service. So I have a little information on those, and those would likely be coming back to you for work session discussions. And so I guess I'll just start off with our aspiration statement. For those who don't know, we aspire to be a leader in protecting, defending, and enhancing rivers and streams through collaboration on watershed-wide opportunities, solution, and education on water issues. Our trends and emerging issues, as the board is well aware of, is probably the biggest one, is the drought. Climate change impacts locally to health stream and watershed resiliency, climate change and climate actions, mudslides, debris flows, and monsoonal rainfall in burn areas in the Roaring Fork watershed and beyond, impacting river quality. Grizzly Creek mudslides, debris flows, sediment impacting the Colorado River. Some of our opportunities that we are looking at, we're looking at the riparian improvements at Phillips Mobile Home Park and being a partner on that. Continued collaboration with other governmental and like entities to improve stream flows. One we're excited about are working on some beaver and low-tech stream restoration projects with the Forest Service. Frying pan winter flows and water leasing, we're looking at that with the Colorado River District through the Roaring Fork Conservancy. Lisa's been participating in the Roaring Fork Wildfire Collaborative. Of course, the Wild and Scenic designation on the Crystal River, as you heard about earlier this morning. And the town of Carbondale is working on a Crystal River restoration and Weaver Ditch efficiency project that we are interested in collaborating with them as well.
How many beavers are we bringing in?
I don't know.
Do we have to go to a state ballot question to import beavers?
I don't know, right? So our 2023 budget requests are pretty simple. As I just mentioned, we are looking at beaver and low-tech process-based stream restoration, a collaboration with the U.S. Forest Service. We just didn't have a dollar amount, so we put maybe $50,000 for the beavers, and we're also looking at a 20-year cutthroat restoration plan with them for another $50,000. Those costs would be determined when we got into the nuts and bolts of the program, but we wanted to put some funding in just as a placeholder for 2023. We want to continue with our communications plan with Back 40 Stories, Matt Annabelle and his team with Diane Schwiener and Tim Braun. Continued our outreach process to increase the public's understanding of the full breadth of the program's mission and increase community engagement that impact rivers and water in the Roaring Fork watershed. Matt Annabelle has done a great job with our 10-year anniversary report, everything that he's done on social media for us, all of the website, everything like that. So we want to continue on with that work with Matt. And then the last request is a Frying Pan Winter Flow lease project. This is a $50,000 annually lease for a 5-year term, or that would be determined at the BOCC's discretion. We would come back to you in a work session for this. If it's under a year, we would do a formal resolution. If the board is interested in doing something longer term than a year, then we would come back via a formal ordinance on that process. But this would be leasing water that is owned by the River District up in Rudai to supplement minimum flows for ecological flow targets in the winter months on the Frying Pan River. The partnership would be with the Colorado Water Trust, the Roaring Fork Conservancy, the Town of Basalt, the City of Aspen, the Roaring Fork Fly Fishing Guide Alliance, and the CWCB. I have a few. Heather Lewin with the Conservancy updated me on the funding that they've secured so far, and the confirmed funds are $30,000 from the Water Trust, $10,000 from the Roaring Fork Conservancy, Town of Basalt, and City of Aspen, $1,000 from the Roaring Fork Fishing Guide Alliance, pending our funds of $50,000 from Healthy Rivers, $20,000 from the River District's Community Funding Partnership, and the remaining $152,000 from the CWCB. They were really enthusiastic. The CWCB was enthusiastic about the first reading when they heard about the lease program up there. So Heather is continuing to go out and seek funding for all of that. But like I said, that would come back in a bigger discussion with you all if you decide to give the thumbs up to the budget. So I think that's kind of it.
Decision point.
This is quick, yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
What was the funding in 2022, the intergovernmental of $525,000, and then the other revenue? Was that, the intergovernmental, was that monies we may have got like from Eagle County for joint projects and that kind of?
There was the contribution planned from Basalt for the Whitewater Park, the streamside improvements, and then the intergovernmental would be DOLA grants. There are a few different DOLA grants, and Lisa will have.
We have a $350,000 grant from Great Outdoors Colorado for the Whitewater Park, and as you know, we didn't get a bid on the project. the stream side amenities. And so we're working with the current contractor out there to hopefully have him continue on. He's staged out there, and so we're looking to have discussions with him about just continuing on and doing those improvements. I've spoken with GOCO, and I have sought another grant extension to the end of 2023, hoping that we get everything done next year, and with the town of Basalt. So those are the
So
two
these may be funds that
contributions.
actually end up in being carried over into 2023.
Okay. Let's get another 850 or 525,000 from, we'll add it to the pot. Okay, does the board have questions? Francie or Steve? Steve, please.
I question the lease of winter water out of Root Eye Reservoir. When we really need the water, I think is for the late summer flows and, augmentation stuff during the fall. If we were guaranteed to get plenty of flow in the spring to fill Root Eye up, we could release extra water from it in the winter time, but there's no guarantee. A lot of years Root Eye does not get filled up. And then that just leads to, I think, shortfalls during large parts of the summer or late summer and the fall. So how much water would be proposed to be let down the Frying Pan River that is above the normal amount that is let down there?
I think they're looking at an additional greater than 70 CFS, I believe, is what the river, what they feel is a good number for the health of the river. They're concerned about the anchor ice up there, and now it's forming more and more. So they're hoping to get those flows to come through in the winter and increase the macroinvertebrates and the health of the river during the winter. And then also the economic benefit, to have those flows in the winter as well.
And that supports the health
Fishing.
in the summer as well, if it's
Yeah,
supporting
yep.
the biosphere,
Yeah.
whatever you call it in a river,
Yeah.
bio
Healthier around.
zone. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, Heather will definitely come back and we'll talk way more about this, and she's the expert on it, so.
Okay.
And on that topic, can I?
Yeah, go ahaid.
Is Roaring for Conservancy the main applicant for the River District?
I
and
think
cities
so.
grant?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. She's been going out to everyone.
Okay, Steve,
I'm
any?
assuming Root Eye is like playing a role in this, just because I'm guessing April's.
I think
role
Heather,
as
yeah,
the
April and Heather
city
have been involved, yep. And it's the River District's lease that they are willing to, River District's water that they're willing to lease out.
Steve, anything
Something
else?
new, something innovative, just looking for those increased flows in the winter.
Well, I would need to find out more information about that. I don't know that I would support that part of the request without a further presentation on it.
I think it's more of reserving the 50,000 for in conversations that come back before the amount of water, or if to use it and when to use it, moves forward, Steve. So it's not like
a placeholder.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Yes.
there's more discussion to be had. But we need to plan ahead for having funding if we move it
Rather than
forward.
come back for budget supplementals, we thought, well, if we knew kind of an amount that they were looking for, we would put it in for 2023.
Okay, Greg, do you have any questions?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Francie, you good?
But I do want to hear more. Is that,
This
of
is
course,
it.
water being, when they come back
Oh.
regarding detail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because we know that water is becoming more precious every year, and their energy uses and their needs for agriculture, and we have to keep the river healthy. So
Absolutely.
we're going to be trying to do more with less.
Yes.
Okay, so direction from the board to move this forward in the budget? Seeing it. Okay, thanks, Lisa.
That was easy.
That was easy.
For you, I just want
Thanks
to
for
say,
coming in.
I'm so glad that our board supported Lisa Tasker's position this last year.
That was my next, I
she's
just wanted
done
to
such
thank
a
you
great
guys. She's
job.
been amazing. Yep. And she's done a lot of the collaboration with everybody from the Middle Colorado to the Forest Service to CPW. So, Yeah, we've got some great irons in the fire, so. Yeah,
And
it's
Lisa
so
spent
helpful.
decades preparing for this job.
She knows so much.
She's been
yeah.
around so long that she
Yep.
knows all the players and she knows
Yep.
what's going on.
Yeah.
So that's great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
well, and I just will say too, because, you know, one of the things that I had wanted to see improvement of, and I feel like this budget request does that, is more proactive participation on projects related to like the watershed management plans and everything. Like it's very
Right.
clear
Yep.
that this is facilitating that
Mhm.
action rather
Yeah.
than waiting for community members
Somebody
to
to
come,
come.
and
Yep.
apply for grants. So I think this is great.
Exactly. Great.
Okay,
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. All right, next.
Jeff's
Next,
up.
we have
Hot
Jeff
seat.
Kruger with us and the telecommunications budget, wherever you would like.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to present the telecommunications budget for 2023. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the telecommunications manager. The photo that's shown up here just is our new solar array at Upper Red Mountain. It's a 36-panel array that was installed this year, and just really pleased with how that came out.
400
Thought we'd show
watts
you.
per panel.
It's 350 watts per panel, yes.
Great.
So, next slide, please. This is our organization. There's 5 people, 4 technical, 1 admin specialist. I'm really blessed to have a great team. The picture on the right is a photo from Ajax communication site that was taken in March, and this was replacing an air conditioning unit in the middle of winter, which was not a lot of fun. But this is
But it's not a bad place to have to work.
This is on Ajax,
wasn't.
top of Buckhorn? Where is that?
No, that's by the just off the gondola.
Okay.
Next slide, please. The telecommunications department consists of 2 budget line items. One is the translator and broadband budget. This is a dedicated mill levy. We also get revenue from broadband initiative. We get revenue from tower leases, and we get revenue from grant funds. We've been successful in getting nearly $3 million in grant funds over the last 5 years, which has really helped propel some of the infrastructure and modernization initiatives that we've been doing. The other budget line item is public safety radio. This is funded from public safety agencies as well as radio users. Examples of that include the Sheriff's Department for public safety, City of Aspen Police Department. Radio users include the airport, Aspen School District is an example, as well as many others. The photo on the right is a picture of our Sunlight communication site that was taken in February. This was in a response to an emergency outage that occurred on a Saturday. And just to note, all of our systems and services operate 24 hours a day, and we do have to respond to infrastructure and critical outages.
Always on.
Always on, yes. This slide is titled Emerging Issues. It's not really an emerging issue. This is a known issue. All of our systems and services have really undergone unprecedented growth. We've been tracking this since 2016 when I started for the county. If you notice on the very right, we show the 5-year increases from 2016 to 2020. We were really seeing triple-digit growth in those first 5 years with no staff increase. Projected increases over the 10-year period from 2016 to 2025, in some cases so quadruple digit growth. And again, our staff increases have been minimal. We did get an increase we did request to the board an increase in 2020 of a technical staff person. And we are going to present later on in this presentation an additional request given these growth numbers. Next slide, please. This is really a snapshot of all of our sites today. This is kind of the 30,000-foot view of where we are. Going back to 2016, you can see that most of our sites were in extremely poor condition. Over a 6-year period, we've transitioned almost every site to excellent condition. And this was done really through a combination of DOLA grants plus the board's commitment to the communications infrastructure and funding to support it. We really have 2 sites remaining. One is Red Mountain, and we do need to do a tower replacement. That's planned for 2028. And then we plan to do a full rebuild of the Ajax communication site in 2026. Next slide, please. As far as the translator budget line item, here are the capital projects we have planned for 2023. First of all, the Jackrabbit power line that was originally planned to be replaced this year. We are now moving that to 2023. We did get all the materials ordered, which is good, given material shortages, so that won't be an impact for next year. The Roaring Fork Fiber Project, this was funded in 2021. We have about $200K remaining. We plan to complete that in 2023, and this is also a 50% DOLA match. Crystal Frying Pan Fiber Study, we're anticipating about $200K for that. That is to perform a study and design for running fiber up both the Crystal and Frying Pan river valleys. We are anticipating a CPF grant fund to support that. CPF has indicated that they will be doing a 75% match. Normally, we've been seeing 50% matches in the past, so we want to go after some of that funding. Assuming that we proceed with that, we wouldn't do construction until 2024 or 2025. Next item is the Southside Building Electrification Project. This is $125K. It's actually being funded by facilities, but we're doing the work, and I'll get to that in a minute. The Automated Vehicle Counter System, you may be aware of this. This is a system that's being funded by the EOTC, and I'll go into that in more detail as well. The Airport Fiber Project, that's $110K. We planned to originally do that this year. We're moving it out till next year. It's already been funded. And we moved it out to next year to try to get some grant funding to support it. The translator receiver upgrade is $100K. This is a new Sony receiver that we're going to be putting in all of our translator systems. We have 42 translators in the system today. They run about $2,400 each. And then part of our replacement schedule is the Crown generator. The current generator is 12 years old and is on our replacement schedule, and that's our plan to do it next year. Next slide, please. The Southside Building Electrification Project, again, this is $125K. It's funded by facilities, but we're doing the work. It builds on a 911 dispatch center that was put into Southside. We have a 2-console system that is now running on inverter and batteries. So we're doing that on a small scale already. We plan to increase that scale and power the entire building with inverter and batteries, as well as to add solar panels to the site. The roof right now is 25 years old and needs to be replaced. It's on the capital replacement plan for next year. So one of the things we're looking at is doing a traditional roof and solar panels, or potentially doing Tesla solar tiles. And this is a trade-off we're going to make and determine the best solution. We will be adding inverters and batteries into the system to power the entire building. And as far as the HVAC goes, we are looking at either doing an electric furnace or a heat pump. The system today has a gas forced air furnace, so it's going to be a little pricey to retrofit heat pump. But again, we're going to evaluate both options. Next slide,
Question?
please.
Just a question regarding the Tesla versus regular solar panels. Are there covenants in the neighborhood about solar panels?
There are not.
They're not, okay.
Yeah,
So
there
I
are
think
covenants, but they do support having solar panels.
The Tesla solar panels are really pretty, but they're going to be much more expensive and lower, you know.
Yeah, we've actually gotten some initial estimates on it, and it looks like the combination of doing a whole roof as well as solar panels versus doing just Tesla tiles is pretty similar. So.
Okay, because you're replacing the roof. I
Exactly.
forgot that's an interesting thing. Thanks for pointing that out.
Mm-hmm. The Automated Vehicle Counter System is actually a EOTC initiative. They put out an RFP this year. They got no responses back on it. I think one of the benefits now that we're part of the infrastructure team is we're collaborating and kind of seeing some cross-pollination across departments. And after seeing this and seeing exactly what they were trying to do, we came up with an innovative approach to use our tower infrastructure to actually take their sensor data and then microwave it through our microwave network into the county network, where we could then in turn do analysis. So we have proposed to take on this plan. We presented it to the committee, and it was received very well. So we plan to do that in-house, hopefully save them money, and get them a system that's going to be highly reliable and effective going forward. It's going to be deployed at 5 locations today in Aspen. They've also asked for the option of doing potentially 2 more locations, but it'll be completely wireless, solar powered. It's going to have a non-intrusive sensor to where there's no cuts in the pavement required. And it'll support the real-time analytics. And we hope that that's going to provide some very valuable information going forward.
Are all of them in Aspen? Is that what you said?
There's one in Woody Creek, one on Brush Creek Road. The others are in Aspen.
And they have to be line of sight to a tower?
They have to be line of sight to a tower, yes.
Got it. Okay. And who provides the sensing equipment? That's just a
So the sensor is what we're going to evaluate. That's going to part of what we do. We're looking at various types of non-intrusive sensors, including a radar sensor as well as a piezoelectric one, and just some motion type sensors as well. So we'll do a full evaluation on that, kind of pick the best one for our application and go from there.
Interesting. I'd love to talk to you offline about that. That's fascinating. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. I think what we'd like to do is
on his e-bike as he
is present,
crosses over.
you know, is we tend to do a telecommunications overview in the wintertime, and I think maybe we could make it a part of that.
It requires the county to sweep the roads so they can count vehicles correctly, Greg. You'll be happy.
Right. That's right.
Next slide, please. This is the translator line item budget. First off, we do anticipate about $250K in grant revenue for next year. This equates to a total translator budget of $1.43 million. Overhead expenses account for about $900K, and capital expenses, all those items that we just discussed, account for $716K. We do have overhead of about $250K. One of the kind of the main takeaways here is that when you take our revenue minus our operating expenses and overhead expenses, we have about $288K left. And as you can see, we have $716K in capital expenses, so we're running a deficit. And so I am asking, I don't like doing this, but I am asking the board to provide a one-time transfer from the general fund of $500K. We're also asking for a $35K transfer from the excise and use tax for the EOTC, and that's for the automated vehicle counter system. So a total transfer of $535K.
But I thought EOTC was approving it for $288,000. So now we're adding an additional.
No, that's built into the price. Basically, that's the labor cost that the EOTC would normally need to pay to another contractor. Instead, doing it in-house, they will pay for the labor by reimbursing the translator fund when our own staff are doing it, but it's part of what EOTC is already budgeting for.
No, I don't get it. You're asking us to take money out of the general fund.
So the $35,000 would be the contribution from EOTC, and that's payment for services for labor performed for the automated vehicle counters. This is a request for $500,000 from the general fund for capital, for the capital projects that are being proposed.
Oh, because it's listed on the line item. It's listed under transfer from general fund and EOTC. So
yes.
I assumed it was all going to the EOTC project.
No,
okay.
No. The $500,000 from the general fund is just from the capital projects that have
The
been
roof and all that stuff.
mentioned.
Okay. All right.
The
ones that have already been approved.
Right,
And
specific.
those, we don't have monies in the translator fund to cover those type of capital expenditures, is that correct? So we need to find another way to fund them.
Correct.
Than out of the translator fund.
Correct.
You just keep mixing me up with these funds and numbers. I'm keeping track of
Yeah.
numbers and it's not making
I know,
sense.
I'm a little confused too, because some of these, it says funded in 2022, funded in 2021, which would ordinarily just be carryover.
Yes, and many of them you will see coming back as carryovers. Not all of these are included within the proposed 2023 budget, but they're the projects that this group will be working on during 2023. More specifically included in this budget in 2023, the machinery and equipment, there are I'll go back up. We've got the translator receiver upgrades, the generator replacement, and I'd have to go back and look at some of the detail. We also have this crystal and frying pan fiber study. And let's see, Jeff, do you remember what else was in the infrastructure line?
Brings us to 340, the other 170K.
Roaring Fork Fiber Project, Crystal Frying Pan, Jack Power Power Line.
But I'm not counting the ones that'll carry over.
Yeah, we did include these as carryovers, though, Connie.
You did include
No,
them.
they were not.
Oh,
That's why
right.
they were spelled out
Right.
here.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why all that funding is shown here, because it's not shown as a carryover.
But it would be in the budget because you hadn't spent it either.
Correct.
Right. Okay, I'm still a little confused.
Yeah. So we're carrying it over and we're budgeting it?
Yeah,
That doubles the price.
The
doesn't it?
Roaring Fork Fiber project is $200,000, a Crown Fiber connection of $30,000, receiver upgrades $100,000, a fiber splicing tool $15,000, and other equipment then, and the generator replacement.
So Connie, if Jeff didn't carry it over as a carry forward, he's rebudgeting, would the fund balance in the 2022 end of the year
So
cover those?
He did not rebudget most of these, and I can go back and double check and make sure what is in what year. I know I went through it very meticulously when Jeff presented it, and it all matched up. We are not counting savings for these projects in 2022, and so if they're not spent in 2022, then they'd be carried over into 2023.
And that will
However,
happen after the end of the year when we know they're not being spent.
However, the new projects coming up in 2023, the fund does not have enough without an additional general fund transfer to cover those.
So it's rather than the fund not having enough, rather than the projects not qualifying for a translator fund.
And part of it is that when broadband was added on to the scope of this fund, there
Right.
was no increase in the tax. And
I'm talking more about the roof at the south side.
that's being paid for in the facilities budget, not the translator fund.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead. Still not clear, but.
I'm not totally clear either, but I just want to understand this crystal and frying pan fiber study a little bit, and I guess in comparison to, so I've been wondering if we can play a role in better helping people get access to Starlink, for example, because I just was walking in Redstone on Sunday and had a conversation with a business owner who ordered Starlink and had it delivered to Newcastle and then installed it in Redstone because that was their workaround to getting around Starlink's ordering restrictions that they have in place. They have geographic restrictions that I don't totally get, but there's other people doing this who are acting as like these middle man just brokers, or distributors, and I don't know if that's something a role that we should be playing to, in contrast to running fiber all the way down the valleys, or what your thoughts are? I'm sure you thought Greg was going to ask you this question, but.
Well, I appreciate you asking. It's an interesting question. I was going to kind of get to that same question, just looking at the emerging issues and trends, and looking at the incredible infrastructure growth you're pointing to with all this, telecom sites and hops and radios, dispatch centers. It's all getting more complex fairly rapidly. And I keep thinking, when will it actually make more sense to simplify? And I don't know if Starlink's the answer. It seems to be run by a madman. So I have no idea what's going to happen.
Let's sign up for it. We can put right in.
But it's an
Yeah, I don't think we
thank you
know
for asking.
either, but your safe bet is always fiber, especially when it comes to middle mile.
Right.
And in terms of capacity and growth, there is no limitations on fiber. So for middle mile, you always want a fiber solution. And in terms of what the Capital Project Fund is doing with the Colorado Broadband Office, they are not funding Starlink as an option. So, they don't quite understand the long-term implications of it, but they are funding fiber projects. And so if we want any grant money in these areas, we have to do fiber projects. And so that's kind of where we're going. And this is purely a study right now. It's not actually doing construction. So I think, once that study is complete, we'll have a better idea of what total cost is going to be and whether this is something we want to proceed with. It's not going to be cheap to run fiber up these valleys. It's not. And so once we have those numbers and can present them to the board, I think you'll have a better informed decision of where we want to go.
So Greg, do you have a 5% interest in Starlink?
I have no investments at all, and it's much too scary a proposition, and it all seems to be losing money right now. So, yeah, but I follow them because I'm fascinated, and it just seems like that seems to be where things are going.
You just like the crazy guy.
And I'm afraid of him, actually.
Well, it's a good product. People are using it,
People
and
are
they're happy
using
with it,
yeah.
and you can be.
Well, we have an experiment. I see you're going to be doing a
Yeah, I'm going to be
Starlink
talking
experiment.
about Starlink application here in a little bit.
I know, I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
Francie's had her hand up patiently.
Yeah, this is the same question I asked you last time, Jeff. I'm glad the answer is still the same. You went through it with us then in exactly the same way, that fiber is where we're at. But my son has successfully installed Starlink, and he's very happy with it. And it works really well. It's super fast and doesn't break down all the time like Rise broadband. So.
That's great to hear. Thanks.
Doesn't break down yet. Still new.
Well, he may just draw it down, on a whim.
Yeah. Okay, so we are at a decision point.
One more clarifying question.
Yes, sure.
Will the why would we transfer this from the general fund rather than capital fund balance?
In our capital fund, the capital fund itself receives transfers from the general fund. We take our surplus from past years in the general fund and then use it for capital projects. So we could transfer additional monies from general fund into the capital fund and then capital fund into the translator fund, but it's just an extra step.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I trust you to account for it how you like to best. Okay.
And we'll be giving her chocolate next time for. Okay, so do we have the board ready to move this forward to the bigger budget discussion?
Thumbs up for me.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Our next budget line item is public safety radio. We only have a few capital projects for this. We also have a generator replacement up at Ajax. That one happens to be 14 years old, and we just, due to other infrastructure issues, we decided to wait until next year. I'll be talking about the IndyPass 911 emergency phone, And we also are going to be running fiber from the gondola. It's going to be an extension of SkiCo fiber from the gondola to our site. Next slide, please.
And where does that go from the gondola to the site? What's the pathway? Because you're building us behind the gondola towards the east?
No, this is towards kind of the front side. So
down the hill?
We have a path. I can be happy to share that with you at another time. But yeah, there is it's going to be underground. It'll be trenched and put in underground.
I'm just wondering about the trenching and disruption of anything else that's on the mountain.
It will, yeah, there's nothing in the path that would disrupt it.
Okay.
Snowmaking.
Well, they just
hardware.
installed new snowmaking up there, and
Yeah.
I'd rather you not disrupt that system.
I'm sure they'll be paying attention to that.
Yes.
And I'll hear about it, trust me.
Right. Inside skinny.
This will be done, this is going to be a summer project, by the way.
Well, he's up there all summer, too.
Yeah.
All right, so we are moving to, where'd the,
Call box.
So,
okay, Indy Pass.
so this is kind of an innovative idea that my team came up with to use our Starlink satellite system for internet. And we're going to place it up at the Indy Pass little shack or hut there. And that shack is actually maintained by the state and OIT. And there's an 800 megahertz repeater system up there. But currently today, you cannot get any cell service and you cannot get DTR two-way radio service up there. So it's completely isolated. So, you know, there's just been a number of emergencies that have occurred up there lately. People have to drive all the way down to where almost past where the gate is in order to make a cell phone call. So our idea is to use Starlink, put in an emergency call box. It'll transfer the voice calls over the internet straight to the dispatch center. So this will ring down to the dispatch center in Aspen. They'll pick it up there and can respond immediately to any emergency.
That's a great idea.
And
It's only for 911 then.
only for 911, yes. It's it is on USFS Forest Service land, so it does require a change in their application and lease, and that's been applied for. But we do anticipate that it's going to be completed early next year.
I think Kara's really good at those.
And you'll be putting in solar panels to power it, or?
There's solar panels on there already. You can kind of barely see them.
Right.
We're going to be replacing those with some higher output panels.
That's enough.
Yeah, it's enough to power everything.
Great.
Next slide, please.
That's a good introduction to see how it works.
Yeah. This is the public safety radio budget. Total revenue for this one is $586K. We have operating expenses of $461, capital expenses of $92K, overhead expenses of $62K. This leaves a slight deficit for this year, but overall fund balance is good. And we are planning on increasing this budget 10% each year for the next 5 years, and that's mainly to build up reserves for the Ajax site rebuild that's planned for 2026.
We have partners in public safety radio, don't we? Like major partners throughout the valley.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Next slide,
so
please. Oh,
Your
sorry,
decision
I
on
think
that?
this is a decision point.
Is there an increase in here for an FTE with the increase
That's
of
next.
Yes,
salary
in
and wages?
both the translator and the public safety radio funds, each has 50% of the FTE that's coming up on the next slide.
And that's going to be another discussion. So
Yes.
do we have board approval, nods, shakes of thumbs, whatever, to move this forward?
Yeah.
Okay. Steve? Yeah, you're good. Okay, thank you. All right.
And this is my last slide, so we want to talk about a
Oh,
new.
there's the new positions.
We want to
Had my
talk about a
hand
new.
over it for some reason.
Approve the budget for it.
Yeah, we want to talk about a new position request for telecommunications. As we kind of went over in that emerging trends slide, we have 4 technical positions and 1 admin position today, but we've had no increase in technical positions since 2016. Yet if you look at the growth of all of our systems over the last 7 years, it's been, again, kind of unprecedented. Site expansion, we've increased 111%. Our microwave network expansion has increased 833%. Radio expansion is 133%, and you can go on and on. The other thing too is that all of our telecom systems operate 24 hours a day. We have to maintain those systems, yet we're not staffed for 24-hour-a-day operation. We do have 2 staff on call, but it's becomes difficult to just arrange time off and vacations with the small amount of manpower that we have. The thought is, or the plan at least, and it's included in our budgets today, is that the funding would be split equally between translator and public safety radio. And this would reduce the need for professional services. There is some professional services that was taken out from the previous year that would help cover the cost of labor. Yeah, and I think that's about it.
So, do we normally have a decision point on FTEs, or does this come back for our FTE discussion?
It will be included in the FT discussion, but it's, again, since we have this coming after the 2 different budgets, just wanted to get the board's nod if we're okay moving it forward as is for the time being.
I don't have a problem moving it to our FTE discussion, but again, I think the board wants to look at all the FTEs.
Understand.
Rather than piecemeal it out.
Mm-hmm. Question?
Yes.
Yeah, Greg or Kelly, you can fight it out.
Go ahead.
Just thinking about the nature of this 24/7, 365 days a year, limited staff, you can't leave town because you might be needed. Do we have reciprocal arrangements with other telecommunications in adjoining counties like we do with, I know the broadband network and all that involves 3 counties at this point. Are there ways that, like the way fire departments work together, or
I think
like mutual aid kind of a thing?
Mutual aid, is that something that could be established?
We don't, Greg.
Do you trust those guys with your
Eagle County and Garfield County are both spread thin themselves. Not a bad suggestion. We do have different systems though, and so a big part of what we do is, we have to be trained on all these systems, and in order to maintain them and operate them. And so, bringing another county into the fold would potentially require additional training. Not to saying that it can't happen, but there's a cost associated with that. And then vice versa, us on their systems.
So the systems are that different?
Yeah,
they are different. Our microwave systems, we went with a Nokia microwave system. Both Eagle and Garfield went with a different vendor. So they're that far apart where you really have to be trained on them.
Right. They may not talk to each other.
Exactly.
Well, hopefully they would.
They can talk to each other, but actually configuring them, making changes in the system requires you be thoroughly trained and certified on them. So.
Okay.
Something I think to look at in the future. If they're thin, we're thin. Maybe with the 3 of us working together, we can, help each other out. But I understand the technology issues. But yeah, it would be interesting to find out how dissimilar they are, that you couldn't, work together.
It'd be an interesting analysis, because I'm not sure you gain much, because if we have to go cover them.
Well, no, we need to look at the whole picture.
On your days off.
Yeah. It's like a net,
share
like
one
a wash
roamer. You can
without
the
that
3
additional,
parties can get together and hire one position that's the roamer.
Oh, I see what you mean.
There's some options and opportunities.
Yeah.
We need to be creative. So,
Yeah.
Kelly, did you have?
I do. So, not considering the general fund contribution, would this position essentially pay for be covered within the funds?
It's pretty well covered within the funds. It's a little tight, but with being able to reduce some of the contracted services and doing it with our own staff rather than paying a higher premium on a contracted labor, most of it is paid for, yes.
But we're taking $500,000 out of the general fund to cover costs because the fund doesn't have enough money.
Not the operating costs,
Okay.
it's really the capital costs that the general fund is being asked to pay for.
If we could just stop doing any capital improvements, I think we'll be good, but.
We had that conversation at staff, actually, whenever Jeff approached administration about this, and that was one of the first things we asked him. I mean, what can we cut back on?
Well, it was supposed to be, all these things are supposed to make things easier and more efficient.
Yeah.
Let me see, how many years have I been told it's going to be easier and more efficient, and we keep having to hire people because we keep
Well, back in 1879, they had smoke signals and carrier pigeons.
And did they have a dirt single track road over the pass? It was
Probably
open
not.
in the winter?
I doubt it.
I mean, Patty, to your question, we are seeing a lot of economies of scale. I mean, if you look at those numbers on that one chart as to how much our systems are growing, triple growth, quadruple growth, yet staffing is growing very small in comparison. So we are seeing economies of scale. I mean, we've modernized our systems. We're actually able to do a lot more from our office versus actually going to the sites, which we always had to do in the past. So we're getting better, we're getting more efficient, we're making better use of our manpower, but we've still
But we
grown a
still
lot.
need another full-time position, so, yeah, that's a broader discussion.
Yeah.
Greg and I were talking earlier about, here we always, in Pickens County it's gonna come to a point, I think, where we have to say, okay, we need to prioritize what we're gonna improve and where we're gonna spend our capital funds. Does Pickens County always have to do everything and do everything better than everybody else? Or maybe we just need to focus on priorities and, make more economic sense. But we do need communications, especially I think the idea with the pass is perfect, because I've been up there in emergency situations, and then you send somebody flying down the pass, which is another emergency issue, somewhere down the road. So, yeah, and I think the public servant, the first responders will greatly appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're moving this to further discussion.
Okay.
I believe, I don't see anybody nixing it at this point. I think we need to look at the whole picture of FTEs. All right.
All right.
I have a question.
Thanks,
quick.
Jeff.
Sorry,
Yeah.
this just sparked. Will dispatch be able to dispatch to Lake County side if that's where the emergency is?
I believe so. They certainly have communication with them, so yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah, it would come
But
back to our.
it will
that's
ring
because-
down initially to our dispatch
And
center.
then they can dispatch over.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because we've had those issues right there in Lake County. Lake County will appreciate that. Okay. Now to
Thank
the
you.
really easy discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good
Thanks,
job,
Jeff.
Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next, we have
That was
community
Clear
development.
presentation. Hot seat next.
I'm gonna let you guys take over. I'm stepping out for just a sec. I will come back. I promise.
Congratulations, Suzanne.
That's right, congrats.
Yay.
That's right.
Thank you.
Strong arm the county for a raise. I always
Yeah,
encourage
you're
that.
probably in the
Considered
cat's.
later.
You're in the driving seat now.
So did Patty want us to just start rolling? Or give her a minute?
She does want you to
Okay.
start rolling.
Happy to do that.
Yes.
So yes, thank you. Suzanne Wolf here for Community Development. With our team, which looks a little different than a year ago when we were here for the budget. So I'll just introduce, and then everybody will get their chance to jump in as well. But so Jeff Erickson, Chief Building Official. Alex Sanchez, our ComDev Analyst. Kara Silbernagel, who is playing a large role in my interim position, and will continue to be my support system. And then Jeanette Musio is hiding in the back there, but she's also here if we have any questions about the short-term rental piece. So we gave you a lot of org charts because we just really wanted to point out that a lot has changed for us since we were here a year ago, which shifted a lot for us because we've mostly been kind of trying to keep up and figure out what's next when things were shifting, like Cindy retiring and a new CBO and internal shifts as well as new positions. So I'm not going to walk through all those org charts, but we were able to get the current approved org chart to reflect the shift in my position last week, but you'll note that it shows me as the director and the assistant director. So that's really essentially now a vacant position as well, kind of added in. So I think, out of that whole, we just really wanted to kind of paint the picture that there's been a lot of change, and we think transition, and that we're kind of still in that phase right now, moving forward into 2023. We did want to note that, we do have several vacant positions. We did fill some of the new positions that were created last year, the development services manager, short-term rental manager, obviously, and the special events permit tech. But we do still have vacant positions now, an assistant director, a planning engineer, special projects manager, and short-term rental enforcement. And so really we have a couple of FTEs there that are still open to us to figure out what we best need, but we also think moving forward, there's a possibility that we might have additional positions we might need to request as we start to identify what some of our gaps are with all of these shifts that are happening in the office. So we are not requesting any new FTEs now. We might be back. But again, we're really still just saying we're in
4 years.
transition now. And we have FTEs to work with that are vacant right now. So again, I think we're really thinking that's our first place to go to figure out how best to use those FTEs, and then see where we're going to head. So evaluating what we still need for the department is going to be an important thing for us going forward in 2023. So before I kick off to other folks in the department, I think for administration, for us, actually we can keep going, I think, to the next. Yep, trends and issues, perfect. I think our biggest issue, and probably for every department in the county, is staff development, retention, recruitment. Our building department right now is fully staffed, which is awesome. We've got a couple of new permit techs that are being trained, and that's going really well. So that's really exciting. But again, we're just always kind of treading that, like, can we, keep up with the workload and keep our people happy and all of that. So that's always, I think, at the forefront for us, and I think for me, looking forward for the department.
Question on just something to think about down the road. I'd love to just know how many live in the county, or how far out they live from the county on your staff. I want to ask that of everybody.
In
works
our department, is Brian the only one who lives in the city of Aspen? We used to have two till Cindy moved on. So we have one employee who lives with city limits of Aspen, and then
few over in the Redstone area, Redstone Marble.
2 in Marble.
Wow.
Wow.
And then more and more of our new hires are further down Valley, Glenwood, or beyond.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
That's an interesting statistic I'd love to see for the entire staff. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. So then, Alex, I think you were going to jump in next.
So along with kind of the administration side, we're really looking at our Sages Gov system. In prior years, it would be Cindy, Brian, and Skylar were some of the original team members to bringing on that software, and since they've moved on to other positions or retirement. And so with that, we're taking a pause on some of the work that we've done up to date. I know in prior years we had discussed bringing back some metrics or ways that we can evaluate the efficiencies. And obviously with all the moving pieces, that just hasn't been on the list this year, but is something that we're looking forward in future years as we bring on, Jeff and Suzanne in their new positions. One thing we are looking at is the Sages Gov management overall. We've spoken with IT and in the manager's office of how that system can be better supported, especially with some of the departures. There's been a real need for cross-training, redundancies, or just backups as fewer and fewer people know this system as in-depth as maybe we had in prior years. It's become evident with somebody out on vacation, a work conference, what have you, that we need to be able to support everybody here in the work they do. That I think directly ties into the next item there in short-term rentals. And this year we've gotten the new regulations from the commissioners, and in that we launched the short-term rental program. That's been a great learning experience on just a lot of data we didn't know about short-term rentals, but it's also added work onto the admin side to manage how that's built in SAGES. And so, again, as we see more of a use or potential use for SAGES, we're also looking to how we can best support everybody within that system. On the STR side, looking forward in the future, Patty, I know you alluded to this, but the Redstone STR is going to be something that process will be brought back to this commissioners here to discuss what we're looking to do there and get your input, feedback, and direction as how that would proceed in 2023. Along with that, we're looking at impact studies to understand what are the impacts of STRs within our community and if there's some sort of nexus there with an impact fee that could be charged. So a lot of good things that are still happening in the coming years and a lot of good things that we can continue to work on. And with that,
Question?
I know.
Just
Yeah, go
a
ahead.
quick question. I don't know where my sense of confidence is with SAGES. I haven't heard anything good about it from the building community. Not that I've heard a lot of bad things, but I really don't know. How is SAGES working? We're putting off the review. I'm not sure what that means, other than we don't know enough about it yet to be able to assess it, but we've had it a couple of years, right?
Yeah, so the post-implementation review that's called out there, that was something that we started under Cindy's direction. We brought in Barry Dunn as the third-party consultant that helped us implement the software. They also assisted in Munis. And so they were going to come in and do a really in-depth assessment of where we are, what are the gaps in the system, and what improvements we could follow on. That takes a lot of staff time, and given that we've training some new members and still down in some other positions, we thought best to delay that. Now that's just an outside party coming in and providing that. Internally, every day we've got a team that are really looking at improvements, and so we can bring you, in another work session at a later date, number of permits, how we believe there's efficiency gained on the payment side, how we are able to do, any number of things. So I think there's a mixed bag when we talk SAGES. We've improved in areas, and we still have other areas to improve in. We can definitely bring that back. I think this group knows, plenty of that. And yeah, we hear the feedback from the public of areas we can improve on. We still think it's a pretty great system that we've got, we were able to incorporate a licensing program and an existing software that was really a minimal cost to add that whole process on because we already had the infrastructure there. So it could be better, but I think, what we've got is pretty dang good when you compare with other jurisdictions, industry leads, and other metrics that, we judge ourselves against.
And considering the pressure we have on our department, maybe that's all we can ask for. But it's good to hear that. Thanks. And I'd love to hear more later.
And just a quick chime in on that too. I mean, the position we created last year of the Development Services Manager, which has taken a while for Larissa's old position to be filled. So that position is intended to really do that deeper dive and really be able to dig into where can we improve the way we're working with SAGES, with the public, internally, externally. All of that really is going to fall under her purview. And she's finally just now getting to the point where she's able to really start transitioning into doing that job instead of her old job. So I think that was a piece we were trying to add last year, or this current year, and I think she'll be more fully into that in 2023.
And is the complexity of SAGES something that makes it really difficult if somebody leaves the company? I'm just wondering, is it such a complicated system that it really is a detriment if somebody transitions out?
So the software is a customizable off-the-shelf software. They're it's what softwares are called. It allows any member of staff to go in and customize, update, do things like that. I think the insider knowledge of SAGES is something that could be lost should other people transition off. Like with Skylar, he was such a great asset. We've entered into a contract with him to still maintain some of that and get it passed along.
From Spain.
So, yeah, from Spain.
He's our farthest flung employee.
Yeah. So we are doing that's clearly something we've identified as a need. We need to document those best practices, have it so that if somebody's gone for a week, vacation, transition to a different job, that institutional knowledge is not being lost. And so we are really working to spread that out to everybody who can, take on that knowledge.
Great, thanks.
I found when I go in to ask from people who want to know where their permit, just about anybody that I find in the office is able to help me.
Yeah.
Great.
So I think that's good.
We should ask Skylar at your next opportunity, like, what are housing costs there where he is?
No, I think we need to go visit him and ask him in person.
Site visit, I'm hearing.
Site visit. I have a question. The adoption of the 2021, is that the International Building Code?
Correct, yeah. And
That's
I was,
a great tee
yeah.
off because Jeff's up next.
He's hard to follow.
Oh, okay.
I'll do
I'm
my
already
best.
doing yours, so just give me another minute and I'll finish it off for you.
There you go.
Okay. Sorry,
I'm Jeff Erickson, Chief Building Official. I haven't got the chance to meet you guys yet, so it's good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I can see him
I've
all the
met you
time.
quite a few times. Yeah, so the 2021 I-codes were set for first and second readings in December, and kind of ready for that. I have a work session scheduled for November 15th to discuss the energy code and kind of our incremental advance towards a net zero goal in 2030, and what that kind of looks like. So that's kind of what I've been working on the last few months in the building department, along with obviously the, what's all transpired this year with Brian Paul leaving, and getting a new electrical inspector, Tony Popish going to a part-time, position, adding 2 new permit techs and a new plan reviewer inspector. So there's been quite a bit going on in the building department this
A lot of new faces
this
in
year.
there. It's fun to see them. And new dogs.
And babies, yeah. I have
That's
a
right.
10-week-old. I actually brought her in today.
Oh,
I know.
I should have brought her.
We didn't make her stick
Yeah,
around.
should have
for
brought
the
her in.
meeting.
Wild.
I'll hold her, I did that.
That's right, you were good at that in meetings, yeah. Hanging on to the baby.
So can I add on to the International Building Code?
Sure.
So, it's my understanding that there's an amendment to the building code for tiny homes. Are we doing anything about addressing our lack of tiny home code?
So the
Brian had been
tiny-
working on it.
The appendix.
Brian had been working on it.
The appendix and the tiny home appendix and the IBC is, I think it goes to 400 square feet, and it basically is less stringent than everything that is required in the IBC is required in this section. It's just a little less stringent. It lets them get away with certain things.
Like widths of stairways and that kind of stuff.
Well, that all still has to be compliant. It's just room sizes and this sort of thing.
So the answer is no, we're not going to adopt the appendix with the tiny home code as part of the IBC?
I think we are, and that's one item that I was going to bring up.
Okay, then to further discussion, thank you. And I'll let you finish because I know Francie wanted to bring up something, so.
Sure, yeah, that's about all I have for the building
Demolition
segments.
permits. We need to make sure we have a discussion on that. 'Cause I know Francie's been asking for it, so if we can have an
I just
opportunity.
wrote to Jeff an email, and I'm also gonna talk to John Smore, and then hopefully we can bring it.
I put it in my little notebook too, Francie, so you're in my notebook, to not
That's
forget.
And
so.
I'm sorry, that's a work session I'm not sure when.
Work session discussion on building permit, or demolition permits.
The number of building.
The number and how they're managed and, what
How
we're.
they can be changed,
Yeah. Yeah.
how they can be limited.
And this is separate from the growth committee discussion, just
But I wanted to
just
bring
wanna
it
be
up
clear.
because it's, my understanding it's in the building department, not in ComDev. That's what I was
So
told
it's a
earlier.
Pre-investigation.
I haven't
Building
been
department
involved
is
in,
in ComDev.
Yeah.
well, you're saying plant, not land use code. Again, I guess
Oh.
we need to have a broader discussion about what question is being asked, I guess, in order
The number
for
of
us to.
building, the number of demolition permits that are issued and how we can address that, either change the number or require more demolition requirements.
So the one
Broader
thing
discussion.
I will point out is demolition permits. We do have building permit for demolition. However, sometimes that is encompassed into the building of a new home. So the
So
demolition and building of a new home is one.
Which is your-
Implicates the land use code when somebody's coming
So
through
we
site
want
plan
all of you at
review
the table
to-
for that discussion.
Okay. Good to know.
And it may be wise to go ahead and start separating those two things. Like you need a demolition permit before you get your
Yeah,
building permit.
part of the discussion. I just want to make sure we have the discussion sometime probably in December, if we can. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, continuing, so we're still on trends and issues. Planning and zoning, I mean, you're hearing it, actually, you just, I guess, hit that second bullet about, you know, obviously demand, we're still seeing high demand for applications and permits. You know, clearly we're seeing a lot of, you know, tear down, replace, less vacant land development, you know, a lot of that. So again, seeing that, was certainly anticipating that conversation as part of the growth committee outcomes, but we'll have a work session to discuss that. Long range, you know, clearly, right, there's a big process going on right now with the Community Growth Advisory Committee. You know, out of that, we're obviously looking at, you know, a bunch of implementation, you know, presumably with land use code amendments and building code amendments. So again, kind of remains to be seen where that's headed, other than we know it's headed towards probably some substantial code work, and you'll see that in some of the budget requests in terms of future needs to support that. And then continued development of those, the area master plans, the caucus plans, you know, that is still ongoing. And just obviously the note there is that, you know, we've definitely lost capacity in the long range division, if you can call it that, when we really just have one body doing it, with obviously a portion of Cindy's position that was, you know, functioning for long range, as well as Zach, that his position, a portion of his time. So that's a part of that, needing to look at what gaps do we have in the department for staffing. So any other questions there before we hit sort of what the budget requests are? Okay.
I don't see any, nope.
Great. So for, you know, administration, I mean, overall, there's no big changes in budget for us. We're not asking for new software or any of those things. I mean, all of that's kind of ongoing. With short-term rentals, there's $200,000 budgeted for the impact studies that have been talked about, and I think Alex mentioned those. If you have other questions, again, probably
I have a question.
Jeanette can.
It's my understanding the short-term rental revenues were supposed to cover the cost of the program, and obviously we're not meeting the revenue numbers we thought as far as licensing.
I am not familiar enough with the numbers on that to help
speak. So our original revenue projections were based on the information we knew at the time. We had identified around, I think, 380 some properties. And so when we ran our projections on the fees structure that we provided, it was on that number. When we further dug into that, we found out that there was about 100 to 120 that were at the Inn at Aspen. Those were exempt from the STR requirements. And so our original number is 380. We really found out that that's more likely 270, maybe a little less. So there is going to be a decrease in probably what we're collecting, or right, we're going to come in under that. Going forward, I think we'll have a good number. I mean, we're getting just better information as we finally find out who's actually operating and which are just previously identified STRs that no longer operate. So that's a whole piece there, but then we do know that the impact study was something that was called out by the board of wanting to know, so we made sure to call it in here. If the board would like that to be covered by the revenue, then we'd have to look at other items within the STR to cover that. And so we've called that out. We know that that's a need, called out here by the board, but recognizing our original numbers just aren't what they are today.
That's just coming out of the ComDev budget?
Yes, that's right.
And I would also note, Alex, correct me here, that there are also planned expenses that are still on hold too for the program, such as the STR enforcement position and I think the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
So there are also things that are not being expended until we see what the true need and demand is of the program.
I'm just wondering, has the program incentivized homeowners to go back to long-term renting? That was kind of the ambition of the whole thing to begin with, right? So ideally, it's kind of like the REMP funds. We work ourselves out of a job if we're successful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Jeanette could speak to it, but there are a couple of homeowners who have just said these are too much requirements, I don't want to pay the fee, I'm just going to rent for 30 plus days. And so that has happened in certain cases.
That's why we need an enforcement officer.
Yeah.
Wait, you need to be on a microphone.
Come on,
if you're
it'd be interesting to know about that, because you see 30-plus day rentals being advertised now online, like the next VRBO iteration is a 30-plus day sort of thing.
Or they're just deciding not to opt in the program at all.
Or they're just not doing it, right.
Just not, and then that's when I believe the enforcement piece is going to be
you mean still operating but not be part of the program?
No, they've
right.
decided not to participate in the program. Whether or not they continue to short-term
rental
will be in the enforcement discovery.
Or how they're configuring their 30-day plus.
But it sounds like we're down to it's a much smaller pool than we thought.
That's correct.
On top of other things, so. But I do think we need to find out. I think this study is still warranted.
And I think the plan for the STR program is, right, we're all learning. I think Jeanette and Alex are learning daily of what's coming in, and so I think really that 1 year, what's working about the program overall, will have more data that they're able to collect too, of really being able to know there's anecdotal stories versus what's the data points telling us.
Can this impact study actually help us kind of figure out, how do we go forward incentivizing community growth, community job growth for people in the community housing rather than a short-term rental program? I'm just wondering, it seems like there'd be some great data gathering opportunities, especially from the ones who've decided to change course. We might come up with a palette of incentives, for instance, after we've seen this. I'm hoping enough information comes across that we could use it that way. Don't know. I don't know what's there, but just.
I mean, I think we should do that even for people who have opted in to get licenses and continue to do short rentals.
That's what I mean.
I know I've heard of at least one person who had hoped to split their time between multiple homes and just has decided to rent their home full time.
Easier.
They weren't going to live here full time and didn't want a short-term rent.
I've heard lots of things out there.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I'm never sure what's going to come up next. I'm afraid of my emails sometimes.
So we've disrupted the disruption.
All right, now the fun one, $620K for growth management public process.
Kara gets to take all these.
I get this one apparently. So, as noted, we're requesting $620,000 for the growth management, and I know that's a big chunk of change. And so there's a couple key components, and I'll be honest, we just wanted to make sure that this is resourced well for whatever the recommendations might come out and what the board chooses to adopt. So, $120,000 is continuing the facilitation of that, and so that is, we do have the contractors, GBSM, who are adding critical capacity to carry on that process, as well as then that does include our community advisors and resources, which is now Cindy and John Bennett. So that is kind of what makes up that 120, and that is estimated to carry us through Q1, I think, or just we wanted to make sure it was resourced for as long as the committee might need to go. And then the 500,000 is quite frankly, again, we wanted to make sure that if the committee needed additional data, that we had the resources in here, and very specifically whatever the implementation of those recommendations would be. And as Suzanne called out, this is separate than necessarily that just code amendments. This is whatever process might be for carrying recommendations through to P&Z, future public outreach as part of any public hearing process. And so that's really what that $500,000 request is.
That's kind of a placeholder right now, because
absolutely
could be more, could be less.
We're hoping it's not more. We're hoping that we estimated enough. And then, like we said, there's definitely a reduction in capacity for long range with really just one person. So $200,000 is to help support Ellen in the master plan updates that she's working on, and then another 100 is for those code amendments that are, there's still, as I understand, a long list of code amendments from those master plan updates or elsewhere that need to happen that are not part of the growth process.
Some of these costs could be carried over to 2024, unless we're very efficient in 2023. The board have questions?
No, again, I see, I want the growth committee to be supported. You know, I see this as really trying to move forward on our climate action plan and be serious about reduction in the sectors where we know there to be impact. So I want this work to move forward well.
Okay.
We have, just so the board knows, we have set time on the board's agenda for the first week in December, I believe, for a committee update.
We just reserved it so we'd have it if we're ready to have it. Yeah, okay.
Okay, and this is the community development budget. It is within the general fund, a total of an 18% increase. Most of that increase is coming from the projects that were listed on the page before. Most of those are one-time projects, not ongoing.
Okay, questions?
Just a comment, based on what we're looking at here, I'd still point out that it's less than the revenue generation we expect to
Yes,
see
it
next
is.
year.
Yeah. Growth has to pay its own way, right?
Yeah.
In some ways. We're working on it. Okay. Ren.
You don't want this one?
No one wanted this one.
Finger pointing.
We've already had the discussion 4 times, we're good.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, just a little bit of overview on REMP. It launched in the year 2000, and it requires that all projects in Pickens County, residential or commercial, either installing external energy use, either mitigate that use by installing on-site energy renewables, or paying a REMP fee. REMP fees are currently collected on external energy uses, and it's limited to snowmelt, pools, spas, and heat tape. The REMP fees that are collected are used to support renewable energy programs and fund other energy efficiency projects. The total REMP fees collected over the past couple years, in 2021, we issued 24 permits, and it was just over $1 million in REMP fees generated. This year, from January till present, we're looking at almost $3 million, so quite the increase. The reason for the uptick in REMP fees collected is not directly correlated to the number of permits, but rather like the on-site exterior energy use being installed and their willingness to pay the REMP fee instead of install on-site renewables.
Interesting. We thought it was going the other way.
Skating rinks and swimming pools.
Totally, yeah. For example, two homes this year accounted for nearly $1 million in REMP fees, one on American and one on Willoughby. So 2 projects this year accounted for nearly the amount in 2021 total. And to provide a little bit of context, 6,000 square feet of snowmelt, which is our max, is 100 kilowatts of solar to offset, which is kind of staggering, or a $333,000 REMP fee payment. And right now, applicants can pay in lieu of installing on-site renewables, which I think that would be a discussion for November 15th.
Or they can shovel.
Totally, or we can, reduce the amount.
Yeah, that's a lot.
This is what my question's a little along these lines. Do we have a sense of what would happen to REMP if we prohibited natural gas?
Yeah, that would be something that we would need to think about, because I would guarantee you 100% of them are fueled by gas.
Right. That's what I would think.
So then they'd have to increase their on-site or pay into rent more money, because they'd have more electric energy use.
Right.
That they could mitigate somehow for.
The November 15th BOCC work session, I plan on looking at the 2023 code adoption, or the 2021 code adoption rather, in 2023, and are incrementally advancing towards the net zero goal.
Is there anything we're not discussing on November 15th, Connie? From what I've heard today, that's like a 24-hour meeting day. So it's going to be fun.
Followed by the 16th, which is
Yeah, the
another
16th,
24
which is
meeting.
another 24-hour. Okay.
It'd be nice just to kind of get your prediction on the way REMP is going to change in the next several years, because I didn't anticipate it going up that
No.
dramatically. And I'm just wondering if it's becoming more volatile, or is it just going to go up before we make a major change in our energy codes?
Right.
And then it's,
I think that's on the next slide, right?
oh,
Yeah.
teed you up.
I think that there's a couple of options. We either reduce the amount of external energy allowed on site to a reasonable number. And if this is the option, then we need to ask the question, can they pay in lieu of installing on-site renewables? Because if you're allowed to install 6,000 square feet of snow melt, there's no way that everyone could have a 100 kilowatt PV system. It's just not
Right.
feasible. And then the other option, obviously, is just getting rid of exterior energy use altogether. Because it's a bit of an issue when we talk about the HERS, the energy rating index, because a normal 2,000 square foot home ERI score of 30 is not the same as your 15,000 square foot home ERI score of 30. And also, if we choose the ERI, to get down to the 0, that is not net zero. Net zero energy total on-site energy use is basically REMP plus your ERI, your energy rating index. So.
That'd be interesting, though, Kelly's point of if we were to eliminate a new infrastructure for natural gas, how does that come into the mix? That's a question that we'll probably need an answer to when we discuss whether or not we want to go that direction.
August Haas, who helped Chris at Butte come to that,
Yeah.
he's going to be joining me on November 15th, so he'll have some interesting insight into that.
Yeah.
FYI, CC4CA is having a conference tomorrow, a teleconference tomorrow on the Crested Butte. Anybody who's interested in that should know about it. You all do, okay.
I already signed up, yeah.
You already signed up, okay, same here, all right.
Yeah, and my concern about that is, do we have the electric infrastructure to support not having natural gas? Do we have the capacity in this community to provide the amount of electricity we will need? And is that source renewable, or are we asking other communities to bear the burden of electricity produced by coal? So,
Yeah.
part of the whole, you don't want to be doing the right thing here and forcing the wrong thing there.
Totally.
So.
If we choose to get rid of natural gas, that's going to throw a wrench into the exterior energy use.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
what we permit to be designed.
Right.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please, Francie. I've got you on my list here. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to my list.
Let's see if I can remember now. Well, one of it was a one house that paid $1 million rather than put on their own alternative energy. Is that what you said, Alex?
There's 2 homes this year, and the total was just right at $1 million.
Between
for
the
those
2
homes.
homes.
So I
Between
think
the 2 houses.
$450 for one, and then whatever the difference is for the other.
And both are in pretty
Okay.
sunny places.
And,
Yeah,
the other-
which was interesting
Sorry,
for me to
Francie.
look at that one on American. They had 6,000 square feet of snow. They chose to, so Holy Cross will only net meter up to 25 kW. So they needed 22 kW to get to an ERI of 30. The other 3 kW went to the rent fees, which is only $7,000 out of the 450,000. So it was minimal. So I think something needs to change with the payment in lieu. Is my opinion.
Right.
And my other question was that, I've been hearing from CORE and I guess for our own board that REMP is just going down, 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 but you're saying exactly the opposite. So it would be great if we could make sure everybody knows that's not the case. It's not going down. And,
Yeah,
because we know Core has been trying to plan around expectation that the REM funds are going to go down, and it's affecting how they're making some of their decisions. So it's interesting that it's not, in fact.
Yeah, and I can jump in here and kind of speak to historically how REMP was tracked and how we are now tracking it and why we're giving such caution in this. So, listed on the slide here, you guys had an earlier core presentation. You know how much is going to core this year, that 430. Prior, there used to always be a third of the revenue that was collected was set aside, was set aside for operations, 2/3 held back for refunds. We, in the last couple of years, have changed the way I guess we're tracking this to where we're tracking each individual payment, then tracking the status of that permit. So that way when a permit reaches their certificate of occupancy, we're able to predict out that 180 days and clearly say, hey, here's X dollar funds that are now unrestricted that can be moved from the REM fund that are no longer going to be refunded to that project. And so this is why we may have an increase in revenue this year and the year before. We anticipate that some of those are going to be refunded, just looking at historically what our refunds have come in the last couple of years. People have gained efficiencies with different boilers. People have updated their REM calc, reduced the amount of PV they're putting in, or installed more PV or reduced the amount of snow melt. And so a lot of these, while we're collecting it, we anticipate having to refund on them in future years. And so that's why we give a really extreme level of caution that you may see an uptick in revenue this year. In future years, we may see that refunded as electrical and solars kind of catch up to the building permit side. So that's to give some background there on why we're kind of cautioning that. The other thing is what Jeff has been saying is this energy code amendments. Within that, depending on where the board direction lies, that could reduce the option to even pay into this fee or the amount of revenue that's collected in this fee. So until we know, future years, we're being very cautious because come 5 years down the road, there might be zero, and the fund balance today would have to refund, every project that's eligible that we collected in the last 15 years. So that's kind of why we're giving this caution, and you're seeing an increase in revenue.
Thank you so much. That was really helpful, very thorough.
And I thought I'd point out on the 5-year plan that the revenue amounts you're seeing are about 1/3 of what's actually come in because we're only recognizing 1/3, which is what we've been doing. As Alex is digging in deeper, we'll be able to make some changes in what we're showing as revenue. So again, Jeff was mentioning the amounts coming in 2022. We're showing about 1/3 of what we think will actually be collected. We're not showing out years here because it's just so difficult to project. We had some discussions about this, and anything that we could come up with for out years showing a 5-year plan didn't necessarily make sense and really had no value added if it was just throwing a guess out there without a basis. So that's why you're only seeing through 2023. And I think as they're going further into detail, as Alex said, there'll be a better understanding of if there are other funds available that can be allocated or appropriated for core or other purposes.
Okay, and seeing this again now, I'm better understanding what we talked about before as far as the 400,000 and the 430,000. Okay.
Patty, you made a good point just regarding electrification. It's like, yeah, if we're going to seriously consider whether it's electric only or just the natural state of things with electrification, we're going to have to put a lot of resources toward increasing grid capacity. That's across the entire country. It's not just not just here.
Okay,
we can also reduce some of these design features that we currently permit, which are using the natural gas.
Cold plunges are becoming popular.
I know.
Well, I remember we had the discussion about snow melt years ago, and a lot of it was safety issues because of driveways. And then the fact that you don't have snow melt, you've got these snowplow guys coming from silt driving their trucks up here than getting out in their little Bobcats or their, and then running them on diesel or whatever. And
Yeah,
so
they're coming anyway.
what are we doing here? But a lot of it did have to do with safety. That's why snow melt on roofs for areas where overhangs and you didn't want the snow sliding off, because we did have a woman killed in an avalanche off her roof some years ago. So, I mean, that was a big discussion when we talked about allowing snow melt or not. There's some life safety issues involved, so it's not as easy as you can't have it. So, but is the board, if we don't have any more questions, is the board comfortable with the REM 2023 budget as proposed to move it forward to the broader budget discussion?
Yep, I am.
Did you have anything else you wanted to add before we give you all of our nods? Thanks.
See how easy that was, Carrie?
Yeah, I give much credit to this team of stepping in and pulling a budget together with a bunch of new faces.
But did you notice she's making a list of all the new tasks we gave her during the day today?
Suzanne was.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
I can't believe you had the baby here and you didn't like sneak her in. Well, hopefully before she's in college, we'll get to see her, okay?
She'll do that.
I know, she is really cute.
Our
All
last
right.
presentation of the day is open space, but we had planned a 15-minute break before the open space presentation, if that's what the board would like.
We have time. Yeah, sorry, guys. We're gonna take 15.
Here in case you decided not to do that.
Well, wishful thinking. We're ahead of schedule, so.
I want to be, refreshed
You guys
for
are
your
so-
budget.
You're early anyway. It doesn't-
Grassroots, we're gonna take 15, please. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. Today is Tuesday, November the 1st, 2022. Happy day after Halloween. There's lots of candy, so please take it home to your children. I'm sure they didn't get enough last night. And this is the Board of County Commissioners. This is a continuation of our work session. And we are at the point of our budget where we're going to discuss open space and trails. So, Connie, do you want to kick it off, or are you going to just turn it over to Gary?
Just pass it right over to Gary and his team.
All right. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. It is always fun to come and discuss the budget because it gives us a chance to not only look back, but to really look forward. And that's really what, it's exciting because for our program, you know, it is really difficult when you look at the nice pictures that we put up there. It's really difficult to pick only 7 photos because we actually have probably about, between our Instagram and everything else, we have hundreds and hundreds of photos that are taken by our rangers, by all our staff, and but we try to find some that give us kind of the overview of what the program does. And so the first one is our little walk that we did with the BOCC out at Faloa Meadows, and that was really a pretty special night. And so
it was a highlight for me.
It was great.
2022.
It is, and I took the picture of your kid looking out on there, and sorry, thank you for letting us use it because it's an awesome, it just shows how, you know, you can take people away from their phones and all that stuff, and they can actually go out to nature. And even though it was cooler and the fireflies weren't going nuts, it was still pretty cool.
Is that the kids way out in front that we called them our mountain lion bait?
Yes, well, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
Who
we're
said
like,
that?
come back a little closer.
Yeah, we worried about, running away. Well, the real mountain lion bait is the second picture, the elk.
Yeah.
So, but they like the Rio Grande Trail, especially when we groom it in the winter, because it's a pretty easy place to go through. And then, our agriculture program, our ranger program with our education program, we always put a pretty flower on there. Can anyone guess who it is?
It's not. No, it's not the orchid.
Nope.
I should know. I don't know.
It's a wintergreen.
Not by New
Oh, well, I don't know those.
Oh, well, it's because it looks like an orchid. I actually thought it was an orchid, and I had staff, Jesse and I
looks
had
like
a
that or a
bet
fuchsia.
that you guys were going to ask what kind of flower that was, and I didn't know at first. So I wondered if you
Cheated,
guys
you
knew.
cheated.
I cheated.
That's not what it is. It's a fuchsia. It's a wild fuchsia.
Oh, okay. Is that what we're going with?
Yeah, because you don't know the answer, so I
Oh, I
can
do
make
know
it
the
up.
answer now because I looked it up. I had to go back in the Instagram post to find it. But then we have also the recreation piece. That's a new incline trail on Sky Mountain Park. And then just winter in Aspen, since it almost looks like that right now. So anyway,
Is that Hunter Creek Road?
you're the
I mean, Smuggler
I
Road.
try to push it. I try to push the thing and it didn't work. So we update this every year, and it kind of gives everybody a good feel of where we're going and what we've been doing. So in 2022, we have acquired 87 acres. That's not quite right on fee simple because what you guys just did the other day on Moore actually has about 90 acres of fee in that purchase. So you take about 90 out of the 519 in the conservation easements. And so, we have about 180 acres that we purchased in fee. We have about 460 acres of conservation easements. They've been really, use of 3 different ways of acquiring. McLean, on the Moore property, that was pure open space dollars. City of Aspen also put money into that. 5R Ranch was tax credits. We actually did our first tax credit purchase up on Capitol Creek, and some of you guys came up to enjoy that. That was really pretty cool, and that really helps us preserve capital for future projects. And we're already working on some others that potentially will use tax credits instead of having to spend open space dollars on that. And then Deer Hammer came through the land use code and the TDR. So, it's 3 different ways of making conservation. It helps us really preserve some of our acquisition dollars because, as you know, there are some big ones left to do. And so it's just we're trying to use all the tricks of the trade to try to make that happen. So right now we're up to about 22,800 acres of preserved land in Pickens County and a little over 86 miles of trails that we manage. And so it's been pretty successful. It comes with a management responsibility, and we'll talk about that. You can go to the next page. The management responsibilities is, we do this work plan. And the reason why we do this big work plan, and it fills up a lot of slides, we're not going to go through every single one of them, but the reality for the work plan is, all these properties need management plans and need maintenance crew and rangers to really oversee them. And so we have staff capacity that really has, I think our staff capacity right now, we're in pretty good shape for most everything, but maintenance and rangers are something that are going to just increase. The reality is what we saw during the pandemic was a pretty massive increase in use. It has come down a bit, which we are happy to see, but it's still way above 2019 before the pandemic. But also what we're seeing too, and Rick will talk about this more in a little bit, is the fact that our ranger contacts are way 50% higher than 2019. And so that means we have more people doing things that not necessarily are the right things, or we just have more contacts to make sure people know what to do for the different properties. And North Star is a big one. North Star in the summer is a big deal. And yes, it's a 3-month, 4-month type of deal, but it's huge. And it's something that we really, the rangers, we're working on potentially working with the Forest Service on how to manage that in the future, or maybe do some type of land exchange. But what we have seen is we do a forest protection officer, and the Forest Service is going to come in and give you an update to that plan in December. On what they're doing with not just our forest protection officer that the Open Space Fund does, but also the Public Works and General Fund Forest Protection Officer. So we'll get a full update in our December joint meeting. But they have so much need that person was good this year. It really helped our rangers, but it can't be there full time, and it can't be there enough to really, watch every single day at times. So what it comes down to is our rangers and also our ACES naturalists. And due to our staffing issues that we're having, we're not necessarily, the ACES is having problems, being able to hire their full complement of naturalists too. So, with that, we're really looking at, how do we fill that gap? And when I talked with Rick and the Rangers, you get a great picture of them right there. That's our Ranger complement this year. We have currently we have 3 full-time and 3 seasonals. And what we really need is to add one more to that puzzle. And it would be better to add a full-time because, first of all, I think it'll be easier to hire. This year was the first year we almost didn't get a Ranger. Whitney Lovely came to us at the last moment and we got one, which was great, but we were almost without a whole Ranger for the summer because it was really difficult to find one. We pay well compared to other places in the state for seasonals. We give a lot of good benefits for our seasonal world, but it's just becoming harder. Plus, in talking to Rick, at first I was like, yeah, we'll just go for another seasonal, no problem. And when he really talked about it, our winter time is, we do Nordic. We have the winter wildlife closures, and we have a lot of them now. And the fact that you only have 3, it seems like you can always have coverage, but what if somebody wants to take vacation? What if somebody is not there? And really putting one person on duty for our entire system for an entire day or 2, especially on some weekends, it just became one of those things where let's turn that seasonal into a full-time. It's more money, yes, but the program is running a pretty healthy balance right now that can handle it. And I don't see our use dropping off anytime soon. And I just want Rick to kind of just drop in on what it takes to train one of these and why truly do we need a full-time over a seasonal.
Yeah, Rick Norman, Benton County Open Space Ranger Supervisor. Like Gary said, this year we did struggle to find a seasonal ranger, and we were about 2 weeks late on hiring, which doesn't seem like that long, but with our hiring of a seasonal, we got about 1 month before they get off work with generally the ski area, right? Or their seasonal job that complements the seasonal ranger job. So we got about 1 month to get them trained up and ready to go. In that 1 month period, we'll send them down to Ranger Excellence School where they'll learn self-defense, de-escalation tactics, everything someone enforcing regulations need to know, as well as everything from chainsaw certifications, in-house trainings, training with the local police departments. So we got about 1 month, so it's very important that we do get people on time before usually middle April if it's for seasonal. But we had a really hard time doing that this year, so we were about a week behind and kind of felt like, all right, you're here. Now get out there. That's one good reason. And I feel that instead of having to, hire a seasonal and then maybe have that turnover be more frequent, I think it's every 1 to 3 years right now, turnover for seasonals, is to have a more attractive, full-time position that we can retain that knowledge learned so we don't constantly have to go through that process. So saving costs in the future of training. Let's see, as Gary was talking about the wintertime as well, it is important to note that there's only 3 of us. We try to staff 2 people on the weekends. So like a day like today on a Monday, it's just me, just so there's more people on, and I'm here right now, so there's actually no one in the field right now. Today we've already had requests for hunting issues and for dog requests everywhere. So it's important for someone to be out in the field at all times.
Do you think sometimes it's off-season for rangers? It's not.
Now isn't.
Yeah, Rick came in today, and I was like, oh. I was like, how you doing? He's like, don't ask. And I'm like, okay.
So do you think, though, with the forest ranger that we've been funding, passage of the SHRED Act will be helpful? Because then that money from ski tickets stays here to fund things like Forest Service rangers?
I think, yes, it'll help. They're having a harder time hiring than we are. They can't pay what we pay because they're stuck in the federal system. So I think, even with some of that funding staying here, they're having personnel issues, and it's a good question to ask when they come on December 6th, because Kevin and Shelley will be here to really explain that. And, you know, I look at it as having a forest protection officer, you know, yes, it can't be at Wildwood full-time, but just having it in that area, in case the rangers have a serious issue, you know, then we can enforce, we can
back up.
educate and stuff, you can get that back up. So I think it's still critical, even though it's not fully there all the time that we potentially need it. But this year they were able to hire.
We might
and
be
they,
able to fund 2 of them, though, if we had the Shred Act money.
well, and the thing is, I think that's a good question to ask the fire service is like, if that moves forward, can they hire more people to really help with this? But the thing is, Wildwood is low on their totem pole, considering what they have up in Lincoln Creek and Lost Man and everything else. Wildwood is the only reason why it's anywhere on their totem pole of what they're thinking about or on their radar of enforcement is because of our funding. Because we fund it, that position has to spend time there, and it does. So, but if it didn't, like any of the Shred Act funds, or if they hired their own people, they're not going to be at Wildwood. They just can't.
We'll work on that.
Okay.
Question about the Forest Conservancy volunteers that are at Maroon Lake. Are they anywhere else in the valley, and would that be a potential North Star presence?
You know, we thought about that, and the reality is when we did it a different way with ACES Naturalists, and by doing it with ACES Naturalists, volunteers can only go so far, and Rick could probably answer this better. It's just that it's really difficult to have them be parking attendants and really talk to people about where you're supposed to park, what you're supposed to do, the noise, the alcohol, all these different things.
They're not
that
going to
you
be
talk about.
enforcers, are they?
Yeah, where Maroon Lake is, they're up there and they're trying to get them corralled into places and doing the right thing and stuff. So it is not the best, and that's why the naturalist thing, that's why our rangers are more stepping in, because the naturalists, honestly, they didn't really sign up to be parking attendants.
Right.
And,
They're not
and
gonna-
honestly, one of the things that we did look at this year was to potentially hire a security team or a security consultant, like to hire a firm to bring somebody out there. And we couldn't find anyone to do it. And secondly, the one that we did find was insanely expensive, and to make this ranger seem pretty cheap in comparison. So anyway, that's why we haven't really. I don't think we'd want to. We want to continue the naturalist. I don't think we just need to pop more volunteers onto it. I think we need somebody who can actually talk to people and have some authority on that talk. Because when you walk to somebody in a ranger uniform, it's different than trying to be, hi, I'm a volunteer, and can you bring the volume down? And it's a difficult. And
I'm a volunteer with no power, so.
I kind of like the idea of a guy in a black suit with an ear thing,
I am here from
big
the
tall
federal-
guy like David,
Yeah, I'm here from the federal government.
So anyway, so there's the ranger, and so that's our big staffing piece for next year. The rest of our staff, you can go to the next page. This is our department. So the only little red thing you'll see on the right side is an extra ranger, a new full-time that we're proposing. But everybody else, we're right now our staff capacity is good. We have to work on our work plan capacity, but staffing-wise, we're fully staffed. It's great for us. We have an incredible staff. I'm just the big mouth, and these guys get things done, and so it's really
We heard
impressive.
that.
I really, it is amazing. Right now, it is fun when we all get together and are able to see each other and stuff. Now that we're back in the office a little bit more, it's just really fun to see everybody, except now Liza had a baby, so she's out for a little bit.
She does.
So Jesse's got to
That's right.
find
She had it on her due date, did she have it? on her
No,
due
she
date?
was
She
10
was
days.
over.
No, not 10 days.
She was a week.
She was a week.
I
She
saw
was
her
awake
here on
and-
her due date, and she was
Week over or week
chomping.
under?
Yes. Wayne,
After.
Wayne Tenek.
It was a
Burr.
boy, right? That
Yes.
that belly looked like a boy belly from the get-go.
How do you know?
I've seen
It's
a lot
impressive.
of pregnant bellies.
Yes, as a nurse, you would remember. But anyway, it's really cute. She's really happy. Everyone's healthy, so.
Good. Great. Thanks for
Very
letting us
cool
know.
stuff. But yes, Jesse has to cover for her today.
That's cool, though.
So anyway, so those are the big things. Now we'll go to the work. Oh,
Quick question. Where are are these staff positions allocated out of the line items differently?
yes, that's a very good question. And so we have, most of the staff is out of the top. But anything that has to do specifically like acquisitions. So Dale is out of the acquisition pool. And so, and anything maintenance, rangers and our maintenance staff, are, you can see all that side, the right side, is that comes out of our maintenance budget. So we do allocate out of that, out of the different pots for salaries, if that's all they do. But like Ted's salary, my salary, Jesse's salary, we're kind of all over the part, so we just come out of the top.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful to understand.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and I can explain more of that when we get to the, to that page.
That just, for the request, it's like, well, over 10 years, that's $1 million. What could that $1 million have gone for otherwise? But it could only have gone for maintenance.
True, but but when I show that, when we go to that slide, when you look at the multi-year plan, it's true. That $1 million is coming out of the fund, overall, out of the fund. So yes, it could, that $100,000 a year can come, from everything else. But the only good thing is if you look at our budget right now, we're pretty healthy. One of the big things that we would talk about during our resource management thing, and Ted can get into that a little bit, is we have been working really hard to catch up on deferred maintenance. And deferred maintenance has been a huge part of our life since we did the last reauthorization. That was approved in 2016. So from 2017 through 2022, we've been doing pretty large projects, like the bridge at Stillwater at North Star. We had to redo we held off on redoing those railings for a decade, because it's like putting on another $150,000 that would have brought us over our 15%. So we are finally catching up. And when I show that slide, you'll see there's going to be a pretty healthy, if by keeping it at that percentage that we had to move it to last year to cover, we're actually running a pretty good surplus. So we can actually play with the numbers.
Yeah, sure.
So,
I got
but it is honestly, everything that comes out of this fund is something that you can't use for something else.
Right.
No.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna stop talking and let these guys go through the work plan, and they're gonna hit the main pieces of the puzzle, but if you have questions on any of them, please feel free.
I'm just looking at how many times Jesse Young's initials are in that column.
You should see Gary there sometimes. I assigned him
Lindsay
things.
was better at putting GT, GT. Jesse kind of puts JY. Working on that.
But yeah, Jesse Young, the Planning and Outreach Manager. I got one right in front. So our kind of department is divided, or this work plan is kind of divided into the planning projects, our outreach and education projects, and then our natural resource and implementation projects. And so, as Gary said, I'll hit on kind of some of the main things, but I'm happy to answer questions about any of these line items. I guess just another overarching statement is that we are trying to kind of prioritize projects and really tackle things in line with both our staff capacity as well as the community's capacity. To kind of, a lot of our projects involve a lot of community outreach and going to the public, and then the implementation activities that occur afterwards. So really making sure that we're balancing that kind of throughout the valley and just what the community can handle, so that we get quality feedback on things and don't create community burnout. So with that, the first kind of management plan that we want to do in 2023 is the Redstone area management plans. And we're kind of shifting to do it a little bit differently this year and kind of joining some of the regional ones in that valley. The Faloha area needs to be updated. We haven't done that one in a while, and we've acquired properties that adjoin it and provide different access, the Wilden and the Grange Loadout. So the goal is to kind of do a management plan that involves all of those properties. And then also, because we'll be engaging that Redstone and Crystal Valley community, we want to tackle the Coke Ovens open space, which is currently managed under an interim plan. At the same time, I mean, Paul can speak to the fact that we get a lot of community requests for what can we do here? How do we get on this open space? You know, how can we use this and make it more of a community asset? So those are the management plans that we are hoping to kind of do in a joint public process. And then the other big item on the planning initiatives is the recreation capacity and management study. So the $50,000 is what we're putting in, and then the city and City of Aspen and Town of Snowmass are also putting funding in to kind of fund a second year of visitor use study or use surveys at the trailheads. So we did the first year this year and have gotten some preliminary results that you'll see at the bottom, but we're still waiting on really the final report, and then that'll move in to get more sites and more in-depth research into that next year.
And we're going to bring that back to you guys when those results are kind of, we got incredible participation from our public. We got like 90%, 95%, 96% response rate, which is really good. And so you can see the little graph on your right. I don't want to go into it now because I'm not fully understanding it. The researchers do. And they're going to come and present to you guys and the Open Space Board at a future meeting to really go through what they learned in their initial study, and by then we'll have some new sites for next year.
Mm-hmm. Kelly has a question.
I do. I actually had a question related to Redstone. Is there any conversation about the ice rink over there as part of open space portfolio?
In what regard? So that's been run by the Redstone Community Association, and a couple of residents kind of champion it every year. So the Redstone Park improvements that are currently kind of hopefully finishing up in the next couple weeks have kind of improved the platform and some of the functionality of that space, and the shed has been improved because it had some drainage issues. But is there something more specific?
No, I've just heard the gentleman who had run that is in hospice, and there's some concerns if there is people to take it over or not.
I hadn't heard that. That's really
Ron now.
Yeah.
It's, you know, I believe the Redstone community will step up to help. We'll be seeing where that goes, but the community ice rink is a big deal to Redstone, more than just Ron's idea. So I'm hopeful that because the Redstone Community Association is really going to take that over.
Because we don't have staff that could be up there every day to manage the ice and the.
It'd be
No,
fun.
I mean, it was Ron.
It was Ron.
I just wonder if it's maybe just something to throw to the Nordic board just for brainstorming.
We'll see this year what goes on. It definitely wouldn't be Nordic, but it could be something where we help try to facilitate in some way, shape, or form to keep it going. Because we just improved that whole area, so it would be a bummer to
That was a big focal point of it.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
And so do you guys have any other questions? Because Greg, there is wildlife connectivity.
I saw that.
Yes.
I'm excited to see that on there. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's not
we
the
haven't
only
put
one
a
who cares
number in
about
there
this,
yet.
I'm not the only one who cares about this.
I know, but I figured you were going to ask about it, so I preempted it.
He's got a few elk friends that are really concerned.
I figured he was going to preempt. He was going to ask about it, so I was like, might as well just say it's there, and there's no dollar number yet. Because we just don't.
Hasn't been we don't know what it is yet, but I was going to say that the elk can't vote is a huge disadvantage for me. They're my constituents.
I used to tell Jack Hatfield the same thing. You know, those elk don't vote, Jack.
Right. Yes.
He swore they did.
Thank
though.
you, thank you for putting that in. I'm elated to see that it's part of the conversation. Thank
Well,
you.
it's just
for making
everything
him
get on
feel
the
so
work
good.
plan staff
And so,
is going
and so is
to.
Kelly, and I know Steve, Francie, and Patty as well. They
No, I
all
know
are.
you guys are all into it. I just wanted to preempt you from asking.
Right,
questions,
right.
so.
Great. And
Well,
you put
this
3 people on it. It's cool.
I want an osprey crossing.
This next slide is kind of the projects that have are action items from our management plans or from some of our larger area plans. And kind of the big one here that I wanted to point out is the well, I guess this one actually isn't, but it's in the city's plans. And so they've asked us to help with a contribution for their Maroon Creek multi-use trail, which links into the Maroon Creek area and would go adjacent to our more open space. And so kind of how we've partnered in the past on things like the Castle Creek project, that Gary thought was a reasonable number to participate in that project, which is a really key gap. One of the biggest things is that the school district really wants the city to move the trail that goes through their campus and get that kind of out of there. So
You want to put
realigning.
everybody on the road rather than a safe place through the campus?
What?
You want to put everybody on the Maroon Creek Road?
Well,
Well,
that's why
they're
this
building
is
a trail.
This is just $500,000 to help the city. The city's project is about $4 million, and so we are just the city of Aspen has been an incredible partner on all of our projects, and so when things are inside the city, if they are adjacent to open space or go through more, we usually find a way to help fund that. We did that with the Highlands Trail, we did that with the Cemetery Lane Trail, because it all connects to our trails.
Right.
And their trails and the community trails. And the school district is just, their security issues are big. And honestly, this will be a much better way. Right now, it's pretty convoluted to get through the school to do that.
Oh, yeah,
So
it's very
this will
confusing.
take you straight over, the Maroon Creek Road, and then you will just have a separated trail all the way to Highlands, the Highlands Trail.
The Highlands Trail by the tennis courts.
And then it goes this, and then we're working with the Maroon Creek Advisory with Public Works and a whole bunch of others, the Forest Service, on what are we gonna do with Maroon Creek Road in the future? But this at least will get you on a trail all the way to Highlands.
I'd be interested to see the plans because that road is so sketchy through there.
Yeah, we're
As far
good,
as
they are
safety.
fully off. There's only,
Into our open space, so can we put that trail on county open space without?
yes,
We can, yeah.
yeah.
It's in the management plan that we have adopted for that, and it's enabled in all of the purchase documents and stuff. So it is allowed, and yeah, we're working with them to minimize the impacts, because that is an important wildlife area. So it's certainly something that we're working with them on,
Interesting.
but will be an improvement for
Great.
trail connectivity there. Then there's a couple on this slide and the next slide to kind of move along to the next phase of plans for the Rio Grande Trail, both moving forward with implementing some of the nodes along the trail, kind of those little rest points and areas, and then the interpretive planning for those. So that's kind of some of and then of course there's money that's going to carry over from 2022 to 2023 for the Brush Creek Park and Ride project, kind of the feasibility study that you guys have wanted us to do, and then what else
Public
is on here?
process.
Yeah, the public process
And the
for
transit
that.
study that, when we went to the EOTC, you guys wanted both the transit study, like how many people would actually use it for transit, and also and then do a robust public process, not only with the public at large, but the transit users and the neighborhoods next by that would potentially be affected by this.
Yeah.
So-
Wait, can Gary, so the Penny Hot Springs pullout, that one, that'll help, you did see the email we received from the gentleman who's
Yeah, we
emailed us
just had-
before? So
Yes.
that's good timing for,
Well, it is.
you guys can just fill him in on it, I would greatly appreciate it. I told him I had forwarded on his comments.
And I've done that too. I wrote him back as well. And so I think we'll have some
Skip.
information back to him. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Gary
hardest
had some
part
good
here
ideas.
is that, we're really looking at the access to the hot springs, and CDOT really maintains the access to the parking areas. And so, you know, there are things that can be done for both. And so that'll be worked through, and we'll see where that goes.
He wants a slower speed limit and all that, which we have no control over, but.
You do not have control.
I
And
also
CDOT,
CC'd Brian in on
yes.
it, so.
Yeah, there's things that you guys can potentially do in the future to help, to at least ask CDOT to like look into that. And you know, speed limits are difficult, but could you get rid of the passing lanes? Could you get some congested area signs or something up there? Those are little things that could potentially increase. But the reality too, I just want you to know that there isn't a huge amount of accident data at that location. So CDOT is looking at that too. It's not like this is, you know, they don't see this as dangerous because they're not seeing tons of accidents.
It's other spots on that road and not that spot.
Yeah, and the spot, and the the accidents that have been documented in that stretch are due to rockfall. So it's a little tough
Or
to
wildlife, good.
argue.
Or wildlife, right.
So.
And not the wildlife at the hot springs.
Wild times at the hot springs.
But, all right, you can go ahead to the next one.
Well, unless you had any questions on any of these.
Yeah.
Just, if I could briefly on just off Brush Creek, I'm looking at that thinking, wow, you know, we don't talk about it. I did write one letter, and we received a letter from somebody who lives up Brush Creek, maybe half a mile, and they have no access to trails. And that section of Brush Creek Road is narrow enough and scary enough that it's hard to be a pedestrian or a cyclist in there. And, you know, connectivity of that dense population area at Brush Creek Village and then up Brush Creek little ways, just connectivity to the park and ride is, you know, that's almost as scary as Shale Bluffs, but not quite for me on my e-bike, just to try to get down and negotiate that, you know, and I don't know if a fix would be on open space property or probably all on city property, actually, for a trail fix or
Talking
something.
Posey Point.
But that's a different planning thing. We could talk about at some point, solutions, because that section is just a lot of traffic, busiest road in the county, and no actual pedestrian or bicycle access that feels safe.
And we did look in, when we were building the trail originally, that's why the trail's on the other side, because on the, you know, kind of on that north side is all wetlands.
Right.
So it was very difficult to build a trail through any of that. And
right to the edge of the highway almost.
Right. So
Right.
it does go to the edge of the highway. So, you know, I got that email, and Brian Pettit with Public Works got that email, and it's just, it's going to be a difficult one to solve, but it should be on our radar, especially as we look to the future of Brush Creek Road.
Great. Glad it's on the radar.
So yeah,
Jesse
so
writes
this-
it down. Okay.
Got it.
Thanks.
We can put it on the longer list.
So yeah, so these are just any questions on these before we move on?
It's a remarkable
Not
inventory.
See, oh, Steve's got his hand. Steve, go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you, Patty. Gary, sometimes you talk about the need to make a trail ADA compliant. And I wanted to find out, what is the policy on that? Do all trails need to be somehow made ADA compliant? It seems like some of them, to go some places, it's gonna be difficult trails and not everybody would be able to make it there. And that's just something, as you get older or something, you start going on easier trails, you skip the harder ones. And I presume it's the same way with people, you know, with any sort of a disability, just can't go on some of the more difficult trails. But that made me want to know, what is our policy on that? Is there requirements from the federal government on that in terms of where the money comes from and how we spend it and that sort of thing?
Well, that's one thing. If the funding comes from the federal government, then we do have to meet ADA if that's a piece of the puzzle, if it's possible. I mean, the policy that we have in place today is if it is feasible to make it ADA, we do. That's why we worked really hard to make almost the entire Rio Grande Trail ADA accessible, because it's a railroad grade. And there were some areas where it was difficult, but we stepped it and really worked with the engineers to make it happen. So like on the Brush Creek to ABC, you know, if we do a two-bridge option or even a trail along the highway, it is feasible for us to do it ADA, because we're connecting to an ADA accessible trail in the Rio Grande Trail on the other side. So we would want to make sure that we did it, because are you going to be held to it? It's not legally binding because it's impossible in some areas. You can't make, you know, mountain bike trails ADA accessible. It's just, you would have to switch back through, you know, miles and miles and miles of stuff. And so they don't have that requirement. But in areas that we can do it, we want to do it, and we try very hard to make sure it can happen. But if we go like on the Brush Creek to ABC, if we do go for federal funding, we actually get a better chance of getting that federal funding if we say it's going to be ADA accessible.
Okay, thanks. And I was actually remembering when you made that statement about the Brush Creek to the ABC or to the Rio Grande Trail to make it ADA compliant.
Yes.
So thanks for the clarifying that.
Go ahead, Greg.
Just to follow up on that, thanks for reminding me, Steve. So winter comes, what do we do to keep those bridges or the trail, whatever it is, it's all bridges, whatever choice we make, ADA compliant in the winter, or do we just shut them down, or what happens?
You can, I mean, those are the type of decisions you're going to have to make. Do we plow it? Because we don't plow the Rio right now, so we groom the Rio. So in the winter, it's still ADA compliant. If you are, you know, it's for some type of disabilities, but it's not, you know, wheelchair accessible in the winter. I mean, it's too difficult. So you always make a management plan decision if you want to make it ADA compliant throughout the entire year. You can do that. We have two surfaces there. We have a soft surface and a hard surface. So you can choose to do that if you want to plow that trail. So we could plow that trail, if we do two bridges, you can plow both of those bridges and the Rio Grande in the middle, and you've got yourself an ADA trail because you can plow it all the way to where the city plows the trails.
Right.
And so, but those are the decisions that you'll have to make, you know, moving forward, because they all have pretty significant maintenance costs
Right.
involved in that.
Meanwhile, we could have a skate track all the way from Brush Creek to town. Aerial skating track.
Well, I mean, if you groomed it, you could. I mean, honestly,
Yeah.
you could.
Now you're getting me excited.
No. Then we're gonna have to have a broom out there to sweep it clean. Okay.
All for only 26 million.
And going up.
All right, we're moving along.
All right. So this next one you've seen before, but we've advanced our design plans beyond the 30%, or they're just over 30% level for the Gerbazdale Aspen Village Bridge connection. So we've been able to get quotes from the prefabricated bridge companies and come back with a more realistic number for that bridge, which you see here is 1.3 million. So that's our big item under this section of our capital improvements, and we're currently kind of getting all the permits in place for this with the BLM, RAFTA, CDOT. It's a process. We're going through
there, though, haven't they?
We did the borings.
That's I saw them out there.
Which
Very
was
exciting.
Yeah. So it's moving along slowly but surely. And, you know, we're still hoping for the fall 2023 construction. But I just got word from our engineers that they're 6 months out on the prefabricated bridges. So, everything's moving in that direction, but there's a time crunch involved.
Is that like a laminated, like a glue lam sort of bridge? What is it, prefab?
It's for
trusses?
concrete, yeah, steel truss bridge.
Okay.
Like we have at Lazy Glen and some of our other system
It's a
bridges.
great bridge at Lazy Glen.
Yeah. So that's the big one there. Penny Hot Springs, we're kind of slowing down that process. We're going to collect more data and really take a look at really what we want to do there and what the future holds for that one. So that one, we have just some placeholder money. And if there's any other questions on that, I can move on to the next one. Okay, for outreach and education, a lot of these are just continuation of projects that we have already in the works, like our Sky Mountain Park outreach, our North Star outreach, and those kinds of things like our calendar, our social outreach, and all of those kinds of things. And then our educational partnerships. This is really how we get people out onto our open spaces that are not seeking that trail experience. You know, we've got the ACES naturalist programs, the bird watching, we have the RFC doing their river tours at North Star and the tours at Faloha that you all participated in. So those are really fun ways for the public to learn about all the stuff we're doing and get out on our properties in different ways. So we continue to push those all forward in 2023.
And that's your wildlife overpass there. The bear on that dumpster.
There he is.
Is that an owl?
Where?
In the,
The signage?
On the sign.
Yeah.
Yes, we if you guys weren't up on Sky Mountain Park this year, we did a very a big temporary but educational signage to get people to try to get along with each other better, to be better ethical users of our trails. And it was great because I got a lot of comments. They had owls, they had bears, they were very friendly. You know, personally, I'm from New York and the East Coast, and I wanted to just be a little more harsh and tell people just to slow down. But these work because some of our public called me and were upset about all the new signs, and I was like, oh, good, you read them? Excellent. They're not permanent. So people actually saw them, and I don't know, Rick, did you see a change in behavior?
It's hard to say, a little bit.
I thought maybe we had an endangered owl up there when I saw
There's
that.
I'm gonna butcher. I won't even pronounce it because I'm gonna butcher it. Flamigated. It's a small flamigated owl.
It's not endangered, but we caught it on a camera once, and it was amazing because capturing our camera, an owl on a wildlife camera is extremely rare. But yes, it's an unusual species for this area.
But all the signage showed species that can be found at Sky Mountain Park.
That's cool.
So
and we'll move it around to other places.
Question,
yeah.
if I could. Educational partnerships, outreach. I love educating. I love the programs that take people across to kind of give them a sense of what it's like on the other side of the river and the birding and all that. I'm wondering if there's a line that we can draw between marketing it to try to build clientele versus just educate the clientele we have. That may be an unreasonable request, but I'm not trying to grow the visitorship bigger. We're trying to just take care of the resource.
It's a lot of what Acra's doing with their
It's similar
market management.
philosophy.
It's not our goal is all of our outreach is not about promoting. All of our outreach is about, not promoting the properties. It's promoting ethics on a property. It's promoting how to use them properly. Like, some people get a little upset when we post about North Star, but I'm like, there's a beaver dam, and we want to tell people about the beaver dam that you need to leave it alone. You cannot dismantle it. But we also want people to know that if you're going to float it, there's a beaver dam, and you're going to have to get around it. So all of our information is usually 100% informational and not promotion. We go out of our way not to promote. Like, you'll never see one of our Instagram posts and be like, come out to North Star and float here. No. We will not do that.
It's
We
mostly
will-
like beavers have very sharp teeth,
And they slap you.
and they'll smack you with their
So,
tail.
yeah, so,
Right.
but it's a good question because we're trying to
Yeah.
balance information to the public with, people see North Star and they're like, oh, why are you doing that? I'm like, well, it's really cool that there's a beaver dam out there too. We want people to know about it, and
Right.
I think it's a disservice if we don't tell people about it.
And that it actually stayed this year.
It
It's
did.
Still there.
And I think that had to do with some of our outreach. It has to do with the rangers, making sure that people know if they take it down, there are actually consequences to that. And so the first year, as long as I know, I've talked to people before, I've been here 20 years, and people that've been here, there's been very few beaver dams that have ever made it at North Star.
Make it through
ever.
a season, yeah.
So,
No, but as Gary said, it's something that we are very cognizant of, and we try to do our best to keep it on education and health and safety type of rules and regs.
Great, thank you. I
Messaging.
thought that was the policy, but it's good to hear you articulate it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So moving into Liza's natural resource and ecology world, I will do my best to cover hers. But this program, our natural resource program, since we brought Liza on, I think 3 years ago now, has really evolved. And so it's a kind of exciting time where we're seeing projects that were planned for, that have been implemented now and are moving into that monitoring stage. So we're kind of seeing those evolution of our natural resource projects moving along, and it's really kind of a fun process to watch and to see the progress that can be made when we do these interventions on our open spaces. So the first kind of slide here is the administration and project planning. So these are things that come out of our management plans but still need, you can't just go out and do it. You need a design, you need a planting plan, you need kind of to work through all of those details. So these are kind of those projects. And the big ones here are both the forest health planning. We started this year in 2022, doing kind of a desktop analysis, so GIS data, and bringing in all of those sorts of things for all of our open spaces that have kind of forest characteristics. And then this next year in 2023, we'll kind of take what we learned from there and do the field work, and then kind of a prioritization exercise to tell us, where can we spend our money to get the biggest bang for our buck, kind of a thing. We have so many open spaces that have needs, but how do we weigh one versus the other to really understand what's going to be the most beneficial projects? So that's a really exciting one, I think. And then the other one, the Thompson Creek open space, is at the confluence of Thompson Creek and the Crystal River, and we've been working to kind of develop a plan that has a few different options to take forward into implementation, and we're working now with the Colorado River District and some potential partnership there to kind of see what we can do to enhance the riparian area and potentially some water recharge augmentation. So the conceptual planning is complete, and we'll kind of move into making a decision there and getting a more directive plan for that area.
and that we're also working with the Crystal River Working Group, which has the Roaring Fork Conservancy, has members of the public, Healthy Rivers and Streams. They're all part of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that Thompson Creek place worked on a little bit. That's really great.
Yeah, that was an exciting one. You can go forward to the next one. If there's any other questions on that one, I'm happy to go back. But the next one is project implementation. So we did a lot of implementation projects in 2022 that'll move into the maintenance and monitoring stage. But so the shift in 2023 is more toward that monitoring, but there are a couple implementation ones. Hopefully, whatever comes out of the forest health treatments, those prioritization, we can start on that. We're thinking that Faloha will be one of the first ones that we do there for like a mastication project to kind of get some age class diversity on that property to benefit the bighorn and the elk that use it and that are really key for that one. And then the forest health and biodiversity partnerships is another one that we've kind of lumped into the $65,000 line item, and those include both our Douglas fir beetle mitigation that we've done one treatment this year on Shadow Mountain, and I think there's follow-up work to be done in 2023 there, and then working with what's the group name, Gary?
It's the Roaring Fork Wildfire Collaborative.
Which is kind of in its infancy, but they're kind of gaining steam and identifying projects to help with that wildfire interface, the urban wildfire.
The WUI.
And all of
Yes.
these, yeah, the WUI, and this would all be on open space properties.
Is that out of, that's Ally Hager and Fire District?
Yeah.
It's it's not just Alley, it's also the lower, the Roaring Fork Fire.
Got it, okay,
Yeah.
great.
And where we will participate in that is when it has wildlife benefits and other natural resource benefits that we can kind of align ourselves with. And so that is one area that we're hoping to partner on. And then kind of our annual contribution to help the Forest Service with their prescribed fire and habitat improvement projects. So those are the big ones on that sheet. If there's any other questions on those ones.
Not seeing any.
All right. And then, as I said, kind of the stewardship, monitoring, and research. I just want to say that, like, having our consistent fund and being able to take projects into this stage of monitoring and getting that understanding of what's working and what's not is a huge, huge benefit to the community and to our natural resources that a lot of other areas I don't think have that same.
You mean a stewardship
Long-term
fund,
view.
an
Yeah.
annual stewardship
Yeah.
line item?
Exactly.
Well, and our biodiversity funding, this year is about $385,000. And so, it is increased every year over the last 5 years. And it's a critical component, and it does come out of the maintenance fund, out of the maintenance piece of the puzzle, but it's critical, and I think it's going to continue to grow because, honestly, it's not just restoration, but it's just management of our properties and bringing some properties back. We're never going to bring it back to the days of before, when the Ute were here and stuff like that. But at least if we can bring some change, allow the fires to happen, and prescribe fire. We weren't doing this 5-6 years ago. Now, it's happening almost every single year. We've actually done it twice on one area in Hunter Creek. So these are critical components to really having a healthy landscape. It's also climate resilience. We're really working towards monitoring these properties to really understand what species we're going to see in the future. Some of this stuff is like the soil monitoring that we do with Aspen Global Change Institute. It's incredible data that we're getting. We're only 5 or 6 years into it, but you can already see the trends. And it's really going to help us go, do we continue to think Aspen is going to grow here? Or is it going to be a shrubland? And let's manage for that and restore and allow that to happen. Or maybe it'll stay that and we can do something like fire or a mastication project. So
Thinking we're going to have to change the name of the town to Shrub? Is that what you're suggesting?
you said that.
Okay, guys, we need to keep moving because we're.
Yeah.
So those
We
are
haven't
those.
gotten
So
to the budget yet.
The monitoring and research, those are both kind of scheduled monitoring that happen on specific prescribed intervals, like at Faloha and Sky Mountain Park, and then the post-project monitoring. So that pretty much concludes the natural resources planning and outreach budget.
Cool. So the next piece is our natural, you can move to the next page. So it's our resource management piece. A lot of these projects, Ted is on the line. He can answer questions for. The big ones, obviously, about Deer Creek, the house renovation. And, there's some big ones on there but these are all coming out of mostly management plans, or they're coming out of thinking about the future of certain trails, like Owl Creek Trail reroutes and other things. But, if you have questions, either
Kelly
Ted
has
or
a
I can
question.
answer.
Yeah,
Kelly.
sorry, related, I think, to the prior budget, but I've been wondering about this, and I should have asked Healthy Rivers as well, but if there is any conversation related to like specific monitoring next year for when the Grizzly Creek Reservoir project is taking place and effects on the river and maybe through North Star or otherwise, to have this sort of snapshot in time.
Well, we can talk to them about it. So, yeah, I mean, it's not, I mean, we have so many consultants out there on a regular basis that it shouldn't be that difficult to monitor, and we can talk to Healthy Rivers and Streams
They've already
about
brought
that.
up the emergency management team to do a pre-site visit for any issues that might happen during that work up there, especially contamination of the river, because they thought of me and my heavy metals background, and
Yeah,
what we might do
well,
up there.
She was in a band.
I want to see those photos.
Band-Aid.
So, yeah, so
Anyway,
this,
yeah.
these slides are really, these are projects, so, yes, we'll work with Healthy Rivers and Streams on that, and we'll put that on our radar. But for these, the big one here is we're implementing a connection from Glacier Open Space to Nancy's Path. We are looking at we have more housing, as I talked about when we did Deer Creek. So we're gonna look at what the options are for that, bring those back to you. They'll be part of the Faloha Management Plan. 10th Mountain Bridge is a project that we're helping the Forest Service do. We'll have that totally grant funded. Owl Creek Trail, the switchbacks, they're ending their life cycle as where they are now. They're really difficult switchbacks and really difficult to repave. So we're looking at if we can reroute those to be a little less steep. But we'll come back on that one. That's just to get at least some engineering on it. But everything else, this is what we do every year. Steve will see that noxious weed control budget. It grows every year, but we also buy property every year. And like last year when we got Thompson Divide, that was an eye opener on what can be grown on one property for thistles.
Variety of thistles, you mean? Or
Well, just the amount.
volume?
Volume of thistles.
They're farming thistle there is what they're doing.
Yes.
Okay,
So these are just regular maintenance pieces. I don't know if you guys have any questions. We just put that all in so people can we want to be transparent about our maintenance world. And but those are just our typical, our signage and our projects throughout the year, the amount of porta potties we take care of, you name it. Tree care.
is that a Redstone public access area sign? Where is that?
For,
The one that says signage?
It does look like DeRay Way, but
Looks like Is that what that
no,
is?
it's
I don't
not.
I don't think it is.
Ted, do you know?
I like that.
That is Doorway.
That's old DeRay Way.
Old,
Yeah, I don't
old
think
grade.
that's
Oh,
what it
okay.
looks like now.
Yeah, looks different now.
Yeah, I like that public access sign there.
Yeah, that's what it looks
Oh,
like
that
now.
public access sign, okay.
There's a,
Yeah, right now it's closed, so.
Well, it closed now.
there's a,
So at the
Go
when you're
ahead.
talking about the bullpen, you're talking about those two evergreens that you put in there? It says bullpen, but, yes, that's correct, okay.
Under the tree care line item, correct, yeah, we planted 2 ponderosas there, and we keep those treated for pests, fungi, anything like that, until they kind of get up out of that juvenile stage, and then hopefully we won't have to keep treating them, but pretty common for newly planted trees that have to be kind of limped along for a while.
Okay.
just
Okay,
regarding
moving along.
signage, quick signage budget, we don't have any sign crazy people, right? We're trying to be prudent with sign.
Our signage budget is everything that is, we have a sign plan, and that's what we follow.
And it's pretty Spartan.
It's, some areas are Spartan, some areas can't be as Spartan as we want it to be, because the only way the rangers can really enforce is if you have to pass one of those signs. If you just come into an area with no signs, you can't really enforce on that. So we're trying to be very careful, and our plan is to only do specific areas.
Thank you.
So now it's up to
Now the
Paul.
fruit and veggie stand.
Yes, my name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager for Open Space and Trails. And before I get into this stuff, this whole list is really parceled out and specific because of last year's budget when we were able to add an agricultural specialist, full-time position, which we did come up with an agreement with CSU to also bring extension services back to our county. So, you know, last year we had 3 things on the budget because that's all I could do. Now we have those. So, and a lot of it, you know, Gary talked about deferred maintenance. We just had some deferred projects that we were really trying to get done. A lot of these are just irrigation updates, things where we've identified over the years that we can, you know, pipe a ditch here, we can line a ditch, we can make some improvements, put some sprinklers in, and really make our properties work really well for agriculture. And I also mentioned that CSU Extension Services, Drew has put in some money to support that part-time appointment. He already has plans for some workshops and things that he's anticipating that many of those programs will be paid for by folks who are participating, but a lot of them, well, some of them will be free to the public, and he wants to make sure that we can provide that. So that's that $10,000 item up there. You know, the last thing on there is the glacier irrigation improvement. Just to talk about Drew a little bit more, we've actually just got a $50,000 grant to further that glacier center pivot, which was one of the 3 things that we budgeted last year, which should be starting up here pretty soon.
That was in the recent newsletter, I think.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And you know, this says agriculture and conservation easements, but really conservation easements are me. I mean, you've seen me every month talking about new conservation easements coming in.
How many times a month did we see it?
Yeah, every single meeting. I'll see you tomorrow as well. So a lot of those new properties that we talked about throughout the year weren't represented on that first or the second graphic that Gary showed, but they should be coming in. So we had a really good year for leveraging the land use code and our open space dollars to do a lot of good conservation work. But I'd be happy to answer any questions about the ag budget that we have.
I think it's going well.
I do too.
I think it's very cool, actually. I love telling people about what we're doing with our open space and how we're leasing it to local sustainable farmers, and what a great opportunity is, and all the benefits we get back from that: water management, weed management, soil management, and sustainable farming goods in the valley.
Do you track how many of the farmers involved are participating with the Lift Up Farm to Food Pantry program? 'Cause I know some of them do.
Yeah, I don't have that number in front of me, but one thing that Drew has brought is a lot more data, keeping track of what they're doing, their yields, how much they're giving. I know, you know, Two Roots is an example that we always lift up, and they donate a lot of food. They work with our senior services to get
Right.
fresh foods over here.
I think
but
Seed Piece does too. with
Seed Piece
Casey.
as well.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's great communications PR stuff. I love tooting our horn about that.
Yeah.
Local ag, it's so great.
Well, I'll tell you what, the producers, those farmers, get a great feeling when they're doing that. It's not just supplying the fancy
Oh, yeah, they do.
restaurants. They love the fact they're opening up sustainable food to seniors and to those in need. And I think it's huge.
Well, in the future, we're gonna be looking at our lands, when we look at soil health and everything else, can we grow more? And could we grow more for that food security piece? And that's, you know, it's gonna take a subsidy because they're not making any money off of it. But
Those
if they
guys
can
work so
improve places and pastures and areas to actually grow food, and we can give that food to people in need, it's a future piece of the puzzle that Drew is really excited about, and so is the program.
Well,
I
Lift
think-
Up gets a lot of money for the farm to food pantry in order to make orders with the producers, so they're not expected to give it to them.
No,
they're
but
getting paid
Get,
something.
Did you get some applications for Wheatley yet?
I did. We did. we'll be coming back as soon as we get an Open Space and Trails Board recommendation. But we did get three proposals, and yeah, it's still competitive.
On
out
the
there.
same, on the parcel with the potatoes?
Yeah,
I love watching those potatoes grow, though.
well, just as a preview, so Wheatley, the Woody Creek Distillery did have that for a 7-year lease. They had one more year, which was next year, but they've changed their business model, and they're not growing their own potatoes locally here anymore. And so they said, we have it in good shape. We'll give you a deal on this side roll irrigation system. Is it okay if we take off? And we said, sure.
Boy, just watching those things bloom out there was so cool. Plus, I loved bragging about the fact that they grow the potatoes and then they sell and then we were getting the the mash back, but it was a little too hot for our composting. So we didn't count on that. 'Cause that stuff really can what is it? Spontaneous compostable. If you're not careful with it because it's hot.
I think they figured out a way to get it into some cows' mouths.
I know, we're working on it.
But
So the last piece is,
Those cows are mean, mean drunk
Maybe
cows.
that's why.
The angry cows.
That's why we have angry cows
Could
up
be.
by, in Jerome Park.
we don't need to talk about that.
Isn't Angry Cows a video game?
Angry birds.
It's been a
How
while.
did you know that? Did you play your
You're just full of jokes today.
A thing or two.
And it's mad cows. That's what it
Mad
is.
cows.
And angry birds. We're getting rummy. Well, at least I am.
I figured.
Pretty
Well,
funny
it's
today, actually.
I gotta go pick up a kid at 5 o'clock.
yeah.
Let's
So
talk about
Nordic, quickly on Nordic is we're moving forward. We don't have any major expenditure on a snowcat or anything for next year. The one piece on Nordic is that snowmaking is a topic of conversation that is going to be coming to you sometime next year. The Nordic Council is doing a snowmaking feasibility study. They're going to present it to the Open Space Board and then come to you guys to
Know
talk
nothing
about.
about snowmaking, nothing.
Well, they're gonna inform you about it and see where to go, because they know about the climate piece, they know about all this, so they're gonna work really hard, and a lot of it has to do with the city, because it's city water, it's city electric, it's not necessarily the county, but who funds it? We fund the Nordic program overall, so more to come on that. Is nothing in the budget for that for next year, but we put snowmaking operations in there just to put it in there because we did a trial. The trial was a success, but there's a lot more to come on that.
Is that, the trial was at Moore property or?
Yeah. Well, no, not on Moore, but it was up at the Moore ball fields, on
Okay.
the school property
Got it.
and up there on the
And
city
according to
property.
the temperatures tonight, they'll be making snow on Aspen Mountain.
You probably know better than most.
First
So
night.
anyway, so that's Nordic, if you have any questions on that, because then we can get to the big pieces of the puzzle.
This is the easy part.
This honestly, this year it is easier than in years past because we're actually, if it is really difficult because we are spending less than last year overall, especially in maintenance, but it's because we're catching up to deferred maintenance projects. And so, you can see at the top, that's where to go into the administration piece, obviously, the Open Space Fund is at $13.8 million to bring in every year. 2024 might be even bigger because of the real estate boom, but that means the properties are more expensive. And so then we have debt service. That debt service is from years past debt service. And over time, that's going to start to decrease. And the new debt service that you guys did, which was really smart in 2020 because you got interest rates below 2%, you would not see that today. And so, but that debt service is in the green acquisition piece. And so overall, we can't budget for acquisitions that we just don't know about. So those are just capital improvements from the work plan. And we do have a healthy balance of 29 million, 29.7, about 29.7. You guys know about some properties that we're, hopefully going to work on. So, that we have we have the funding capacity to make things happen. And so I'm really looking forward to see. We keep the open space acquisition budget at 57%, which is, you know, pretty high. We could even go higher because maintenance now is running a surplus, which it hasn't done that in years. So we could actually take some out of that because maintenance is really, it's an operating budget. So as long as we're covering that and have a little bit in powder to, you know, we get mudslides every year. We got a big one this year that wiped out the trail from the Rio to Jaffe Park, and we needed $30,000 to fund that. So it's always good to have a little extra in the maintenance piece, but do we need to have, you know, over the next 5 years, 5.1 million in there? Probably not. I know there'll be projects that take up some of that. The trails piece, we do keep it pretty low. It's only at 13%. The Brush Creek Park and Ride Trail, you know, if that's chosen to be moved forward, or, you know, other trails that we have in the works, you know, that 5 million might not be enough, and we might have to find ways to move that around. But, you know, right now, the fund is healthy, and, you know, it's, if you go to the next page, just for a second, we might have to go back if you have questions, but if you look between 22 year end and 23 budget, you know, knock out the 11.895 because that's more, that's Vaughn, that's other purchases. So, but if you knock that out, we're pretty similar to last year, a little bit up. The salaries are up because of potential increases for next year, and the ranger position is in there. The full-time ranger position is in there. But other than that, everything else is from your work plan. And we're not seeing, you know, big increases from 2022.
Okay, I'm gonna open it to the board for questions. We are overtime.
I
because
know, I blew it, but.
Well, no, we started half an hour early, so you know. We planned ahead for that, Gary, just so you know.
It's all questions.
Yeah, but Kelly's gotta get out of here to go pick up children.
So does Jesse.
Oh. All right, seeing no questions from the board, this does include those new positions, so that'll be part of our overall discussion. Everything's on the 15th, so I can just automatically refer everything.
Actually, we'll be talking about FTEs next week on the 9th.
Oh, can't wait. Okay, perfect. Okay, so, any questions specific to this, or do I have thumbs up to move this forward to budget talks?
Thumbs up.
Great presentation, you guys. Yeah, great information. It's amazing how much work you guys do, and what a great job you do doing it. It's pretty cool.
We spent 6 hours going over this with the Open Space Board, so we spared you that, and spared
That's
ourselves
because we
that.
are so far ahead of the curve.
Yes, anyway,
Yeah,
but
it's
they
an-
did give a unanimous recommendation to
It's
you guys.
impressive, all that list of things you guys are doing is
So
just
thank you.
amazing.
Well, thank you guys for
Yeah.
giving us
So
the
now
ability
we
to do
have
it.
one more item on our agenda, which is open discussion, and I've kind of brought all my things forward. We will have open discussion tomorrow also, so the board knows that.
Okay,
Did you have anything?
I do. I've got a fefew things. In fact, if I could bring Marcy up real quick, she has kids as well, so we
Okay, so
can
yeah.
certainly punt on some of these others if you'd like. So
You need to make sure on mic, please.
you might hand those around.
You just move it over towards you.
Oh, I think I just did. Yeah.
Those are things to hand out to us, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, it's going back?
what?
Okay.
I am so new to,
Are you kidding
this.
me?
I don't know how to share my screen.
Oh, that's a Michaela question. Michaela question.
So, have you ever shared, do you have a recipe or what are you sharing?
You know, I have 3 business cards as a commissioner, and they all have different logos on them.
Well, you'll be happy to know that this isn't a
Better than
major
6.
change.
I know, better than 6. Yeah, 1 per term. But the last time we designed a logo, it cost us, I don't know, a lot of money.
Wasn't Guard Moses?
No, it looked like Eagle County, Clear Creek County, mountains, streams, trees, and we were like, no.
No.
Yeah. I think Marcy will be able to just walk you through this. It's just a tweak
Well,
to what
can you
we
bring some
have,
forward while they're doing
so.
technology so we can kick
I
some
can,
of this off?
CCI. Are you all planning attending? If you are, you need to let Charlotte know.
Because we have a
That's
meeting
December.
scheduled one day.
It's the 12th through the 14th, and in Jefferson County. And there is concerns that on the 13th, we do have to have a quorum for that special meeting
We
to
have a
approve the
special meeting
budget.
to final approval on the budget.
All
Are
right.
you going to CCI? Because
I haven't decided yet.
we need to know, because we definitely need a quorum for that meeting, or we can't, we have to pass the budget
We
that
can,
day.
yeah, we can call in. Those are at CCI. We can certainly just do it remotely.
And we have
call in
nothing
if we
else
need
that
to.
day. We cleared the agenda,
Correct.
so we could move that meeting to whatever works with the CCI schedule, technically, right? We could do it in the morning
Yes, it just has to happen
that day.
that day.
That's what I'm saying, but we could
Absolutely,
rearrange the time,
absolutely.
so.
Yep.
So I've left that agenda open that day, except for that meeting, and just with noticing, we'd have to do it the week before, so.
So if you're thinking about going, please let Charlotte know
I
so
am
she
not
can make
going. I
those
will be
arrangements.
in this room for that
for you.
meeting.
Okay.
What if we
So
talk about Rhett?
I have reservations to the CCI, and I was planning on zooming into our meeting here as necessary.
Great. Thank you,
Francie,
Steve.
what's your plans for that day, do you know?
I have something on, December 10th. What are the dates again, Rich?
The 12th through the 14th.
And the meeting
And the
date
meeting
is
would
the
be the
13th.
13th, correct.
Yeah, I am tentatively planning on going. I'll look into it some more.
Well, we
Okay.
need to know if you can zoom in on the 13th, because we need a
I will
quorum.
be able to zoom in no matter what.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Greg, you had
Okay.
something else planned for the 13th?
CORE is having an event on the 13th, probably in the late afternoon, early evening.
Oh, that's what it is that I was trying to think of.
Yeah, it's one of our regular scheduled meeting days for work sessions. It's a Tuesday.
I'm planning to be here.
Okay. All right, I think we can
Sounds like
work
we
it
had
out.
it covered. Good.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Marcy, if you can go real
Hey,
quickly, and then
yes,
I can
really
punt on some
fast.
of these others.
Apologies that we have to hurry through this.
Why do we need to be doing this today?
It's just an update we thought we'd bring to you. We can certainly.
No, I just was wondering if there's a rush to get a new logo, updated logo.
It's in the process now. It's just I think when you see it, it's just a tweak.
It's
Go
I didn't
ahead.
know we were doing
pretty
this.
minor
Yeah.
tweak.
Is it the,
Yeah, it's a very minor tweak. In fact, it's so minor that the implementation is pretty light. In other words, we don't have to remove any existing logos. You know, when the time comes to change out a logo that needs to be changed out, we would replace it with this new one. It's obviously made to look very similar to the existing logo. And, as you can see here, it's just higher quality, easier to use, easier to see, particularly.
which one are we talking about? There's three in the packet. The black one,
They're all the same. They're just different, the same color scheme that we have always used. This new logo uses a standard font, and it's also a square, whereas the old one was a rectangle. The square version makes it easier to shrink down and blow up and maintain its integrity. And also, it's a standard font, so this newer logo uses a standard font. My understanding is the existing logo was kind of a piece of art, just hand drawn by somebody back in.
it was Guard Moses, and it was gold
probably
leafed
have
on
the
the.
original.
It was gold leafed on the courthouse doors for years.
Okay.
That's where we got it. Ellen
Yeah.
Anderson was also very involved in that.
Yeah.
And that's where we got it and decided to stay with the original historic logo.
Yeah.
I don't mind these changes. I thought we were gonna have trees
Oh,
and
no.
bushes
Oh,
and
no.
It
trees.
just makes it easier to. for a
Easier to
digital world.
use, and the goal really is to just
like the
get
gold.
more people to use it across the organization, because right now it's not easy to find. That's going to be another part of this effort, is to get this all in one place, make it easy to use, and just have the branding of the county be used more widely, and have the public recognize us more easily, because we'll be out there more.
The plan, when we did this, was that everybody would be using the same logo. Open space airport, so you wouldn't have vehicles that didn't have this logo on the side of the doors. That never happened. Airport kept theirs, open space kept theirs. And so that would be great to transition, but these changes are pretty
Yeah.
cursory, and that's my favorite right there with the black around the gold. I like that.
Yeah.
stands out. I just didn't know we were doing this. I was kind of, what do you
These
mean?
are just,
I know.
and again, I
No,
think
I know,
it's
it's
the-
so, it's very subtle, so.
We're not changing the name of the county yet,
Not yet.
but that's
Yeah,
on
then I'll
some-
have another
It
business
is on
card.
somebody's
on
list.
some list.
Get it done in 4 years, I'll get another
wow.
business card, but I've got to frame them.
Mr. Pitkin doesn't have the best history.
Yeah,
Yes.
Pitkin was, yeah, he was a different
Not an
generation.
inclusive name.
Okay, thank
All
you,
right.
Marcy.
Thanks,
Yeah, we
guys.
just wanted to bring that.
Is
Okay,
it
that
for you, or
settled
do
my
you want-
stomach a
I've
bit,
got
Marcy. I
one
was like,
for
oh
I,
my God.
I can punt,
I
I can
know.
punt on all these others if you want to do those tomorrow.
Tomorrow's meeting is pretty light,
Okay, well,
except for the airport.
mine is only something to sleep on. Is
Bring
that
it, bring it.
After
Kelly,
the
you can-
EOTC meeting, I was a little concerned about communication with RAFTA and maybe even Holy Cross. And I think it'd be smart to ask RAFTA to come and talk to us.
About what was that?
RAFTA regarding the HOV lane
Oh.
and BRT service and how it depends on that. Some of the comments made, like, of members of EOTC who live inside the roundabout, not including you, didn't understand the
Why we have the
density
HOV
of-
lane where it is.
Why we have it. So anyway, just want to put that on the
I thought we gave
calendar.
direction at the EOTC meeting for that to come back anyway.
Maybe we did. I just was thinking if this
Yeah.
board wants to hear from RAFTA.
I want to hear from RAFTA. I think
Yeah,
that'd be
I
good.
think-
Do we want to
yeah.
hear it with EOTC members? Remember we were going
Well,
to try and
maybe.
have a separate discussion, I think,
How hard is that
about
gonna be?
enforcement and,
Yeah. So, just
So
wanted to bring
let's-
it up and, so we're aware of it
Yeah.
and, you know, I think.
to follow up, but yeah, there's some information, but
Then Holy
everybody's going
Cross
to have to
also,
hear
just
it.
regarding electrification, they could probably give us some, and CORE could too, for that matter.
Well, you know what, we could schedule something and just let others know that they can zoom in and watch it.
Okay,
That's right.
yeah.
Just leave that door open, and if they want to hold their own meeting, then we
Yeah.
will help.
Otherwise, it's herding cats.
Yeah, but and they also need to know how how the record of decision plays into the fact that it's required under the ROD.
Right, yeah. Well, yeah. Easier said than done.
Because
when
I'll
wanna
tell you what,
change
if
things.
it's chosen to not enforce it, if I ever get pulled over for speeding, I'm gonna say, hey, when did you start enforcing the law on the highway?
You know, I ride in the right-hand lane all the time, high occupancy or not, because that's where I feel safer. Because I think the road is so unsafe right now. So I'm probably gonna get ticketed.
Well, does your dog count? I think we should
for
let
you.
dogs count.
Yeah.
Dogs should count as your second person.
All
right.
Ever go in the HOV lane if I'm by myself.
Well,
Surprised
then you
didn't
guys
say
are
that.
all admitting to breaking the law.
No, I'm saying I never do. I never do.
All right, anything else we can do? It's 5 o'clock, so anything else we can hold till tomorrow?
I'm holding all this till tomorrow, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh my God, I can't wait.
Let's declare victory.
All right, thank you, Grassroots, thank you. We will be here tomorrow at noontime.
All right, cheers. Thanks, everyone.
Yep, thanks.